Chapter 17:15. Just as Long Chen had guessed, there were indeed spies from other factions in the Wind Dragon stream. When Xueqi discovered the spiritual snowhound and sent the news back, the same news also spread to other factions. The words spiritual snowhound immediately made the eyes of many turn red. The opportunity was right in front of them. To most people, this could be a life-changing opportunity. Hence, those who received the news immediately rushed over. After the Wind Dragon stream's Snow Wind spiritual dragon, young Master Qin, entered Daming Tianzi, another group of people arrived. It was a group of tall burly men with an average height of 3 meters. They chased a group of ferocious gigantic wolves forward. There were about 30 of them. These people were the Wolf Fang army that Long Chen had defeated. They had been chasing after Long Chen all this while. They never expected to hear news of the spiritual snowhound here. In fact, the Wolf Fang army had been searching for the spiritual snowhound for the past few days. They had heard that the spiritual snowhound had fled in this direction. Although the Wolf Fang army was not considered a major faction, they had turned out in full force this time. There were more than 30 people, and the leader was a one-eyed bald man. He was extremely ferocious. What was different from the ordinary Wolf Fang army was that he was draped in a black animal skin coat. He was riding a golden wolf that had a pair of huge golden wings. It was awe-inspiring, and the ordinary wolves beside it were afraid of it. "Commander! The people from the Wind Dragon stream are chasing after the young fellow named Long Chen. He has entered Daming Tianzi. Should we chase after him?" In front, a Wolf Fang army warrior who had gone ahead turned around to report. The Wolf Fang army's commander, who was also the burly man in the animal skin coat, said in a deep and coarse voice, "The one from the Wind Dragon stream is that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, right? I heard that he is a delicate young master, and he is very lecherous. Once I obtain the spiritual snowhound, I will not have to give in to the Wind Dragon stream. If this woman dares to enter Daming Tianzi, wouldn't we be the laughingstock of others if we, the Wolf Fang army warriors, do not dare to enter? But Commander, there seems to be a desolate beast that has survived 7 nirvana tribulations in Great Dream Heavenly Marsh. It's the serpent Holy Nascent," the warrior who reported said worriedly. "Bastard!" The commander of the Wolf Fang army waved his hand and sent the warrior who had just spoken flying. The warrior crashed into a few big trees. The golden fierce wolf took a step forward, and the wolf pack began to move. The commander of the Wolf Fang army said to the crowd in a gloomy voice, "How dare you compare a beast that has passed the inner devil tribulation with me? Do you look down on your boss so much? As for that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, it hasn't even passed through the inner demon tribulation. If it wasn't for the fact that it's from the Wind Dragon stream and looks so delicate, I would have already taken it. What are the people of the Wolf Fang least afraid of? That's right, death. If you don't risk your life, others will easily kill you and trample on your dignity." Hearing this, the other warriors of the Wolf Fang army cheered with excitement. "Charge in and kill them." The savage giant wolf charged into Great Dream Heavenly Pond. A bunch of idiots. Just as the people of the Wolf Fang army left, a group of women shrouded in blood-red cloaks appeared on top of a tall ancient tree. Each of them had a black veil over their face. From their silhouettes, they didn't look bad. It was just that their eyes were a little fierce, making people unable to get close to them. The 2 leading girls were similar in height and appearance. Even their eyes were similar. "Sister, the commander of the Wolf Fang army is here. I heard that he has passed through the 7th nirvana tribulation. Can we deal with him? Also, that Snow Wind spiritual dragon is a big problem." "Humph. Even if we sisters work together, we won't lose to them. How can these poor bastards of the Wolf Fang army resist the ancient Tao artifact of my floating blood palace? As for that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, it's just a piece of trash that has been hollowed out by wine and women. Last time it even had ideas about us. If it provokes us this time, I will definitely cripple it. Sisters, let's go." A group of red-clothed girls charged into Great Dream Heavenly Pond with cold-killing intent. The Wind Dragon stream, the Wolf Fang army, and the floating blood palace quickly chased in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen, who was rushing over, didn't know that a 7th nirvana tribulation expert had appeared behind him. With Long Chen's current strength, he definitely couldn't deal with such an expert. Although a 7th nirvana tribulation expert wasn't much in the eternal sacred realm, it was a different concept for Long Chen. That was an existence even stronger than the city lord of the wronged. After the Hellfire Astral Beast was the Earth Fiend Heart Devil Tribulation. This tribulation wasn't evolved from the Astral Beast, but from the Earth Fiend Heart Devil Tribulation. Although he hadn't seen it before, the Earth Fiend Heart Devil Tribulation was definitely a level stronger than the Hellfire Astral Beast. After escaping from the Sea of Snakes, Long Chen entered the deepest part of Great Dream Heavenly Pond. As long as he passed through the deepest part, he would be able to leave Great Dream Heavenly Pond quickly and shake off the others. During this period of time, Long Chen was also conflicted about whether he should obediently hand over the spiritual snow hound to them. He had just arrived in the Eternal Sacred Realm, and it really wasn't a good time to get into such a big trouble. However, seeing that the two girls, Lingxi and Xueqi, really liked this silly treasure-hunting dog, Long Chen could only decide to wait a little longer and see how things went. "Let's go this way." Lingxi held his hand. It was much more efficient to take a detour in this natural maze. "Chen, what should we do after we get out? We might still have to hurry and head in the direction of the Demon Divine Realm. I want to find a place where the Demon Divine Realm and Dragon Divine Realm intersect," Long Chen said in a low voice. "I suggest that we don't throw this treasure-hunting dog away." "This silly thing is really useful," Kitten suddenly interrupted. He was playing with the snow-white puppy as he spoke. Just as he finished speaking, the spiritual snowhound's eyes suddenly lit up, and it started barking like a little money grubber. It started pacing around restlessly on the spot. "We were just talking about it. This silly dog must have found something good. It's easy for good things to appear in places of great danger and evil. Let's take this opportunity to find something good," Kitten said heartlessly. Everyone was so nervous that they were half dead. Only he seemed to be the only one who was leisurely and carefree. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other, then brought the spiritual snowhound out. Sure enough, the spiritual snowhound really did forget everything and just kept barking in a certain direction. The two looked at each other, then headed in the direction pointed by the spiritual snowhound. They passed through a large swamp. In front of them was no longer a flat piece of land, but a world of mud. Reptiles crawled everywhere, and wild snakes slithered everywhere. After about an hour, the spiritual snowhound was still barking non-stop. Especially when Long Chen passed by a flat piece of land, the spiritual snowhound jumped down from his hand and burrowed into the mud without a word. Its originally snow-white fur instantly became dirty. When it realized that it couldn't burrow into the mud, it raised its head and looked at Long Chen with an adorable expression. "There's something in here?" Long Chen threw the treasure-hunting dog into the Divine Kingdom. When he arrived at this place, he could vaguely smell the sweet fragrance. It was right under the mud. After getting a rough idea of where it was, Long Chen formed a fist and punched into the mud. Instantly, a loud boom rang out, and a large amount of mud flew out. Under Long Chen's feet, a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 20 meters formed. At the bottom of the pit, they could see what the spiritual snowhound was looking for. Long Chen and Lingxi quickly landed in front of the treasure. This was the first time the spiritual snowhound would be useful, and the two were looking forward to it. In front of him was a piece of bamboo that was about 3 meters long. It had no roots, branches or leaves, and was stuck straight into the depths of the mud. This bamboo looked like a piece of jade. It emitted a misty light and a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. However, Long Chen did not feel the aura of an immortal from this jade-like bamboo. "It doesn't even have a single immortal mark?" Lingxi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After coming to the Eternal God Domain, they realized that they were actually very poor. In the God Nation, everyone found it hard to accept. After all, they had been looking forward to the spiritual snowhound's performance. "Idiot, this is the heavenly flute jade bamboo." Kitten's eyes glowed. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that the essence of this so-called heavenly flute jade bamboo was contained within its thick, jade-like skin. It was probably no ordinary item, just a little reserved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left undiscovered in damning Tianzi for so long. But where were the immortal marks? "There are 17 segments of the bamboo." Lingxi counted. Long Chen snapped out of his daze and smiled. "I found the immortal marks." "Where?" Lingxi asked in surprise. Long Chen pointed at the patterns that divided the bamboo into 17 segments, which were the nodes, and said, "These are immortal markings. There's one at the top and one at the tail. There are a total of 18 immortal marks on the 17 segments of the bamboo." This number deeply shocked Long Chen. The strongest Dao item he had, the infinite star dragon diagram, only had 9 Tao patterns. But this heavenly flute jade bamboo had 18 immortal marks, twice as many. In other words, this heavenly flute jade bamboo was the first ancient immortal essence Long Chen had obtained. Everything he had seen before had been ancient immortal essences. Ancient immortal essences had at least 1,000,000 years of history. It was precisely because this heavenly flute jade bamboo was very reserved and pure, but it had been born in the filthy damning Tianzi that no one had discovered it. And then the spiritual snow hound had found it. 10 Tao patterns was already an ancient Tao artifact. From 10 to 99, they were all in the category of ancient Tao items. Anything over 99 Tao patterns was a legendary primeval Tao item, something that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Immortal essences were the same. An ancient immortal essence with 18 immortal marks was something that even the higher-ups of the Wind Dragon stream would want. For Long Chen to be able to obtain it so easily, it could only be said that he was very lucky. But it was also thanks to the spiritual snow hound. Long Chen finally understood the value of the spiritual snow hound that Kitten had mentioned. He realized that such a good little thing definitely could not be thrown away. P.S. 3 updates at 12 p.m. I wish everyone a happy new year. The new year will be a prosperous one. P.S. The number of chapters tomorrow will depend on the number of subscriptions for these 3 updates. Let me remind you that these 3 chapters will be VIP chapters because they are counted as tomorrow's update. This month, 420,000 words of free chapters have been released. That's quite a lot. P.S. For those who don't understand the VIP chapters, you can flip through the first few chapters. Our new battlefield. Fight. Chapter 17-16. Holding this heavenly flute jade bamboo in his hand, Long Chen sensed it carefully. He could roughly feel the surging power within it. It definitely surpassed any immortal essence he had ever seen. It was indeed an ancient immortal essence. Kitten said, "You are now in the early stage of the 2nd tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but you have the Nirvana power of a 5th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator. It is even equivalent to the late stage of the 5th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If you refine the power of this heavenly flute jade bamboo, you can reach the late stage of the 2nd tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. In terms of Nirvana power, you will be close to the 6th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. At that time, with your ancestral dragon body and mystique, I guess even a 6th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator will not be a match for a monster like you." Is that so? Long Chen thought to himself. After coming to the Eternal Sacred Realm, he realized that he was still not strong enough. He did not even have the qualifications to enter the 5 great dragon cities. Without this qualification, how could he talk about clearing his father's name? Fighting and becoming stronger might be the main theme of his future life. There was no doubt that he was lucky, because his beloved woman and his brothers were by his side to fight with him. It seems that after coming to the Eternal Sacred Realm, we have been running away. Does everyone feel aggrieved? Long Chen suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen held the heavenly flute jade bamboo in his hand and said, "After Xiao Lang devoured part of Yan Shui's Hellfire Flaming Star Beast, his nirvana power has surpassed mine. After I refine this heavenly flute jade bamboo, let's have a fierce battle in this swamp. We are not here to escape, but to fight." In his heart, his blood was boiling. From the Wolf Fong to the Wind Dragon Stream, Long Chen had more or less figured out the strength of the enemy. He was no longer frightened by the unknown like before. These people might not be impossible to deal with. Blindly running away was not his style. After discovering a turning point, Long Chen chose to give it a try without hesitation. Let's see how strong these fellows are first. Long Chen decided. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "Indeed, we don't have to be afraid of them. Moreover, with Sister Lingxi here, we have a greater advantage in this natural maze. In that case, big brother, you should refine this Sky Xiao Yuju first." Lingxi supported his decision. Her eyes shone with a moving brilliance. She said softly, "I will protect you." Almost all the people he cared about were by his side. Long Chen believed in their protection. They moved to a safe location within Daming Tianzi. Long Chen directly refined the heavenly flute jade bamboo. This heavenly flute jade bamboo had to be cut off in order to absorb the pure white fragrant liquid beneath its skin. That clear liquid flowed down his throat and instantly turned into a boiling hot torrent that rushed into Long Chen's inner world. Long Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was covered in snow-white light. The power of the heavenly flute jade bamboo had evolved into a shocking power. It was almost double the power of nirvana in Long Chen's body. He really could not understand how this small bamboo could have such a vast power. However, when he thought about how this bamboo had existed for more than 1,000,000 years, it did not seem strange. It was very difficult to tame such a huge power in the midst of refining. Long Chen had to do his best. Every particle of his body was frantically devouring the power of the immortal essences to strengthen himself. In the eternal sacred domain, immortal essences were even more precious than Tao treasures. This was because immortal essences meant an increase in nirvana power and a transformation of some ability. The benefits were indescribable. Compared to Tao treasures, which only increased one's fighting power, immortal essences were much more beneficial. It was as though there were countless wild horses galloping within his body. Long Chen used his nirvana power to surround and devour these wild horses. The primordial bloodline spirit dragon and void universe dragon formed two types of nirvana power. In terms of nature, it definitely surpassed all other nirvana powers. When it came to refining immortal essences, it was also much faster than others. Seeing Long Chen's rising momentum, Lingxi stood beside him with a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. Although it was not what she had expected, to be able to be with Long Chen like this, she did not care whether it was a battle or a carefree life. Days like this made her feel wonderful. It was just like back in Baiyang town. Every memory was beautiful. This man she loved had grown up step by step, protected her, and become a hero that no one could compare to. I have to work hard too. I can't be a burden to him, but at least I have to help. After all, I have god blood flowing in my body. Although it was god blood, the effects and characteristics of the pure goddess blood still made it difficult for Lingxi to talk about it. In fact, she did not need to cultivate at all. With Long Chen's ancestor dragon body, every time Long Chen improved, it would bring her a huge improvement. Although this method of cultivation was difficult to talk about, the effects were shocking. Thinking of the details, Lingxi could not help but blush. She stood in the middle of the dirty swamp like this, looking exceptionally otherworldly. No evil could get close to her delicate body, and they were automatically purified. Even the wasteland poisonous bugs did not dare to approach. In the distance, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time. Presumably, the other teams had encountered the sea of snakes and were engaged in a fierce battle. After about 2 hours, Long Chen had more or less digested the power in his body. The power of the ancient immortal essence with 18 immortal patterns was boundless. Although most of the medicinal power still remained in Long Chen's body, the portion that had been digested had allowed his nirvana power to swell to the peak of the 5th nirvana tribulation realm. His cultivation realm had also reached the late stage of the 2nd nirvana tribulation realm. After a period of time, he would be able to welcome the hellfire flame astral beast. It was the same for Xiao Lang. However, Xiao Lang did not feel any pressure. Based on Long Chen's previous situation, his hellfire flame astral beast would definitely be exceptionally shocking. After taming the power in his body, Long Chen had already entered the final stage. Damning Tianzi was so big that no one could catch up during the 2 hours that Long Chen was refining. But just as Long Chen was finishing, Lingxi suddenly became vigilant. She looked up and saw a group of martial artists in green clothes fleeing in this direction. The leader was a noble young master in a green and white robe. They were obviously people from the Wind Dragon stream. Don't panic, I'll be done soon. Behind her, Long Chen reminded her. These people were lucky to have accidentally rushed to Long Chen's side. If they had arrived a little earlier, Long Chen's refining process would have been interrupted. But now, all he needed was for Lingxi to hold on for a short period of time, and Long Chen could even start immediately. However, he was not in a hurry and continued to finish slowly. The group of martial artists from the Wind Dragon stream soon saw Long Chen and the others. In this gloomy swamp, a man shrouded in white light and a fairy-like young lady were especially eye-catching. Go over. In the Wind Dragon stream, someone saw Long Chen's appearance through the star talisman. At this juncture, someone immediately recognized him. Young Master Qin, the man sitting cross-legged, is Long Chen, who obtained the spiritual snow hound. The spiritual snow hound must be in his god nation. What? The snow-wind spiritual dragon. Young Master Qin's face revealed a look of ecstasy. His eyes shone incomparably brightly, especially when he saw Ling Shi. Compared to Ling Shi, young Master Qin truly discovered that all the women he had in the past were just ordinary women. Whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, the devastatingly beautiful Ling Shi, who had a pure temperament, had a fatal attraction to any man. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, because of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, no one dared to have any ideas about Lingxi. But in the Eternal God domain, who knew what kind of power she had behind her? Even if she did, what could they do? Surround them. Young Master Qin calmed his mind. His eyes weren't on Long Chen, but on Lingxi. At the same time, he ordered everyone. They had just escaped the encirclement of the Sea of Snakes, only to encounter such a good thing. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited, and they surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. The luxuriously dressed young Master Qin walked forward with his hands behind his back. His eyes silently sized up Lingxi. He put away the sinister look he displayed in the carriage and appeared refined and courteous. In front of Lingxi's peerless beauty, he even automatically ignored Long Chen and his spiritual snow hound. Young Master Qin cupped his hands and said in a gentle tone, "This humble servant is Qin Fengxue, the son of Wind Dragon Stream's Qin Balong. May I ask for this lady's name?" He thought that with the prestige of the Wind Dragon Stream and his father's reputation, wouldn't this 4th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm girl be frightened by his identity? Who would have thought that Lingxi would not listen to what he said at all? Her elegant brows were lightly furrowed, and a somewhat impatient expression appeared on her face. This Sir Qin had a very heavy smell of cosmetics on him, and it was something she detested. Even if Lingxi was frowning, she still looked very beautiful. Young Master Qin was delighted, but he had no choice but to act like a gentleman. He sincerely said, "It's fine if this lady hasn't heard of me. For us to be able to meet in this vast damning Tianzi can also be considered a kind of fate. I wonder what your relationship is with this fellow who stole my Wind Dragon Stream spiritual snow hound?" Although Lingxi wasn't old, she was still very clear about people's hearts. In her eyes, this young Master Qin was just an enemy, nothing more. Thus, she didn't want to waste her breath on him. However, the other party was still jabbering on. "No matter what, as long as this little fellow returns my spiritual snow hound to me, I can invite the 2 of you to my Wind Dragon Stream as guests. I can let bygones be bygones, and I won't make things difficult for you. What do you think?" Young Master Qin was moved by his own benevolence. But what infuriated him was that he couldn't possibly not sense the deep loathing in Lingxi's eyes. He might as well throw caution to the wind. "Lady, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You've already been surrounded. If you don't know what's good for you, us brothers won't be polite anymore." Chapter 17:17. Qin Fengshue's change in attitude was completely within Lingxi's expectations. At this moment, Qin Fengxue had already flown into a rage out of humiliation. However, no matter how he threatened, Lingxi continued to ignore him. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. This made Qin Fengshue's nose almost crooked from anger. There were still other forces chasing after them, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer. "Kill this brat and take away the spiritual snow hound. Tie this lass up and bring her back to the Wind Dragon Stream. I want to teach her how to respect others." A person of high status like Qin Fengxue naturally didn't want to do it himself. He only needed to give instructions. In an instant, the 30 or so experts of the Wind Dragon Stream surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. Lingxi held the 6 Paths Immortal Sword in her hand. Although her direct combat strength couldn't compare to most of the people present, the hallucinatory ability of the 9 Hell Illusionary Butterfly could be of great use at crucial moments. Attack Concealment. Lingxi was completely capable of concealing the attack launched by the 6 Daos Immortal Swords. She swept out with her sword, but no one felt any movement. Only when the attack was right in front of them did they realize it. For a moment, everyone was panicking as they tried to defend. Clang! All the martial artists were sent flying by a little girl like Lingxi at the same time. The encirclement was also broken. Qin Fengxue stared blankly at this scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of evil technique is this? Is it an illusion? He sneered and said, "A bunch of trash. Back off. You can't even defeat a little girl in the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Let me do it." Lingxi's lack of response made his heart itch even more unbearably. To a person like him, the more a woman looked down on him and the more arrogant she was, the more he liked her. This was especially the case for Lingxi, who was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. After getting the others to surround Long Chen, Qin Fengxue spread out his arms and a storm started to form around him. Large amounts of snowflakes were born from the storm, forming a blizzard. Everything within a 10-mile radius was quickly covered by the blizzard. This was the ability of his snow-wind spiritual dragon. The temperature dropped to the extreme, and the swamp began to freeze. In a short moment, it had turned into a beautiful world of ice and snow. I told you, no one can escape from the palm of my hand. The image of a snow-white divine dragon roared behind him and coiled around him. His aura rose steadily. It was a divine dragon with snow-white wings, sacred and majestic. It was very similar to young Master Qin's temperament, but it was different in its bones. I am a high-grade bloodline of the dragons, Snow-Wind Spiritual Dragon. The moment he displayed his strength, Qin Fengshue's temperament changed drastically. He became frighteningly cold, and a terrifying aura was released without restraint. The surrounding space trembled lightly, and in the midst of the snowstorm, ancient runes appeared, sealing the entire world of ice and snow. Young Master Qin has become stronger again. As expected of a dragon martial artist with the bloodline of the Snow-Wind Spiritual Dragon. He's practically invincible among those of the same level. Other pinnacle Nirvana Tribulation martial artists don't seem to be a match for young Master Qin. In time, when young Master Qin passes the inner demon tribulation, he will become the strongest martial artist of our Wind Dragon stream. Hearing these words of flattery, Qin Fengxue felt proud in his heart. He stared at Lingxi and threatened, "Miss, do you regret it now?" As he spoke, a large amount of snowstorm rushed towards Lingxi, dancing around her. Enveloped by the snowstorm, Lingxi looked very beautiful, but her expression hurt Qin Fengshue's fragile and sensitive heart once again. Lingxi sensed Long Chen's movements and quickly stepped forward to help Long Chen up. When Long Chen stood up, everyone felt as though he was a terrifying beast that had suddenly awakened. "Chen, this guy is threatening me," Lingxi suddenly revealed a smile and said playfully. Qin Fengxue was stunned by her beauty. He swore that there wasn't a smile more beautiful than this in this world. However, this made him go crazy. He had given her so much face just now, but Lingxi had been looking at him coldly until Long Chen woke up. She had responded with such a sweet smile. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. At that moment, Qin Fengxue was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Roar! With his human body, he let out a shocking roar. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with layers of dragon shadows. The entire area was enveloped by the snowstorm, and the storm became even more terrifying, forming countless fatal astral winds that were condensed with a large amount of nirvana energy. In this tragic environment, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to it. He gently hugged the beauty in his arms and said calmly, "Is he blind? How dare he threaten my baby?" When he said the last word, Long Chen turned his head and looked at Qin Fengxue with a pair of eyes that were burning with the flames of battle. His heart, every particle in his body was burning with the flames of battle. 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 After being chased for such a long time, Long Chen had had enough of it. He was arrogant and domineering in his bones. A gigolo like him dared to casually tease his woman. Long Chen had been chased for such a long time, and although he had been fighting back, he had had enough of it. Long Chen had memorized every single word that he had said just now. "Go in first, I'll help you vent your anger." Just as Qin Fengxue was about to collapse from anger, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened, protecting Lingxi and letting her stay in the safest god nation. In their group, the main fighting force was Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. It was just that Mo Xiaolang needed to be hidden. Otherwise, if the two of them attacked together, they would definitely be unstoppable. Now that Lingxi had entered the god nation, Qin Fengxue felt that things were much easier. Humph, everyone surround him. Don't let him escape. A mere red dragon with a lowly bloodline dares to fight with me. The Snow-Wind Spiritual Dragon? I'll swallow him whole. This was the territory of the Wind Dragon stream. Qin Fengxue had nothing to worry about. Long Chen didn't seem to have any backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so oblivious to the sentient snow hound. Who didn't hide the sentient snow hound they obtained? Instead, he took it out for Yan Xueya to see. Therefore, Qin Fengxue was sure that Long Chen didn't have any backing. His guess was right. This was Long Chen's first time in the eternal sacred domain. He was a rookie here. But he was someone who had killed his way here. Qin Fengxue roared as he conjured a blizzard with both hands. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. Perhaps only the eternal celestial domain could withstand his terrifying speed. Boom! 2 balls of blizzard fused into Qin Fengshue's hands, forming a terrifying imprint. The storm and blizzard fused together, forming a pure white formation that attacked Long Chen. This level of power is indeed stronger than the City Lord of the Wronged City, late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If this was the dragon sacrificial continent, perhaps this seemingly simple attack could blast the entire Emperor Star into smithereens. The Eternal God Domain was a terrifying place. But the problem was that Long Chen had been nourished by the 18 immortal essences of the heavenly flute jade bamboo. His nirvanic energy had surged again. Compared to when he fought the City Lord of the Wronged City, his strength was even stronger. Facing this blizzard formation, Long Chen was enraged. He let out a roar that belonged to a mystical dragon. His feet moved, shattering the blizzard barrier. His terrifying physical strength was unleashed as he charged at Qin Fengshui. Battles between mystical dragons always gave Long Chen a sense of superiority. In terms of bloodline, he looked down on his opponent. The primordial blood spirit dragon was introverted, but there would always be a moment when his opponent's heart would tremble. Illusory bubble shadow. His hand swept back, and a transparent current surged out, shattering the blizzard formation. Large amounts of energy were swept back by Long Chen, dealing a fatal blow to Qin Fengshui. Boom! Even though his opponent's powerful strength had caused him to suffer a backlash, Long Chen was still excited. His opponent wasn't a weakling, but a powerful dragon martial artist. If not for the heavenly flute jade bamboo, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be his opponent. But it was precisely because of this that Long Chen was excited. Dragons were about to determine the victor. Qin Fengshui swore that he had never encountered such a terrifying and crazy opponent. That ruthless killing aura always made the snow wind spirit dragon feel fear. Impossible, it's just a lowly red dragon. Facing the energy swept back by the illusory bubble shadow, Qin Fengshui's body transformed into a 300-meter-long snow-white mystical dragon. In terms of appearance, this snow wind spirit dragon was definitely several times better than Long Chen. Especially that pair of snow-white wings, it was something that women would be infatuated with. This mystical dragon hid in the blizzard, roaring and surging, breaking the power of Long Chen's illusory bubble shadow. Long Chen didn't underestimate his opponent at all. This was definitely an opponent that was difficult to deal with. When the snow wind spirit dragon revealed his divine dragon body, Long Chen had a strong desire to ravage him. Therefore, in the blood-colored mist that filled the sky, he broke the ice barrier and revealed his divine dragon body. The slaughter dragon hidden in the blood mist was far inferior to the snow wind spirit dragon in terms of appearance, but in terms of battle power, the mystical dragon hidden in the blood mist caused Qin Fengshui to tremble in fear. Is this a red dragon? Where's his flame? Just when this thought appeared in his mind, the blood-colored mystical dragon suddenly charged forward. The snow wind spiritual dragon suddenly woke up and flapped its huge wings. In an instant, a terrifying snowstorm rushed towards Long Chen. The snowstorm was like a sharp blade. Wherever it went, everything that blocked its path was sliced into pieces. Facing such a terrifying attack, Long Chen didn't make a sound and directly charged forward. Courting death. The snow wind spirit dragon sneered. Eternal instant. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Rip. The blood-colored mystical dragon broke through the snow wind spirit dragon's blizzard and used eternal instant to freeze time. Thereafter, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed off one of the snow wind spirit dragon's wings. In that instant, the snow wind spirit dragon let out a miserable shriek. Chapter 17:18. It could be said that the outcome of the battle was decided in an instant. In terms of cultivation realm, Long Chen was only in the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In terms of Nirvana energy, he was one Nirvana Tribulation realm away from the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon. However, he had the body of a twin ancestral dragon, while the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was only at the same level as the Nine Heavens Imperial Wind Dragon. In front of the ancestral dragon, this kind of dragon could only be considered as trash. The Eternal Split Moment and the Heavenly Slaughter Blood Sword were both divine abilities from the ancestral dragon. Using both of them was Long Chen's strongest attack. As expected, the most beautiful wing of the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was chopped off. The Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword slashed down once again, almost cutting the Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon into two. The Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon let out an even more miserable cry. Its 300-meter-long body fell into the mud with a loud bang, and was instantly dyed into a loach. Blood fell like rain, drenching more than 30 warriors of the Wind Dragon stream. All of them stared at the blood-red divine dragon in the sky, looking down at the common people. The indifferent look in the divine dragon's eyes made them tremble. That was the look of a ruler. Everyone felt as though their lives were in the hands of Long Chen. As for the wailing snow wind spirit dragon that fell into the depths of the mud, it was almost forgotten by everyone. Everyone was stunned by the killing weapon in the sky. Even the heavenly slaughter blood sword couldn't chop this snow wind spirit dragon. Long Chen was also secretly shocked. He thought that he could kill this guy in an instant. After all, the other party actually dared to tease Xueqi, which touched his reverse scale. Seeing that the other party was still struggling, Long Chen did not have any intention of holding back. The terrifying ancestral dragon descended once again. The heavenly slaughter blood sword that was covered with immemorial runes spiraled down towards the head of the snow wind spirit dragon. Long Chen's sword could directly pierce through the other party's head. This was because the sharpest part of the dragon's tail was the god-slaying sword, the Sword of Death. At this moment, the snow wind spirit dragon descended. A large amount of wind and snow appeared, forming a huge ice ball that completely protected him. The other warriors from the wind dragon stream also attacked in an attempt to block Long Chen. Long Chen was still unable to kill his opponent. The wind dragon stream's experts all fell to the ground and vomited blood. The ice ball had also been pierced by Long Chen, but the snow wind spiritual dragon took this opportunity to escape. Just when Long Chen was about to give chase, he suddenly sensed the auras of many experts closing in on him. In the east, a pack of giant wolves was madly advancing on the mud, letting out astonishing howls. On top of a golden divine wolf in the middle, a tall and sturdy bald man wearing an animal skin coat was looking at him with an incomparably fanatical gaze. In the south, a group of women wearing blood-colored cloaks and holding blood-colored daggers were quickly approaching. They seemed to be natural killers. Wherever they went, there would be corpses of the barren venomous insects. This group of people was also extremely bloodthirsty. Among them, there were two that were not any weaker than the snow wind spiritual dragon. They were all experts. Behind them, there were millions of snakes surrounding them. The snow wind spiritual dragon was not dead yet, but it had come to a new place. Especially with the wolf Fong, there was a 7th stage nirvana tribulation expert. He was an existence that had passed the heart devil tribulation. The wolf Fong seemed to know him. Long Chen pondered for a while. This was not a suitable time to fight to the death. Retreat. Long Chen was very straightforward. Fighting in the wilderness, Long Chen was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, when the other party attacked, he transformed into his human form in advance and quickly escaped. With a punch, a large amount of mud rose up and swept towards the two parties that were chasing after him. The falling mud blocked their vision. At this critical moment, Long Chen quickly disappeared in front of them with his agile body. It was not that they could not chase after him, but there were too many snakes behind them. The moment they were blocked by the mud, they were completely drowned by millions of snakes. Long Chen could vaguely hear the angry roars of the wolf Fong. He did not stop. After moving a large distance, Long Chen finally calmed down. This was a maze. As long as he did not cause a huge commotion, it would not be easy for the other party to find him. Luck was not always so good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss, say something. Are we still going to throw away that silly psychic snow hound?" Little Cat laughed out loud. The spiritual snow dog did not know that everyone was talking about it. It was running around in circles, chasing its own tail. Xueqi and Xueqi looked reluctant. Long Chen knew that the heavenly flute jade bamboo was discovered by this little thing. I saved its life, and it found something good for me. We can be considered to be working together. Let it follow us for the time being. Long Chen was a person full of adventurous spirit. It was difficult for a person to achieve great things when faced with difficulties. The only way was to face them head-on. Giving up on the spiritual snow dog was equivalent to giving up on the opportunity to advance. Fortunately, his decision was supported by everyone. No matter what, Long Chen would always be their pillar of support. After avoiding direct conflict with the other party and successfully escaping, it was time to think about what to do next. Should they directly leave, or should they kill the other party in damning Tianzi? If I don't kill all these troublemakers, they will endlessly chase after me. Now that there are not many people who know that I have the spiritual snow dog, I think the best way is to kill them all. From the looks of it, there are a total of 3 parties chasing after me. The wind dragon stream, the wolf Fong, and a group of women in red. What do you think we should do? Lingxi and Soyan acted as if they did not know anything. Mo Xiaolang thought for a while and said, "Kill them. At the crucial moment, I can also pretend to be a dire beast. After all, they are also riding wolves." Target confirmed. All right, kill them. However, the other party has a 7th stage Nirvana realm warrior. It is best not to have a direct conflict with them. The one that Long Chen was truly afraid of was the commander of the Wolf Fang. Although the Wolf Fang was only a small force to the Wind Dragon stream, the other party had come out in full force. As he advanced, he thought of a solution. "Brother Long Chen!" Soyan suddenly exclaimed. Her exclamation awakened Long Chen from his deep thoughts. Just at this moment, a deadly sense of danger struck. Eternal instant. At that critical moment, Long Chen did not hesitate to use a large amount of Nirvana force, because only the eternal instant could save him. After using the eternal instant, Long Chen discovered that an irresistible force was about to tear his Tao of time apart. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and took out his 2 swords. In a short moment, hundreds of sword chi shot down and split the mud below. Long Chen felt that the crisis that Soyan had warned him about was coming from underground. Rumble! When Long Chen's 2 swords slashed down, the entire ground shook violently. The mud seemed to be boiling as it tumbled violently. In the endless mud, 2 huge heads emerged. The body that was exposed above the ground was more than 100 meters long. It had 2 heads and 1 body. It was a double-headed snake. A fatal, ferocious aura emanated from this 2-headed snake. Long Chen felt that the fighting power of this 2-headed snake should surpass that of the commander of the Wolf Fang. This 2-headed snake must be a king-like figure in Daming Tianzi, the leader of millions of dire snakes. This is a fierce snake called the Holy Infant. It got its name because one of its heads sounds like a baby's. It is extremely ferocious and will kill anyone it sees. This Holy Infant has obviously passed the earthly devil tribulation. Kitten reminded Long Chen appropriately. It was a strange-looking 2-headed snake. Its body was about 500 meters long, and its entire body was black. Its body was covered in rock-like scales, and it was definitely extremely hard. It could be said that it was impervious to swords and spears. On one of its heads, there was a sharp horn that was definitely not inferior to any Dao artifact. Its scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and blood-colored snake tongue that was covered with barbs were incomparably frightening. However, the strange thing was that its other head did not look like its own. This was because it was a pure white snake head with soft and beautiful scales. It was the purest snake that Long Chen had ever seen. The 2 snake heads, one good and one evil, were on the same snake's body. It was extremely strange. Hiss! The black head let out a sharp hiss. The white head was shrouded in frost and let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry. It was this Holy Infant that had given Long Chen a fatal killing intent. While Long Chen was panicking, the Holy Infant had launched a shocking attack on Long Chen. Although its body was huge, its speed and flexibility were equally shocking. Even the eternal split moment had been broken free by the opponent. Long Chen did not have much confidence in defeating the opponent. Furthermore, his opponent was not the Holy Infant. This was not the best time to fight with the Holy Infant and cause both sides to suffer. Yes, I should lure this fierce snake to their side. Thinking of this, Long Chen did as he said. This time, he used his fastest speed and used his body's flexibility to break away from the opponent. This Holy Infant had both a stench and a fragrance. This made Long Chen feel extremely conflicted. The snow-white head was of the ice attribute and was somewhat similar to the snow-wind spiritual dragon. However, it was clear that the Holy Infant was more proficient in this aspect. It could even freeze space and create a result similar to Long Chen's eternal split moment. Break! As the god-slaying sword thought of this, the space freeze was torn apart by Long Chen. Coincidentally, it had become stronger. Otherwise, it would not have been able to escape from the Holy Infant's pursuit. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen the power of this dire beast. It could only be described as shocking. Very soon, he realized that luring the Holy Infant to the Wolf Fang was unrealistic. He was afraid that he would be killed by the Holy Infant before he arrived. In that case, was there any other better way? Long Chen suddenly thought of the unbounded star dragon illustration. If he could succeed, it would naturally be great. However, the possibility of failure was higher. Long Chen needed someone to pacify the Holy Infant's violent personality. Only by calming it down could he achieve his goal. Chapter 17-19. The unbounded star dragon diagram was mostly used to control one's primordial spirit. This was a Tao artifact related to dragons, so Long Chen could basically use it with ease. Moreover, his primordial spirit was the void cosmic dragon, which had never appeared before. Although the Holy Infant's primordial spirit was strong enough that ordinary people would not be able to do anything to him if they used the unbounded star dragon diagram, Long Chen might be able to. Of course, it was impossible to succeed in such an intense battle. All he could do was wait for the two-headed snake to calm down and not have too much enmity towards him. If it resisted a little less, it might be possible. The unbounded star dragon diagram was actually a very heaven-defying weapon, but it was a pity that it was an ancient Tao treasure. If it was an ancient Tao treasure, its power would be even more shocking. The Holy Infant shrieked, and one of its heads controlled ice and froze space. A large area was completely covered by ice and snow, and if one's body did not have enough resistance, they would have long since been frozen solid. The other black head specialized in physical strength and pain, and it was extremely savage. Most of the attacks came from this head, and the venom it sprayed out formed tens of thousands of evil spirits that surrounded Long Chen. Illusion Bubble Shadow. Long Chen used Dreamy Bubble Shadow to sweep back the opponent's venom that filled the sky, and all of it pounced on the Holy Infant's body. This was the Holy Infant's venom to begin with, so it was difficult to affect him. Only the power of time disorder scattered a large amount of flesh and blood on his body. This couldn't hurt it at all, and it only made it more savage. Long Chen fought as he retreated, and then he conversed with Xueqi in the God Nation. "Yenner, can you make it calm down?" Xueqi was a snake half-demon, and she was naturally close to desolate beasts like this. To the desolate beasts, she might be one of them. Long Chen remembered that she seemed to have such an ability. To tell the truth, the ferocious Holy Infant also frightened Su Yan. But now that everyone was trapped in Great Dream Tianzi, she could contribute a bit. She gritted her teeth. "I think I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. There is no one nearby. I will protect Yenner. Yenner, sit on my back." Mo Xiaolang turned into a sun-devouring fiend wolf, controlling his body to be only a few meters long. "Wait, let me see which head its primordial spirit is on." Finally, there was a chance to try. This could be a turning point. Long Chen took out the Lingxi sword. Lingxi sword was a sword that could injure primordial spirits. Logically, this was just one beast, not two, so it should only have one primordial spirit. As the Holy Infant roared madly and charged toward him, Long Chen charged forward at high speed. His body moved rapidly between his opponent's attacks. As he neared his opponent, he risked being struck by the Holy Infant and slashed his Spirit Dawn sword at his opponent's body. Whoosh! Although it was just a small wound, the piercing pain from the primordial spirit made the Saint Infant scream. The Saint Infant had two mouths. At this moment, the white and black heads were screaming. Through the meridians of the Lingxi sword, Long Chen could clearly sense the other party's primordial spirit. There are actually two primordial spirits. Long Chen could not help but be stunned. This was simply two snakes sharing the same body. However, the primordial spirit in the white snake head was mature, matching with the seventh stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The primordial spirit in the black snake head was extremely weak, and it seemed to be in a state of domination, accepting the control of the white snake head. Although the two primordial spirits exceeded Long Chen's expectations, the white snakehead could control the black snakehead. As long as Long Chen used the Wuji Star Dragon diagram to control the white snakehead, it was basically equivalent to controlling the Holy Infant. It had to be known that this was a seventh Nirvana Tribulation realm desolate beast. If he succeeded, it would be equivalent to him controlling a large amount of combat power. When his reputation spread, with his ability to control desolate beasts, he could make the Saint Infant display a certain amount of intelligence. When that time came, he could bring Mo Xiaolang by his side. Presumably, others would not think that he was a demon. This was also a good method. After all, the boundless star dragon diagram was equivalent to creating a clone. At the thought of this, Long Chen was especially excited. The matter of the demon race was a huge knot in his heart. If it could be resolved in this way, it would be a happy ending. Xiaolang. At this moment, Long Chen put away the Lingxi sword and quickly retreated. He rushed into the mud and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the sun-devouring demon wolf rushed out of the divine kingdom with Xueqi and blocked the Saint Infant. With Soyan's current body, it was impossible for her to resist the poison and frost power in the air. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang could only use his nirvana power to surround Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi revealed her beautiful 9-colored snake tail. It swirled in the air and at the same time, it let out a pleasant and light hum to attract the Saint Infant's attention. This is just a ballad that the Dark North Snake Tribe gave me to fight the vicious currents. I don't know if it will succeed. Before she used it, Xueqi said nervously to Long Chen. Long Chen was absolutely supportive of her trying. After all, only she had this ability. Let me help too. Ling Shi should have obtained a portion of the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly's abilities. Under her hypnosis, the world in front of the Holy Infant's eyes changed. It saw a peaceful world surrounded by warm white clouds. Only one of its kind with a 9-colored snake tail was singing a melodious song. The change in the scene caused the unintelligent creature to be instantly confused. Long Chen initially only wanted to give it a try. However, he never expected that these 2 ladies would have such a huge effect. Under Ling Shi's hallucination and Su Yan's song, the ferocious Holy Infant actually became dazed. The redness in its eyes gradually disappeared as it stared at Su Yan's 9-colored figure dancing in the clouds in a somewhat infatuated manner. That strange melody actually made the Holy Infant dance along with Su Yan and move along with her steps. Such a strange scene had actually appeared in Daming Tianzi. That was a famous fiendish creature of the great wilderness. Long Chen also didn't expect to achieve such a great effect. Perhaps it was because of Soyan's unique half-demon characteristics. Compared to the demon race, she seemed to have a closer relationship with dire beasts. The dance and melody inherited from the Dark North Snake Tribe Saintess were very beautiful. Although Xueqi was young, she was a natural dancer. Her small waist, in particular, left Mo Xiaolang dumbfounded. He didn't realize that the little cutie beside him had such a sexy side. While he was in a daze, Long Chen steadied his heart and advanced through the mud. He transformed into his void cosmic dragon body and tried his best to turn himself into an illusory state. Ling Xi was also covering for him. Although Ling Xi and Xueqi weren't strong in combat, they were of unprecedented help in this aspect. When Long Chen appeared behind the white snake's head, the purple divine needle appeared in his hand. The Holy Infant was still dancing in a daze, but Long Chen's limitless star dragon diagram entered its head and took control of its primordial spirit. In that instant, the Saint Infant let out a scream that startled the entire Great Dream Tianzi. Come back! Long Chen retracted his god kingdom and brought everyone back into it. Then, he transformed into his ancestral dragon body and instantly wrapped around the Saint Infant. The unbounded star dragon diagram had successfully entered the Saint Infant's mind, causing it to resist fiercely. The unbounded star dragon diagram could be said to be on the verge of collapse. Long Chen's spiritual will also followed the unbounded star dragon diagram and was engaged in an intense battle with the Saint Infant's primordial spirit. His physical body was also resisting. Long Chen let out a startling roar and used up all the energy in his body. A pair of sharp dragon claws pressed down on the Holy Infant's black head. His body wrapped around the Holy Infant's body, and he suddenly exerted force, pushing the Holy Infant to the ground. The Holy Infant let out an even more shocking roar. Its body seemed to be filled with boundless power. Perhaps because it was frightened, it actually dashed into the depths of the mud, bringing Long Chen deep underground. Moreover, it was still violently colliding with the mud. Chen, big brother. In the God Kingdom, everyone felt a huge tremor and were extremely shocked. As expected of a 7th Nirvana realm desolate beast, Long Chen could easily sever the snow wind spirit dragon's wings, but he couldn't deal with it. However, Long Chen was not to be trifled with. With Su Shui and Ling Shi's help, he had more or less succeeded. Eternal moment. As the other party struggled furiously in an attempt to break free from the infinite star dragon diagram, Long Chen froze the other party's time. Even the other party's primordial spirit came to a standstill. Next, Long Chen furiously exerted more force, using his primordial spirit to attack. He completely entangled the other party's primordial spirit, forming an airtight prison that controlled the other party. At this critical juncture, the fusion of the two primordial spirits allowed Long Chen to experience the ignorant and chaotic life of this wild beast. Although this kind of primordial spirit was strong, it was still muddle-headed. It was much easier to control compared to humans and Yao cultivators. As for the other black snakehead, it had terrifying power and was still struggling under the dragon claw. Quiet. Long Chen controlled the Holy Infant's primordial spirit and gave an order to the black snakehead. As expected, Controlling this primordial spirit was equivalent to controlling the other one. The black snakehead calmed down. Success. Long Chen had a feeling of collapse. This desolate beast was truly too powerful. If it wasn't for Xueqi and Lingxi, he really wouldn't be able to deal with it. Now that he controlled it, Long Chen basically had the greatest killing weapon in Daming Tianzi. With such a huge commotion here, they definitely knew that Long Chen was fighting with the Holy Infant. Under such circumstances, they would definitely come over. Long Chen turned into his human form and hid in the deepest part of the mud, waiting for their arrival. Although the unbounded star dragon diagram only had 9 Dao patterns, its use was truly terrifying. Long Chen could now use the Holy Infant's vision and allow the Holy Infant to display the demon race's wisdom. As expected, noises could be heard from above. Chapter 17:20. The commotion of the battle just now happened near here. 3 groups of people broke free from the sea of snakes and rushed over to surround Long Chen. They had gone through a long period of killing and were in a sorry state. After all, there were too many snakes in Daming Tianzi Lake. Everyone was covered in mud and blood. Some even died from poisoning. Even Nirvana realm warriors were poisoned to death. It was obvious how terrifying the venomous insects and beasts were. The women of the Floating Blood Palace used their Nirvana force to shake off the bloodstains on their bodies. They huddled together and looked around with ferocious eyes. There were many traces of battle in the surroundings, and it was obvious that Long Chen and the others were still nearby. On the other side, the pale-faced Qin Fengxue had a gloomy expression on his face. The Wind Dragon Stream had lost the most people, and even he had been injured. What made him even more frustrated was the humiliation he had received from Long Chen, as well as that fairy-like woman that made his heart itch. After being injured, Qin Fengshue's temper became especially bad. He had killed a few of his own people. In fact, he could have asked for help. After all, the Wind Dragon Stream was very close. However, if the others in the Wind Dragon Stream knew about the spiritual snowhound, he would not be the only one who would benefit. However, he was also afraid of the Wolf Fang and the Floating Blood Palace. On the other side, the burly men of the Wolf Fang sat on their wolves and looked around with gloomy expressions. The Holy Infant was nearby just now. Be careful. The rough voice of the Wolf Fang's commander echoed in everyone's ears. The people from the other 2 forces frowned secretly. It was supposed to be the Wind Dragon Stream's item, but these 2 fellows had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Fengxue was extremely unhappy. He said in a strange tone, "Some people have eaten leopard's gall. They even dare to steal from the Wind Dragon Stream. Why don't they see if they can keep it? Even if they get the spiritual snowhound, they probably won't live past tomorrow." He was talking about the Wolf Fang. Compared to the Wind Dragon Stream and the Floating Blood Palace, the Wolf Fang was not worth mentioning. The Wolf Fang smiled sinisterly when they heard those words, but they didn't say anything. In terms of strength, the Wolf Fang was indeed weak. However, in Daming Tianzi, the Wolf Fang's commander was the only 7th-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. The 2 beautiful sisters from the Floating Blood Palace weren't willing to accept this. They thought that Qin Fengxue was talking about them. One of them spoke. "What kind of place is the Wind Dragon Stream? You're just a stupid dragon whose wings were chopped off. I think you should just scram." "What did you say?" Qin Fengshue's heart was originally gloomy, and now that the other party had opened up his scars, he was instantly infuriated. He led a group of people from the Wind Dragon Stream and charged towards the Floating Blood Palace. Before he could say anything, the girls from the Floating Blood Palace took out their short swords and charged forward. Of the 2 leading sisters, one blocked Qin Fengxue while the other rushed into the Wind Dragon Stream's group. In a short moment, she chopped off a person's head and held it in her hand. "Stop!" Qin Fengxue was shocked. Both sides retreated. The head in the Floating Blood Palace's hand screamed in terror. "Young Master Qin, quickly save me. Release her." Qin Fengshue's heart ached. One must know that this was his most beloved concubine. "Humph!" The girl from the Floating Blood Palace sneered. She stabbed the dagger in her hand into the head. Instantly, the beautiful face turned into a pink skeleton. Blood flowed down along the dagger. The girl licked the blood-stained dagger with her red lips and revealed a look of enjoyment. She smiled lightly. "How delicious." Qin Fengxue was infuriated, but he was afraid. He had been beaten by Long Chen. Now that he was heavily injured, He wasn't a match for the two sisters. Xueling, Xuelong, I swear that you will pay the price for what happened today. One day, you will regret it. Qin Fengxue roared. If you can return alive today, I will dare to sleep with you. The two girls giggled. Their cold eyes caused Qin Fengshue's hair to stand on end. The sisters were holding an ancient Dao treasure with a total of 11 Dao patterns. It was very rare to have an ancient Dao treasure at this age. The ancient Dao treasure was a killing treasure called the Blood Sparrow. It was unknown how many people had been killed by this Blood Sparrow. Killing, endless killing and competition. This was the eternal celestial domain. Long Chen himself was hiding in the mud. He had found the position of the wolf Fang and sent his holy infant in that direction. Everything was almost ready. Long Chen did not plan to make the first move. He was waiting for an opportunity to get rid of everyone once he made a move. Naive kindness was a joke in this world. While the wolf Fang was searching, Long Chen ordered the holy infant to attack in the most violent manner. The two-headed snake, which was 400 meters long, suddenly rose from the mud. The snow-white head spat out a cold mist. The entire wolf Fang was trapped in a cold world of ice. The other head spat out an endless amount of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas formed countless ghostly shadows that pounced on the wolves and the wolf Fang. For a moment, screams were heard. Other than the commander of the wolf Fang, the ordinary wolf Fang soldiers were not strong. The holy infant's attack this time could be said to have beaten everyone in the wolf Fang except the commander to death. The poison had attacked their hearts, so they would most likely die very quickly. The holy infant let out a shrill cry. Under the command of the Snake King, hundreds of thousands of wild snakes surged forward again, surrounding everyone. The holy infant has appeared. Quick, run. This sudden change almost scared everyone out of their wits. They had come for the spiritual snow hound, not to kill the holy infant. The wolf Fang soldiers had been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. The holy infant's attack came wave after wave. Before the leader could completely defend himself, all the wolf Fang soldiers were festering. The poisonous gas rushed to their primordial spirits and caused fatal damage. The power of the ice, which almost froze the space, was also shocking. Most of the warriors couldn't move. Break! The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers used a mace with 9 Dao patterns to shatter the world of ice. However, he was shocked to find that almost all of his subordinates were dead. Holy infant! The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers let out a terrifying roar. The golden god wolf that he was riding on couldn't escape and was killed by the holy infant's attack. Even Long Chen was almost hit by the holy infant's attack, let alone them. His brothers were all dead. The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers was at the same realm as the holy infant. His eyes were bloodshot and he was hot-headed. He started to fight with the holy infant. If the holy infant wasn't controlled, he might be fighting with the leader of the wolf Fang soldiers. However, that would benefit the people from the Drifting Blood Palace and the Wind Dragon Stream. Therefore, Long Chen controlled the holy infant and dove into the mud. That huge body appeared beside the Drifting Blood Palace and Qin Fengxue. The power of ice swirled and the huge snake body completely appeared. It formed a circle and trapped everyone in the center. Then it was the bombardment of ice and poison. They were all here to kill Long Chen. Perhaps they were the only ones who knew that he had obtained the spiritual snow hound. If he exterminated them, he would be able to put an end to this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the territory of the martial god ancient city. Greed was the original sin. Everyone was guilty. The moment they entered the great dream Tianzi, they should have been prepared to die. Under such bombardment, only Qin Fengxue and the floating Blood Palace's sisters were unscathed. Of course, when the leader of the wolf Fang attacked, the holy infant could only dodge. The moment the holy infant left, Qin Fengxue and the rest broke the ice. However, they were stunned to discover that apart from the two of them, more than half of the people from the two factions had died. Under the attack of a 7th-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm Desolate Beast, it was impossible for them, who were only at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, to survive. The 4 of them were the only ones who were unscathed. The holy infant had appeared in a short moment. Fear and hatred squeezed their hearts. Unless you escape, all of you will die if you continue to stare blankly. The leader of the wolf Fang roared. Join forces, join forces. Qin Fengshue's face turned lifeless. He couldn't give up on the spiritual snow hound. Furthermore, the holy infant was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, he only had 2 choices. One was to escape, and the other was to fight. The leader of the Wolf Fang, Blood Crystal, and Blood Dragon didn't escape. He wouldn't escape either. Furthermore, he had caused so many casualties. If he didn't get rid of the Holy Infant, how was he going to explain himself when he returned? When the two sisters from the Floating Blood Palace saw so many of their sisters dying, they cooperated with the leader of the Wolf Fang to attack. Qin Feng Xue transformed into a snow wind spirit dragon and soared into the sky. His body size was similar to the Holy Infant's. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the two sisters had ancient Tao artifacts and were telepathically connected, they wouldn't be a match for the snow wind spirit dragon. Blizzard. The four of them were filled with hatred. The flames of battle burned. The remaining martial artists from the three factions were all recovering from their injuries. In a short moment, they were all wiped out. The Holy Infant seemed to possess intelligence, be it in terms of attack or other actions. However, what they didn't expect was that Long Chen had been lying in ambush, waiting for this opportunity. Just as everyone was dispelling the poison in their bodies, a terrifying bloody light flashed past them. In an instant, the remaining 10 people all fell to the ground. A bloody hole appeared in the space between their eyebrows. The ability of Lingxi's sword to instantly kill was something that even Tao artifacts couldn't compare to. The four experts were fighting with the Holy Infant and didn't even notice the arrival of Long Chen. They also didn't notice that Long Chen had already killed their subordinates. Just as they were fighting, Long Chen followed the Holy Infant's tail and arrived near it. Lingxi was helping Long Chen conceal himself. The 9 Hell Illusionary Butterflies illusion technique displayed its shocking effect at this moment. The Holy Infant exerted its strength and specifically targeted the two who had Tao artifacts, Blood Dragon and Bloodling. When it attacked one of them, the younger sister, Blood Dragon, used her ancient Tao artifact to defend herself, but she was still sent flying. Long Chen was right behind her, waiting for her to arrive. Today was Wednesday, and the number of subscriptions for this book was amazing. It directly rushed to the second place on the list of subscriptions for the previous week. Chapter 1721. Although he had never heard of the Floating Blood Palace's name before, this Floating Blood Palace was undoubtedly a ruthless and violent organization. Long Chen had clearly seen their murderous actions. This was no longer a matter of good or evil, but a competition under the rules of the world. So when Xuelong was flung over by the Holy Infant, Long Chen lunged at her. Damn thing! Xuelong's veil fell off. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were too ferocious, ruining her beauty. She steadied herself in mid-air, holding the ancient Tao treasure. Gritting her teeth, she stepped on the mud and was about to lunge at the Holy Infant again. Just at that moment, she suddenly sensed a terrifying threat coming from behind her. Xuelong was startled, and she brandished the Blood Sparrow sword in her hand to kill it behind her. This woman actually cultivated the Massacre Tao. Combined with the Blood Sparrow's attack, Blood Qi surged and a chaotic will attacked. In her eyes, the figure of a youth lunged at her, flashing with bloody light. His appearance was blurry. Where did this beast come from? How dare he sneak attack me? Xuelong laughed coldly. Just then, Long Chen's speed increased explosively. His entire body became illusory as he used his absolute double killer move. Eternal Moment. The Void Universe Dragon used this move, freezing Xuelong's time. At this time, Long Chen was in front of her, the God-slaying sword in his hand slashing down. Heaven-slaying blood sword. Immemorial slaughter runes covered the sword. Break. Xuelong used the power of Nirvana Massacre and the ancient Tao treasure to finally pierce through the power of the Eternal Moment. But at this time, Long Chen was in front of her. Xuelong was about to counterattack, but Long Chen's blood-red eyes, hidden in the darkness, shocked her deeply. The cold killing intent seemed emotionless, and the impact of that look was unparalleled. The ancient Tao treasure blocked her way. 11 Tao patterns. The God-slaying sword only had 7 Tao patterns. This ancient Tao weapon was something that the God-slaying sword was extremely thirsty for. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed at the blood sparrow again and again in the most violent manner. It was as if there was a huge bird beast sealed on the dagger. At this moment, it was letting out an ear-piercing shriek, but Long Chen turned a deaf ear to it. The powerful attack forced the blood dragon to retreat step by step. You want to kill me? Xuelong shrieked. Just as she was about to counterattack, Long Chen gathered the power of the heavenly slaughtering bloodsword and slashed the blood sparrow for the 10th time. Dang! A terrifying shockwave spread out. Cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood-colored dagger. Those cracks rapidly spread and then exploded. No, before she could finish her sentence, Long Chen's god-slaying sword had already chopped off her head. He did not show mercy just because she was a woman. Lingxi's sword stabbed out from another direction and ended her life completely. Of the 4 great experts, one was dead. On the other side, it was naturally difficult for the Holy Infant to kill another one of the 3 experts, especially the leader of the Wolf Fong, who was extremely difficult to deal with. On the god-slaying sword, gray light gathered and formed the 8th Dao pattern. A Dao treasure with 11 Dao patterns destroyed only managed to form 8 Dao patterns. However, it has already formed 8 Dao patterns. The god-slaying sword can almost replace the golden demon imprisonment column. It was only after arriving at the immortal sacred domain that Long Chen realized how fast the pace here was. Where did the blood dragon go? Xueqi, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was in a dangerous situation without her sister's help. Just as she was about to turn back, she received special treatment from the Holy Infant and was swept away by the Holy Infant's tail. The Holy Infant was still fighting the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon and the leader of the Wolf Fong, while Long Chen used the same method to kill another expert from the Floating Blood Palace. At this moment, the leader of the Wolf Fong and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon finally realized that something was wrong. It's the person who obtained the spiritual Snow Hound. They were shocked and stopped fighting in a panic. The Snow Wind Spirit Dragon even used its newly grown wings to fly into the sky and looked at Long Chen blankly. They could clearly see that the 2 young ladies from the Floating Blood Palace had died under Long Chen's sword. Shock and fear. Holy Infant, come here. Long Chen waved his hand and the terrifying desolate snake came to his side. It obediently stayed beside Long Chen, forming a huge contrast with its previous appearance. The leader of the Wolf Fong and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon were even more stunned. My method of controlling wild beasts is not bad, right? For the sake of Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen intentionally increased his ability in this aspect to scare them. Before this, they knew that there was a Holy Infant here. Naturally, they wouldn't think that the Holy Infant was from the demon race. This also paved the way for the appearance of Mo Xiaolang. The leader of the Wolf Fong and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon looked at each other with a solemn expression, not daring to speak. Long Chen slowly tidied his clothes and said, "The spiritual Snow Hound is in my hands. I killed all your people and the treasure is right in front of you. If the 2 of you think that you can defeat me and the Holy Infant, you can come and snatch it. Or you can try to summon others. However, if others come, the spiritual Snow Hound might not be yours." These words made the leader of the Wolf Fong and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon tremble in fear. "Long Chen, who exactly are you?" Qin Fengshui roared. This method of controlling wild beasts was really unimaginable. Long Chen's strength was definitely not a match for a wild beast. Long Chen looked at him coldly and didn't reply. "I knew that you wouldn't dare to make a move. Then, I'll be leaving." Long Chen was very straightforward. He left with the Holy Infant in a disdainful manner. The moment he turned around, the gloomy leader of the Wolf Fong launched an attack. Long Chen knew that he would make a move, so he actually separated from the Holy Infant and headed in another direction. The leader of the Wolf Fong was stunned for a moment before he chased after Long Chen. In fact, Qin Fengshui already had the intention to retreat. However, when the leader of the Wolf Fong chased after Long Chen, the Holy Infant actually pounced towards him without any warning. The battle between the 2 sides quickly began. The Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was dumbfounded. He was already seriously injured, and the Holy Infant was so violent. How could he deal with it? What he couldn't understand was why Long Chen dared to face the leader of the Wolf Fong, who was in the 7th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, alone. The Snow Wind Spirit Dragon soon found the answer to the Holy Infant's violent attack. Die! The mace extended over 100 meters and smashed down with shocking force. Half of Daming Tianzi shook violently. Boom! The leader of the Wolf Fong was a martial artist who purely cultivated the battle Dao. He was good at close combat, and his speed and agility were extremely shocking. With his speed, he caught up to Long Chen in an instant. "You have such a powerful treasure and you still dare to kill my men. If I don't chop you into pieces today, I'll commit suicide." Wolf Demon. The so-called Wolf Demon was, in fact, a Khanate Dao technique. It was a technique that used the essence soul of a dire beast to refine into an attack. Beside the Wolf Fong commander, several phantoms of wolf-shaped dire beasts appeared. Gradually, these phantoms attached themselves to the Wolf Fang commander's body. His body began to undergo an astonishing change. His entire body rapidly turned black, like a giant wolf standing on its hind legs. Whoosh! 2 pairs of thick wolf claws pierced out from his ribs. In the blink of an eye, he had 6 arms. Each of his arms was surrounded by black energy. When released, most of the surrounding space fell into his battle domain. The attribute of the Wolf Fang leader's battle Dao leaned towards madness. It was similar to his current appearance. He had completely lost his humanity and turned into a cruel beast. He didn't know why Longchen dared to face him alone. After turning into the wolf demon, he roared and shot towards Longchen. Longchen's eyes were cold. This was the territory of the Holy Infant. He could use the body of the Holy Infant to order the hundreds of thousands of snakes to spread out. When he was sure that there was no one else around, he opened the Divine Nation. The sun-devouring direwolf, surrounded by the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, rushed out of the Divine Nation. Wolf. The Wolf Fang leader sneered. Another dire beast controlled by you? It's a pity that this one is only at the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Although he was only at the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Mo Xiaolong's Nirvana power was also at the peak of the 5th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Especially after devouring Yen Shuia's Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, his progress was even greater. His comprehension of the Tao of Fire and Tao of Devouring was also very shocking. In time, he would be able to survive the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth tribulation. It was a good start for the Wolf Fang leader to treat Mo Xiaolang as a dire beast. Long Chen's figure changed, and the blood-colored divine dragon finally appeared. This was a divine dragon that even the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon feared. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. At this moment, the two of them cooperated and fought again. Long Chen attacked with the Eternal Instant first. Using the Eternal Instant with the body of a divine dragon, its attack power was much stronger. The Wolf Fang leader was directly imprisoned. The sun-devouring demonic wolf moved behind the Wolf Fang leader and spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire that had been accumulating for a long time. It formed a fireball with a diameter of 1 mile, completely imprisoning the Wolf Fang leader within. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire had endless power. The moment the Wolf Fang leader broke free from the Eternal Instant, he screamed miserably from the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. He finally knew how powerful this 4th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm sun-devouring demonic wolf was. Long Chen naturally did not stay idle. While the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire was burning, he and Mo Xiaolang attacked again almost at the same time. Using the body of a divine dragon to execute the heaven-slaughtering blood sword, its attack power was almost 3 times that of a human. And in Mo Xiaolong's mouth, the devouring moon with endless devouring power was unleashed. The Wolf Fang commander roared loudly, mobilizing all the Nirvana energy in his body, shaking away the 9 nether demon ancestral flame that was burning him to the point of screaming. In the next moment, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword and the devouring moon rushed in front of him at the same time. Break! 6 arms brandished 6 Tao artifacts. Long Chen sneered. When the heaven-slaughtering blood sword attacked, the Lingxi sword acted as another attack and was swung towards the Wolf Fang leader's head with his dragon claw. The 3 attacks descended. Under the perfect cooperation of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the Wolf Fang leader, who had just escaped from the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, died in an instant. Today, the second subscription was ranked first, and the monthly ranking was ranked first. The combined sales would definitely be ranked first in the entire website. Chapter 1722. After so many battles, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolong's cooperation had become flawless. Although the commander of the Wolf Fang army was extremely powerful, he didn't have a chance to fight back under the attack of the ancestral dragon's overbearing divine sense and the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire of the Wolf Fang army. His life was taken away by the Spirit Dawn sword. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword broke his defense. The devouring moon and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame heavily injured the Wolf Fang's commander, and Lingxi's sword took his life in the end. All of this happened in an instant. In that instant, the Holy Infant hadn't killed the Snow Wind spiritual dragon yet. The death of the commander of the Wolf Fang basically meant that Long Chen had obtained a complete victory in this chaotic battle. Those who had chased him into Great Dream Tianza had almost all been killed by him. Only the Snow Wind spiritual dragon was left. The 300-meter-long divine dragon was currently squeezing out all of its potential as it engaged in an intense battle with the ferocious holy infant. The attacks from their battle were extremely strong, causing the surroundings to be in a mess as soil was sent flying everywhere. Both the dragon and the snake were proficient in the power of blizzard. Although the snow wind spiritual dragon had a stronger bloodline, the holy infant was too ferocious. Furthermore, the nirvana energy was much stronger than his opponent. After a period of stalemate, the heavily injured snow wind spiritual dragon could no longer hold on. What completely crushed his heart was the scene of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang slaughtering the Wolf Fang's puppets. Originally, he thought that as long as the Wolf Fang's commander got rid of Long Chen, he might still have a chance of obtaining the spiritual snow hound. However, when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's cooperation almost instantly killed the Wolf Fang's commander, his heart was filled with fear. In a moment of carelessness, the holy infant's black head with poisonous fangs tore off a huge piece of flesh from his body. The snow wind spiritual dragon once again let out a miserable shriek. It flapped its huge snow-white wings, trying to drag the holy infant into the sky. However, the holy infant stuck its tail into the ground. The strength of its 400-meter-long body dragged the heavily injured snow wind spiritual dragon back. The holy infant's poison had already spread throughout the snow wind spiritual dragon's body, causing it to become more and more muddle-headed. At this moment, Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over and surrounded the snow wind spiritual dragon. In order to prevent the snow wind spiritual dragon from doing anything out of desperation, the two of them exchanged a glance. They didn't even give the wind dragon stream's young master Qin a chance to breathe and immediately attacked. Up until now, Long Chen had also reached his limit. However, it was too easy for the three of them to target the snow wind spiritual dragon. Long Chen only needed to use Eternal Instant to suppress the snow wind spirit dragon. The sun-devouring demon wolf and the holy infant would be able to drown the snow wind spirit dragon in ice, fire, and poison. The huge dragon body exploded and turned into dust. The snow wind spirit dragon felt the worst pain in the world. Long Chen, at the last moment, the snow wind spiritual dragon's weak voice could be heard. The reason why Long Chen acted so quickly was because he was worried that the snow wind spiritual dragon would spread the news to the other cultivators of the wind dragon stream. If the Rebirth Realm Stream Master were to come out, Long Chen would definitely be finished. Therefore, he chose to end the battle quickly. Long Chen. The snow wind spiritual dragon howled miserably as it struggled to break free from Eternal Instant. However, the holy infant rushed forward and tore the snow wind spiritual dragon's body into two. Blood splattered everywhere. I beg you to spare me. A gentleman keeps his word. I will definitely keep my promise and not reveal anything about you. I beg you. The snow wind spiritual dragon was drowned in fear. The reply he received was the voice of Long Chen taking out the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword. After transforming into his human form, Long Chen charged into the encirclement of the sun-devouring demon wolf and the holy infant. Long Chen. The snow wind spiritual dragon was in a frenzied state. He used the last of his strength to roar. You don't know my identity. My identity isn't that simple. If you kill me, I dare to swear on my dignity that you will definitely cause a huge disaster. Within 10 days, you will definitely be slaughtered. 10 days. I can't reveal my identity, but I dare to say that you really won't live for more than 10 days. Don't do anything stupid. It's true. My life is much more precious than the spiritual snow hound. The snow wind spiritual dragon was already on the verge of death. When Long Chen appeared in front of him, the snow wind spiritual dragon no longer had enough strength to maintain his dragon form. He had transformed into his human form and half of his body had already been bitten off by the holy infant. If you really have an unimaginable force behind you, with your personality, I won't be able to live. I don't believe you. Long Chen said indifferently. You will definitely regret it. Qin Fengxue lowered his voice. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen's actions and determination were incomparably fast and resolute. He executed the dual sword technique. The god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword pierced into the snow wind spiritual dragon's forehead one after another. While destroying the vitality of the snow wind spiritual dragon's body, he also destroyed the snow wind spiritual dragon's primordial spirit, leaving nothing behind. Another drop of inheritance blood essence is gone. Furthermore, he was the one who killed him with his own hands. Long Chen felt helpless. However, he had no other choice. Qin Fengxue had a gloomy personality. If he was allowed to gain power, he would definitely be the kind of person who would kill people without paying for it. Since Long Chen had formed a feud with him, he naturally had to kill him. He was a primordial spiritual blood dragon, and that was in his bones. Looking around, apart from himself, there was no one left alive. Mo Xiaolang returned to the God Nation. As for the Holy Infant, Long Chen had no choice but to bring him into the God Nation. Wild beasts usually maintained their huge bodies, but it wasn't difficult for them to shrink appropriately. And this Holy Infant had basically become Long Chen's clone. Everything was sorted out. Next was to destroy the corpses. Long Chen used fire to clean up the scene, then let Lingxi lead the way. With the Holy Infant in hand, there was basically no danger in Daming Tianze. About half a day later, Long Chen and the others left Daming Tianze and arrived at a new world. Although it was still a boundless wilderness with large numbers of wild beasts and giant worms, it wasn't as oppressive as Daming Tianze. No one was chasing after them either. Although I don't know if they've informed others or if the news has been leaked, we should still be careful. Who would have thought that such a tragic battle would occur so soon after arriving in the eternal sacred realm? Luckily, the sentient snowhound had led him to the heavenly flute jade bamboo. Long Chen sped through the wilderness at top speed. Chen. Lingxi wanted to say something, but stopped. What's wrong? Long Chen slowed down. Lingxi's crystalline eyes wavered as she said somewhat worriedly. Just now, that person from the Wind Dragon stream said that his identity is special. If you kill him, you definitely won't be able to live for more than 10 days. I'm wondering if it's true. Big brother, I also think that he is telling the truth. Mo Xiaolang pursed his lips and said, it should be true. Long Chen smiled and said, so what? At this stage, I definitely can't let him go. Otherwise, I'll die even faster. Right now, I have at least 10 days to leave this troublesome place. As for his identity, I'm guessing he's the illegitimate son of the Wind Dragon Stream Master or something like that. Haha. After saying all this, he continued on his way without a care in the world. Big brother, are you confident? Mo Xiaolang asked worriedly. Long Chen said, I'll take it one step at a time. I don't think I should underestimate myself. I'm going to Eternal Dragon City in the future. If I'm scared by a mere Wind Dragon stream, am I still the ancestral dragon? This wasn't conceit, but pride. They were all people with outstanding potential. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Let's go. Long Chen sped through the wilderness, following the wind toward the depths of the eternal sacred realm. He realized that he'd finally stepped into the territory of the ancient city of martial gods. Before, he'd only been at the edge of the city. For 8 consecutive days, Long Chen had been frantically rushing on his journey. He couldn't even calculate how far he'd traveled, but he hadn't seen a single city along the way. It was clear how barren the eternal sacred realm was. There were many dire beasts in the endless wilderness, but Long Chen avoided fighting them. Finally, on the 8th day, he saw that in the wide earthen yellow plains, there finally appeared a city that looked shabby, but was actually an endless stream of people. This time, Long Chen learned his lesson and didn't dare to go forward rashly. After a period of investigation, he found out that there were about 10,000 people in the city. It was a public city and didn't seem to be occupied by forces like the Wolf Fang. There were 4 ancient words carved on the city gate. Jiangyue Border City. In Jiangyue Border City, only warriors came and went. Finally reaching a safe place, Long Chen and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. However, Long Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. He walked into the city, but the people didn't change because of his arrival. Long Chen secretly observed them and found that most of these martial artists were cold and detached, and they reeked of blood. They walked quietly, entering and exiting the city, and didn't interact much. The buildings in the city were very ancient, and most likely had existed for a very long time. The people of the Eternal God domain didn't understand literature, architecture, or decorations. They were only good at fighting and avoiding nirvana tribulations. This caused the entire world to be deformed. This was the world where Long Qinglan was born, and also Long Chen's hometown. But he didn't find it familiar. The center of the city finally had a flourishing look because there were martial artists conducting transactions here, forming a small city square. There was no currency, and people basically bartered goods. They directly placed their goods on the ground. It seemed like they were doing it casually, But in fact, if someone dared to rob them, a battle would probably break out immediately. There was ferocity under the prosperity. This was the place Long Chen was looking for, because it was the most convenient place to exchange information. It was also the easiest place to get what he wanted, which was a map. Before he had a map, Long Chen knew nothing about the territory of the ancient battle god city. After walking around for a while, Long Chen found that someone was using a map to trade. "What's the price?" Long Chen stood in front of a skinny man and asked. The skinny man raised his head and looked at Long Chen for a while, then said, "Use your life. P.S. 18 p.m., 2 p.m. Chapter 1723. Life. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be intimidated by the other party's words. His eyes didn't even waver as he asked, "You can't take my life." The other party suddenly laughed and said, "In this Zhongyue border city, is there a life that I can't take?" While he was laughing, a few martial artists casually standing around looked towards Long Chen. All of them had ferocious gazes. Even though they didn't move, they were threatening Long Chen. Long Chen naturally knew that they wouldn't openly kill and plunder here. Otherwise, who would want to trade with them? The reason they did this was to intimidate Long Chen. Only after the other party finished laughing did Long Chen directly say, "Just say it. Be more direct." The other party couldn't help but look at him in a different light. They clearly knew that Long Chen had seen through their tricks. But that fellow still spread his hands and said, "This map is a rare resource that I obtained after going through a near-death experience. Such a precious item would require at least a Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns to exchange for it." A Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns. It was just a piece of broken paper. But now was a crucial moment. Long Chen didn't want to cause any commotion here. Even though the other party was extorting him, he didn't mind it. Anyway, it was obtained during the battle in Daming Tianza. He wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how much he spent. Deal. Long Chen waved his hand, and the parchment map landed in his hand. This was a very simple map that used simple strokes to mark the various big and small cities. There were also some special region markings. Daming Tianza had turned into a smald on this map. Martial God Ancient City was in the north, and there were a few cities on the same scale as Martial God Ancient City. In other words, this map only included Martial God Ancient City and a few other Divine Descendant Ancient Cities territories. But to Long Chen, it was definitely enough. "Where's the Dao artifact?" The skinny man stared at Long Chen. Long Chen tossed out a Dao artifact. It was a bone spear forged from the spine of a certain creature and had 7 Dao patterns. He held one end of the Dao artifact and pressed the other end against the other party's shoulder. With Long Chen's strength, the other party was unable to resist at all and was forced to kneel on the ground. They didn't expect Long Chen to suddenly launch an attack. A few martial artists at the side instantly surrounded them. Seeing that a fierce battle was about to break out, Long Chen suddenly loosened his hand and threw the bone spear to the side. He looked at the frightened and small man and said, "One hand over the money, one hand over the goods, I can be considered honest." "Don't move." The scrawny man stood up. His shoulder was still throbbing with pain. In that instant, he deeply felt how terrifying Long Chen was. He knew that this seemingly amiable man in front of him was, in fact, a young expert. Even if he and his group charged at him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Long Chen didn't directly snatch the item and even tossed them a bone spear. He was being extremely benevolent. As they looked at him warily, Long Chen didn't think much of them. He quickly left the spot and went to a corner where everyone looked at the map together. "Because of the spiritual snow hound, we should leave the ancient battle god city's territory as soon as possible. We should be in this position now." After confirming the position, Long Chen found the shortest route to another ancient city of gods on the map. "Let's go to this ancient city of gods territory called the Dark Underworld Godly City first." No one had any objections to Long Chen's decision. Long Chen confirmed the direction again and put the map away. This thing could be of great help at a crucial moment. A desolate gale swept through the wilderness and into Zhongyue Border City. It was called a border city because Zhongyue Border City was at the edge of the Eternal God domain. There were many people in Zhongyue Border City, and it wasn't far from Daming Tianza. It wasn't a safe place. After the people from the Wind Dragon Stream discovered that Qin Fengshue's group had died, they must have followed them. Long Chen was about to escape. At this moment, A deep dragon roar came from the distant sky. From the sound, he could tell that there were more than 10 mystical dragons heading in this direction. More than 10 mystical dragons. This dragon god domain was indeed a place with a large number of dragon martial artists. Even the number of dragon martial artists in the ancient battle god city was probably more than the number of dragon martial artists in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. These roars shook everyone in Xueqi border city very quickly. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they saw a large group of mystical dragons rushing in the direction of Xueqi border city in the distant east. Long Chen was shocked. This could be the people from the Wind Dragon Stream. Kitten. Switch. Long Chen had already discussed it with Kitten. If the other party caught up, he could let Long Chen enter the Great Void Realm and let Kitten be alone outside. After all, apart from Xueqi, no one had seen Kitten before. Xueqi only informed them of the news of the spiritual snowhound and didn't send their appearances back with star talismans. The reason why the people from the Wind Dragon Stream were able to recognize Long Chen was because of the red dragon. At that time, Kitten had already disappeared. Therefore, using Kitten to fool them was the best way. Kitten had an inexplicable strange body. He could make his body look like a 7th-tier divine martial realm. Although his battle strength hadn't recovered, no one could see through his strange methods. Moreover, the Great Void Realm was hidden in his body. This was a dragon scale left behind by the Void Universe Dragon, so not many people could discover it. Just as Long Chen entered the Great Void Realm, a total of 18,000-meter-long divine dragons whistled in the sky. 9 of them were fiery red divine dragons, their bodies burning with raging flames. The other 9 were cyan divine dragons, their bodies rippling with water. No matter where they were, the might of the divine dragons was astonishing, especially the 1,000-meter-long divine dragons. The 18 enormous divine dragons stopped majestically in the sky above Lunar River border city. Their disdainful eyes made countless people's mouths go dry, and they couldn't help but want to kneel and worship them. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws. They were exquisite and full of killing power. Every divine dragon was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. But the most astonishing thing was not the divine dragons, but the luxurious dragon palanquin pulled by the 18 divine dragons. In the eternal god realm, dragon warriors were respected people. Divine dragons were respected beliefs, and their status was very high. As long as one was a dragon warrior, they would receive a lot of attention. However, dragon palanquins existed. All dragon palanquins were palanquins pulled by divine dragons. To be able to be pulled by divine dragons, even the lowest red dragon or azure dragon, their status must be quite shocking. In the entire ancient city of Battle God, only people from the ancient city of divine descendants were qualified. Therefore, the divine dragons pulling the palanquin was almost a symbol of the arrival of people from the ancient city of divine descendants. After realizing this, everyone's heart was boiling. This rare big shot actually came to Lunar River border city. Who was he? People from the martial god ancient city. Every divine descendant ancient city was a place that everyone yearned for. It was a place of dreams. The divine descendant ancient city symbolized authority and strength, and it was also the symbol of the ruler. Under the pressure of the 18 divine dragons, everyone only dared to raise their heads slightly. They originally thought that this big shot was just passing by Lunar River border city quietly. Who would have thought that the 18 dragon sedan chair would actually stop this luxurious and huge dragon sedan chair in the air above the River Moon border city? It was a purple dragon sedan chair inlaid with exquisite gems. The most memorable thing was the rows of bronze bells. Under the gentle breeze, the bronze bells made a crisp sound. Although Long Chen didn't know that much, he knew that this was not someone from the Wind Dragon Stream. Sure enough, right at this time, the dragon palanquin that could hold over 1,000 people and was basically a moving palace opened a small door. A cold-looking girl wearing a luxurious purple dress walked out. This Shanu had sharp eyes and a strong presence of martial arts, but she was only a messenger maid. She looked down, and as her eyes swept across, the legs of the tens of thousands of people trembled. Although she was only a maid, this girl's strength probably surpassed the commander of the Wolf Fong. Long Chen was extremely shocked, but when he remembered that she was from the ancient city of Battle God, he understood. In the immortal sacred realm, everyone was a monster among monsters. Their starting point was the god martial realm, and Long Chen couldn't compare to them. The girl looked around and said, "In the dragon palanquin is Miss Ji of the ancient city of Battle God." Why haven't you all knelt yet? When those words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and called out Miss G's name. Long Chen could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force within the palanquin. It was rather astonishing. This so-called Miss G was definitely a great figure whose name shook the ancient city of martial god. Kitten cursed, but still half knelt. Seeing that everyone was obedient, the maid smiled in satisfaction and continued. Everyone, I'm sure you all know about the bounty our miss has issued. As long as you can find the spiritual snow hound, our miss will definitely be generous. She will also allow you to cultivate in the ancient city of Battle God. Rumor has it that someone has seen a spiritual snow hound nearby. May I ask if anyone has found it? Spiritual snow hound. Long Chen suddenly understood. So this was the big shot who had lost the treasure hunting dog in the ancient city of Battle God. She was actually here. Big brother, should we give this hot potato to her now? In his divine kingdom, everyone was faced with the same choice. If they wanted to return it, it was time. Chapter 17:24. As he pondered, he said, I've already killed Qin Feng Xue, and the Wind Dragon Stream's people definitely won't let me off. If I hand this treasure hunting dog over to her, I'll probably lose many opportunities. Moreover, we have to go to Martial God Ancient City. If I go there, we'll lose our freedom, and the possibility of Xiao Lang being exposed is even greater. If we escape, we might not even have a chance to live. But if we don't go to Martial God Ancient City, our tracks will be exposed, and everyone will know that we have a great treasure. That's even worse. So we can't return it to her. Long Chen made a comprehensive analysis. Since that's the case, let's play it by ear. I don't want to go to Martial God Ancient City either. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was mostly thinking for him. If it was just Long Chen alone, it wouldn't matter if he went to Martial God Ancient City. His final goal was Eternal Dragon City anyway. It was fine as long as it didn't conflict with that. After a round of discussion, Long Chen decided to play it by ear. Miss G's maid examined the crowd for a while. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, but no one answered. Among them, a martial artist mustered his courage and said, In reply to Miss G, we are also looking for that spiritual snow hound, but we haven't received any news yet. The maid's gaze was cold as she asked again. Is there really no one who has seen or heard any news about the spiritual snow hound? Even a piece of news can be rewarded. Everyone coveted the reward, but there was no news. Seeing that there was still no reply, the maid turned to the others and said, Reporting to Miss, no one in this city has found the spiritual snow hound either. What made Long Chen heave a sigh of relief was that the 18 mystical dragons roared. It seemed like the other party was preparing to leave. Just at this time, Long Chen sensed another danger. Just as the 18 mystical dragons were about to set off, they suddenly looked in another direction with a stern look in their eyes. In that direction, a group of martial artists was rushing towards Lunar River Border City. Most of the martial artists were floating in the air. In the eternal celestial realm, anyone who could float in the air without expending their nirvana energy showed that they were very strong. Perhaps they could even compare to the team from Martial God Ancient City. It was this group of people that made Long Chen afraid. They were wearing cyan robes with a cyan divine dragon pattern embroidered on their chests. Obviously, they were from the Wind Dragon Stream. Moreover, they were all older. They should be the last generation of experts in the Wind Dragon Stream. They were much stronger than the group of people that Long Chen had fought before. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. These people were obviously here to chase after Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that the other party would actually mobilize such a large force. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were experts. All of them were chasing after him. Who exactly was that Qin Feng Xue? Could he really be the son of the Wind Dragon Stream's lord? Illegitimate child. If that was the case, then the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. The eternal sacred domain could be said to be full of danger. At this time, among the Wind Dragon Stream's team, a young man with a head of white hair and the most violent aura attracted Long Chen's attention. This person was surrounded by all the Wind Dragon Stream's martial artists, but he was showing off his abilities. He seemed to be in control of life and death. That suffocating feeling was something that Long Chen had felt from another person before. That person was the Star Soul Supervisor, also known as the 3,000 Star Soul Dragon. Could it be that the Wind Dragon Stream's lord had really come to chase after him? This person seemed ordinary, but the person that Long Chen was most afraid of was the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. As the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. It seemed like it would be rather difficult to shake them off. If it wasn't for the arrival of the martial god Ancient Cities team, Long Chen would have already left Lunar River Border City. Long Chen pondered and said, Qin Fengxue once said that I only have 10 days to live. It seems like he was referring to this. This calamity is more shocking than I expected, but I have Kitten's disguise. If I were in the wilderness, it would be difficult for him to catch me. It's just that I'm in Lunar River Border City now, so it's not easy to escape. It seems like if others discover my identity, I can only offer up my spiritual snowhound and let Miss G bring me away. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord's ability shouldn't be comparable to Miss G's. If it wasn't necessary, Long Chen wouldn't hand over the treasure-seeking dog. The two forces met. In the Wind Dragon Stream, the white-haired young man took a step forward. His strength definitely surpassed Miss G's. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the person in the dragon sedan and said, Miss G, I'm the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. These are all my Wind Dragon Stream's experts. I didn't expect to meet Miss G here. It's truly my fortune. From the dragon sedan, a voice as pleasant as an oriole could be heard. Miss G spoke. Mr. Liu doesn't have to be so courteous. I heard that Mr. Liu is the Nine Heavens Imperial Wind Dragon, able to dominate the 4 seas with outstanding combat prowess. Recently, my most beloved spiritual snowhound has gone missing. It's rumored that someone found it nearby. This area is Mr. Liu's territory. I wonder if Mr. Liu has any news about my little Xueqi? The Wind Dragon Stream's lord hurriedly said, Miss G, I do have some news. However, there are some twists and turns in the process. I'll explain it slowly. Miss G, please don't be anxious. Hearing the news, Miss G, who was obviously very concerned about the spiritual snowhound, could still maintain her composure and said, Mister, please speak. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord said, My Wind Dragon Stream's disciple, Qin Fengxue, found the spiritual snowhound in Daming Tianza. When he was about to bring it back to the Wind Dragon Stream, he was ambushed. That ambusher was named Long Chen. He killed my disciple and stole the spiritual snowhound. I'm here to chase after Long Chen and bring the spiritual snowhound back to Miss G. At the same time, I'm also here to take revenge. Hearing this, Long Chen was secretly shocked. As the saying goes, when the righteous person is 1 foot high, the devil is 10. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord had changed the relationship between him and Long Chen with just a few words. In this case, even if Long Chen handed over the spiritual snowhound in public, Miss G, who had a good relationship with the Wind Dragon Stream's lord, would think that the Wind Dragon Stream's lord had found the spiritual snowhound and that Long Chen was just a shameless thief. In this case, if he handed over the spiritual snowhound, he would die. Miss G probably wouldn't stand up for him for a random person like him. Even if she knew the truth, she would go with the flow and give the Wind Dragon Stream's lord a favor. At this moment, the Wind Dragon Stream's lord continued, Fortunately, I still have Long Chen's appearance here. This time, he will definitely not be able to escape. Hearing this, Long Chen knew that he was in a bad situation. He had shown himself just now. He thought that the Wind Dragon Stream's people wouldn't chase him to Lunar River Border City after 10 days of running. That was why he didn't care about his appearance. When he bought the map just now, those people could clearly see his appearance. This indirectly increased the danger for him. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord didn't say anything and took out a lifelike portrait from his god kingdom. It was obviously Long Chen's appearance. He said, This is Long Chen's appearance. Miss G has seen this person before. Seeing this portrait, as expected, the people in Lunar River Border City reacted faster than Long Chen. They shouted, I have seen this person before. Once they said this, the whole city was shocked. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord was overjoyed. He extended his hand and sucked the person in front of him. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord asked, Hurry up and tell me the details. You will be rewarded. The skinny man was overjoyed and quickly said, Just an hour ago, this person bought a map from me with a Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns. As he said this, he took out the Dao artifact. This is my Wind Dragon Stream's Dao artifact. It is definitely Long Chen. An hour later, he might not be able to escape from Lunar River Border City. Everyone, Seal off Lunar River border city. Don't let even a fly out. Qin Balong, reward him with a Dao artifact with 9 Dao patterns. After throwing the skinny man behind him, the Wind Dragon Stream's lord stood in the sky and looked at Lunar River border city coldly. Is he in this city? Why didn't he give it to me earlier? Maybe he escaped first. In the dragon palanquin, the girl called Miss G muttered to herself. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could only fight with their wits and courage. Long Chen believed that Kitten had the ability to do this. After all, this family had made fewer mistakes. The Wind Dragon Stream's experts quickly spread out and surrounded the entire Lunar River border city. More than 100 people surrounded this small city. It could be said that it was extremely tight. The Wind Dragon Stream's experts came to the top of Lunar River border city. His gaze swept across everyone. For a moment, everyone was trembling in fear. Their legs were trembling, and most of their faces were pale. They all felt as if countless knives were brushing past their bodies. It was extremely painful. This was the gaze of a reincarnation tribulation realm expert. Everyone felt as if their internal organs had been dug out, and none of their secrets could be kept. Among them, the Wind Dragon Stream's gaze swept past Kitten. Kitten still looked like a child, but he displayed the strength of the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. He did not even have a holy kingdom. Furthermore, it was impossible for the Kitten to discover him. Hence, the Wind Dragon Stream's gaze swept past Kitten very quickly. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat due to fear, but Kitten acted as if nothing had happened. He said very proudly, "With my skills, if this stupid dragon could discover me, I would cut off my manhood and give it to him to eat with wine." His words made the tense and angry people relax a lot. It's been an hour. He's already escaped. After patrolling the city, the Wind Dragon Stream's lord suddenly realized that he did not believe that Long Chen could escape so quickly. He searched again and found no one. "Mr. Liu, I guess he has already escaped. We should disperse our forces and spread out to the surroundings. At the same time, we should put up a bounty," Miss G said. She was a smart person and knew that Long Chen was obviously a pitiful person who was framed by the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. If he was really here just now, he would definitely be in a hurry to give her the spiritual snow hound the moment she arrived. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord still did not give up. His heart ached. Qin Fengxue was his son. Of course, he was just an illegitimate child. He could not show his overwhelming anger. But he could not help it. He did not want to let go of any possibility. Kill everyone in this city. I don't believe that he will not reveal his true colors. P.S. It's like a half-holiday now. I will reward everyone well. Conceptualize, plan, think carefully, and do your best. Chapter 1725. Kill all the people in Lunar Riverside City. This sentence caused a huge panic in Lunar Riverside City. Everyone's worried faces became even more panicked. No one wanted to be implicated for no reason. Hence, at this moment, more than 10,000 people reacted and started to flee out of the city. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord was a rebirth Calamity Realm warrior. His words carried enormous weight. In order to survive, everyone went crazy. They cursed Long Chen and the skinny man at the same time. If he didn't reveal Long Chen's whereabouts, such a disaster wouldn't have happened. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord looked at the people who were fleeing below and became even more furious. He roared, "Kill them all. Don't let anyone escape." The experts of the Wind Dragon Stream were ready to take action. With their abilities, it was a piece of cake to deal with this group of desperados. However, a turning point appeared. Miss G's cold voice came from the dragon sedan that was pulled by the 18 divine dragons. "Hold on. No one is allowed to take action." The authority of the martial god ancient city was too great. The experts of the Wind Dragon Stream looked at each other and stopped momentarily. They were waiting for the negotiation between the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss G. However, the experts of Lunar Riverside City took the opportunity to flee frantically. Many of them risked their lives to avoid being implicated. If it wasn't for Miss G, the Wind Dragon Stream Lord could indeed kill as many people as he wanted without any scruples. "Miss G, it's better to kill the wrong people than to let them go. This is the only way to force Long Chen out." The Wind Dragon Stream Lord's voice turned cold. It seemed like he was going to have a conflict with Miss G. Miss G's expression was calm. She said, "What's wrong with Mr. Liu? It's just the death of a few disciples. There's no need to implicate the fish in the moat. Mr. Liu doesn't care about his reputation. However, I do. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my image be incomparably brutal?" The Wind Dragon Stream Lord was stunned. He stared at the huge dragon sedan and said, "Miss G, I did this myself. It might not have anything to do with you. Besides, it's just the lives of 10,000 people. The number of people I've killed in my life is more than 1,000 or 100 times more." At this moment, he still didn't want to retreat. As a Rebirth Calamity Realm expert, he had his own pride. She said, "It seems like Mr. Liu has hardened his heart to not give this little girl any face. As the saying goes, the heavens are benevolent. Long Chen is definitely not in Jiangyu border city. If Mr. Liu really wants to massacre the entire city, then I can only act to stop him. The person you are looking for is currently fleeing. Yet Mr. Liu is still entangled in this matter. I really don't understand. Could it be that Mr. Liu hasn't found the person, so every time you arrive at a city, you want to massacre the entire city?" Mr. God Ancient City. She was. Riverside City. Dragon. No matter how bold the Wind Dragon Streamlord was, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Under Long Chen's forceful request, the Wind Dragon Stream Master had no choice but to compromise. Otherwise there would be a war between the two of them. However, this could not hide the anger in his heart. He could only suppress it. In fact, he knew that Long Chen had most likely left. Massacring the city was just to vent his anger. While they were talking, a large number of cultivators in the Jiangyu border city had successfully escaped. In a short moment, the entire city had become empty. Tens of thousands of people had fled in all directions. This situation made it even more difficult for them to find Long Chen. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord gritted his teeth and watched them escape. Kitten was among the crowd. After helping the crowd escape, he was extremely proud. He hummed a tune and disappeared from the sight of the Wind Dragon Stream experts. Although it was a close call, they managed to escape safely in the end. It was all thanks to Kitten's ability to deceive the Wind Dragon Stream Lord. However, their survival had a lot to do with Miss G from the Martial God Ancient City. Looking back, the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss G were already preparing to capture Long Chen. From this moment on, Long Chen's portrait would probably spread throughout the Martial God Ancient City. He would become a wanted criminal that everyone wanted to kill. After all, he had snatched Miss G's spiritual snowhound. Now, he wasn't completely out of danger. The road ahead would probably be very difficult unless Long Chen could quickly become all-powerful in the eternal sacred territory. In the great virtual realm, he arranged a route for Kitten. "If we go in this direction, we'll reach a large river in about a day. This is a river that runs through the entire ancient city of War God. It's called the War God Galaxy. The War God Galaxy flows all the way to the ancient city of Night God. We can hide at the bottom of the river and follow the current to reach the ancient city of Night God. This is the best method. The chances of being discovered in the river are very low." This was the convenience of having a map. Once they reached the Martial God Galaxy, they would probably be out of the control of the Wind Dragon Stream and Martial God Ancient City. However, why didn't Long Chen choose this route from the start? That was because he didn't realize the severity of the situation at the start. Besides, in the Martial God Galaxy, the wild beasts in the water might be even more terrifying. There were many dangers. This was a very risky route. However, if Long Chen was wanted by the entire Martial God Ancient City, he could only choose this route. On the way, everyone was discussing whether they should return the spiritual snowhound to Miss G. Looking at Miss G's appearance, she seems to dote on it a lot. Can we be considered to be stealing her love? Lingxi said softly. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Perhaps she only treated the treasure hunting dog as a treasure hunting tool. That woman may seem as calm as water, but she is actually very scheming. Don't be fooled by her appearance, she isn't truly kind. She only stopped the massacre for the sake of her reputation. Besides, the Wind Dragon Stream Master has already tarnished our reputation. He has now become the person who found the spiritual snowhound, and I am the thief. No matter what method I use to return it to her, it won't end well. We have already entered this whirlpool, and returning the spiritual snowhound to her won't solve the problem." After Long Chen's analysis, everyone was even more certain that there was no turning back. In a blink of an eye, Everyone was far away from Zhongyue border city. In fact, the martial god galaxy wasn't far from Zhongyue border city. It was just that Kitten's speed wasn't as fast as Long Chen's, so it took him a day to travel. During this day, the Wind Dragon Stream Master's forces had already spread out over a large area. Long Chen could sense that many warriors had already chased them to the surroundings. However, they weren't interested in Kitten, who was in the god martial realm and didn't even have a god nation, so they were automatically ignored. Most of the forces around the Wind Dragon Stream Master were shocked by the reward. Basically, whoever could capture Long Chen and retrieve the spiritual snowhound would get the final reward. Hence, more and more warriors joined the ranks and tried their luck with Long Chen's portrait. The Wind Dragon Stream Master was different from others. He wasn't interested in Miss G's reward. What he wanted was Long Chen's life. At this time, Kitten had already brought everyone to the front of that vast river. Everyone was stunned. This was simply an ocean, not a river. Standing by the river, they couldn't see the other side at all. Perhaps this martial god galaxy's width was more than 100 miles. As for its depth, it was at least tens of thousands of miles deep. This martial god galaxy was even bigger than Long Chen's imagination. No wonder it was called the largest river in the martial god ancient city's territory. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent was cut off by the shattered star sea, so it was very rare for such a huge river to appear. This was easier to hide than Long Chen had imagined. The torrential river surged toward the territory of the dark underworld godly ancient city like millions of wild horses galloping endlessly. Large amounts of water splashed into the sky before falling back down, turning into a mist that filled the sky. Go down. Kitten dove into the martial god galaxy. After entering the river, Long Chen reappeared and replaced Kitten's position. His speed was even faster. With his physique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide at the bottom of the river. Ever since Long Chen reappeared, he kept diving deeper and deeper. Only when the entire world was submerged by the river did he feel like he was in the deepest part of the ocean, following the ocean currents towards the distance. Long Chen tried his best to minimize the possibility of him being discovered. He realized that the depth of the martial god galaxy was more than 10,000 meters. It was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't find the bottom at all. The eternal god domain was originally a sky island. Long Chen imagined that if he dived to the bottom, wouldn't he fall back to the dragon's sacrificial dragon continent? Of course, this was a wild idea. Based on the speed of the river, it would take about a month for Long Chen to leave the martial god ancient city. In the eternal god domain, whether it was the nirvana spiritual energy or the structure of the world, it was the most suitable place for Long Chen to cultivate. He didn't let this month go. The increase in nirvana energy had reached its limit. Now, like Xiao Lang, he was waiting for the calamity of the Hellfire Star Behemoth to arrive. Perhaps he would be able to break through soon, but Long Chen faced the same problem as Mo Xiaolang, and that was the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's attainment in the Tao of Massacre was constantly improving. The Slaughter Dragon Seal and Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword were getting stronger and stronger. The Tao of Time was even more impressive, even more advanced than the Tao of Massacre. In several battles, the Illusory Dream and Eternal Instant had played a huge role. The Chaos and Stillness attributes had yet to be developed. Following the river, Long Chen pondered about time. Suddenly, he realized that time was just a river. Why was it that he could hide in the river but not in the river of time? Chapter 1726. Sometimes, a mere thought could open up endless possibilities. Long Chen had received the inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon's essence blood. In his Seal of Time, most of its abilities and powers had yet to be developed. Even the young dragons of the real divine dragons would gradually learn and familiarize themselves with their own skills as they grew. Long Chen was the young dragon of the Void Infinity Dragon. Now, he had honed two abilities: Illusory Dreams and Eternal Momentary Blink. This was just like how birds had the ability to fly, but they could not fly immediately after they were born. They needed to practice over and over again. Long Chen was the same. He suddenly thought that rivers were equal to time. Could he hide in the river of time? It was just like how a bird realized that it could fly. As long as he began to connect, this potential would be developed step by step. Of course, Long Chen also knew about time reversal. He had already mastered the basics of time reversal through the extreme finger of time and had stepped through the threshold. However, the path of time reversal was too difficult. Without the extreme finger of time, It would have been difficult for Long Chen to even find the threshold. In comparison, Long Chen had a feeling that he knew the ability of the Void Infinity Dragon existed. It was much easier than time reversal, and even easier than the path of time disorder. This was the most basic path of the Void Infinity Dragon. There was no need to change the course of the river of time. All one needed to do was to be familiar with it and integrate with it. The power of time was endless. The Void Infinity Dragon was the only divine creature that wandered in the river of time. It was the only one that had transcended, and hiding in the river of time was its most basic ability. After all, the Void Infinity Dragon was illusory. When it was alive, it did not have any physical body. The claws that Long Qinglan had obtained were not real claws, and the scales that Kitten had obtained were not real dragon scales either. However, they were indeed things that the Void Infinity Dragon had left in this world. Perhaps it would only reveal its physical body after it died or was injured. In order to avoid being discovered, Long Chen kept moving downward. At the same time, he used all his energy to treat the War God Galaxy as a river of time, merging them together. Time was like a surging river, and Long Chen was the darling of time. He transformed his body into the illusory state of the Void Cosmic Dragon, taking the form of a dragon. As he wandered in the War God Galaxy, he also wandered in the river of time. Activating this mystic art was much easier than activating time disorder. Long Chen was like a fish in water, happily swimming in the river of time. It was like a bird learning to fly with its innate talent, or a beast learning to walk and run while trembling. Once the things left behind in the inheritance were dug out, Long Chen easily learned them. Such a mystic art was something that others could not possibly research in their entire lives. This was the exclusive property of the Void Aeon Dragon. There were strong and weak ancestral dragons. The ancient blood spiritual dragon was ranked near the bottom, but the Void Aeon Dragon was definitely in the top 3. It was the most mysterious and ethereal existence. For about half a month, Long Chen had completely immersed his body in the river of time. He became more and more proficient, and finally, he was almost at ease. Then, a terrifying and shocking thing happened to his body. That was, his body disappeared from this world. It was not invisibility, but a kind of true disappearance, as if he had gone to another time and space. But in Long Chen's perception, he was still here, but others had cut off all perception of him. Perhaps I have just started to uncover the mystic art of the ancestral dragon, especially time. The power of time was unimaginably strange. Long Chen turned into a roaming dragon of time, running freely. In this great river, no one could find him. Of course, Long Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, his current nirvana power was still shallow, and roaming like this consumed energy. Once his energy was exhausted, he would be exposed. This move, let's call it Time Roaming Dragon. For Long Chen, this move came at the right time. Ever since he came to the Eternal God Realm, he had been in a state of being hunted. If he was alone, Long Chen would not have been so afraid. But now he had a family, and facing this huge danger that could appear at any time, he had been very afraid, especially after the appearance of the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss Ji. But now Long Chen was sure that if he was still in Zhongyue Border City, even if he did not use Kitten, they would definitely not be able to find him. It could be said that he had mastered a method that made him invincible. Compared to the blood escape before the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline was completely unlocked, this time roaming dragon was much more advanced. At least, Long Chen could roam for a few hours continuously. He could replenish it at any time, and use it at any time. Long Chen had Mo Xiaolang and the others test it. When Long Chen used Time Roaming Dragon, no one would be able to discover him. This was almost a super high-level invisibility technique. In fact, after entering this state, the damage from attacks of the same level would be greatly reduced. After succeeding, there was no need for Long Chen to hide so deeply. The ancient Battle God City's territory was too dangerous, and leaving was necessary. It was just that he could slow down his pace. He walked along this long river for close to 20 days, and in another 10 days, he would reach the dark underworld ancient city's territory. Long Chen, who was swimming in the river, suddenly noticed movement in front of him. Even the spiritual snow hound in the God Kingdom was barking uneasily. Generally speaking, what made it afraid was Dao treasures, because Dao treasures were shocking. What made it excited was immortal essences, just like when it encountered the heavenly flute jade bamboo. Vaguely, Long Chen could hear the sounds of conversation. Could it be that they have already sensed that I entered the Battle God Galaxy and have come to capture me? Longchen guessed. He quickly entered time-roaming dragon state and no longer had any scruples. He directly headed towards the place where the conversation was going. A large number of river walls and mountain ranges appeared around him. Longchen passed by all kinds of rocky mountain walls that were covered with plants at the bottom of the river. More and more mountains appeared around him, and they all extended out from the side of the river. When he neared his destination, he almost didn't need to hide and appeared behind the group of people. The surroundings were almost pitch black, and the river was filled with aquatic plants. The side of the river was densely packed, and it looked like a forest. Even the rocks couldn't be found. This group of people were all strangers, and Longchen didn't know a single one of them. They are all experts. Although they aren't at the level of the Star Soul Supervisor or the Wind Dragon Stream Master, they are still very strong. They are close to that, Miss G. They must be above the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Longchen sized them up without any scruples. These were 8 somewhat strange people, and they weren't young. One of them had a body covered with green scales and a ferocious expression. Another was completely pitch black, but his eyes were snow white and had no pupils. His entire body was ice cold. Another was a coquettish young woman in red. She wore revealing clothes, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. Her red lips were tender, and her eyes were foxy. At least half of her full chest was exposed. It was magnificent, and her buttocks were extremely slender. There were also 3 burly men with similar appearances, and a couple. The wife looked like an ordinary woman, fresh and natural, while the husband was short and burly, like a clown. The 8 of them looked different, but they were really powerful. At the very least, Longchen didn't dare to provoke them easily. To dare to come so deep into the river, they had to have some power. Longchen realized that the people he met after coming to the Eternal God Domain were getting stronger and stronger. As expected of the world that ruled the dragon sacrificial continent. What are they doing? The people in the God Nation were also very curious. Longchen quietly listened to their conversation. Looks like they aren't here for me. From their conversation, Longchen learned that the 8 of them were called the Star River 8 Devils. Star River was naturally the War God Galaxy. Presumably, they were 8 of the more powerful and cruel people active in the War God Galaxy. The green-scaled man was called the Green-Scaled Swordsman by others. The man who was completely black and had no pupils was called Blade River Demon by others. As for the seductive woman, she was called Yao Yuhong. The 3 burly men were the Desert North's 3 heroes, probably 3 brothers. Among the couple, the short man was called Tong Jiang, and the tall woman was called Huan Shishue. Longchen sensed that they seemed to have some kind of special plan, so he remembered their names and characteristics. Among the 8, Green-Scaled Visitor and Blade River Demon were a bit stronger. At this time, Green-Scaled Visitor approached the side of the river, brushed aside a large amount of watergrass, and said with a coarse voice that didn't sound human, "According to the map, it's here. Let me." The emotionless Blade River Demon took a step forward, using his hand as a blade. Blade chi vibrated, and the river was directly split open. This vibration caused all the watergrass to scatter, and the forest-like side of the river disappeared, revealing the smooth interior. "I see it, it's there," the 8 exclaimed at the same time. Following their gazes, Longchen saw a circular, ancient bronze door on the side of the wide river. It was only 2 meters in diameter, and there was an ancient and desolate array carved on the door. It was filled with a heavy aura of history, but perhaps because it had been too long, the ancient bronze door was rusted, and it looked like it could break at any time. It appeared, the ruins of the ethereal immortal sect really exist. Green-Scaled Visitor exclaimed. Everyone revealed a look of extreme joy. The seductive woman Yao Yuhong laughed, her breasts dancing, and said in a sweet voice, "This is great. With the things left behind by the ethereal immortal sect, we, the Star River 8 Devils, will become stronger and stronger. When we all pass the samsara tribulations, we will be able to do whatever we want in the entire ancient Battle God City." Chapter 1727. Ethereal Immortal Sect. It seemed to be something that had nothing to do with him. But Longchen had comprehended the time dragon, so he calmed down and continued watching. At this time, the 8 evils of the Star River silently gathered in front of the ancient bronze door. Every one of them looked excited, but they were suppressing it, pretending to be emotionally stable. Judging from the fluctuations in their hearts, perhaps the ruins of the misty immortal path must be very shocking. After all, it was a super sect that could compete with the ancient city of God's descendants. Between the couple, Tong Zhong's face was ugly, and his hands were trembling. He muttered to himself, back then, when the Piaomiao immortal sect was destroyed, a large number of treasures were taken away by the three divine descendants of the ancient city. The Piaomiao immortal sect was wiped out, and then a large number of martial artists rushed in to beat them up. They dug up the Piaomiao immortal sect, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. However, after counting, there were still many things that were lost. It might have been taken away by the people of the Piaomiao immortal sect. His wife, Xueqi, could no longer remain calm. Her eyes trembled, and she said, "The most important thing should be the 8 celestial swords." The ethereal immortal sect was founded on swords. Sword warriors dominated the world. They provoked the ancient city of God's descendants. Although they were destroyed, their experts also killed a large number of experts from the 3 ancient city of God's descendants. The 8 celestial swords were very famous even in the ethereal immortal sect. Tong Jiang continued, looking at the ancient bronze door with blazing eyes. And the 8 celestial swords are probably hidden in the war god galaxy, in the ancient bronze door in front of us. 8 celestial swords. Green Scale Guest laughed. Yes, the 8 celestial swords. Each celestial sword has 10 Dao patterns. There are a total of 80 Dao patterns. They come from ancient Taoist weapons from nearly 10 million years ago. Slaying immortal sword, extinguishing immortal sword, killing immortal sword, trapping immortal sword, covering heaven sword, fighting heaven sword, burning heaven sword, and raising heaven sword. Separated, each is an ancient Taoist weapon. When they are gathered together, it is an unprecedented super-divine weapon. Many reincarnation state warriors have never owned an ancient Taoist weapon of this level. If you have just stepped into the rebirth tribulation realm, it is already very good to have a Dao artifact with 40 Dao patterns. Blade River Demon laughed mockingly. Everyone, let's not waste any more words. We fought alongside each other for so many years. Now is the time for us to rise. I think we should hurry up and take away the 8 celestial swords. Yao Yuhong looked at everyone with her bewitching eyes. Everyone paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Take everyone's treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took out a small white jade sword that was only 10 centimeters long. There was a small character engraved on the hilt of each white jade sword. They were respectively punish, exterminate, slaughter, trap, conceal, battle, blaze, and raise. These white jade swords looked very ordinary. They should be a set, and everyone had one. Looking closely, there were a total of 8 small holes arranged in a circular pattern on the ancient bronze door, corresponding to the 8 white jade swords. These 8 white jade swords were probably the keys to the ancient bronze door. So, what was going to happen next? When Long Chen was completely focused on opening the ancient bronze door, there was a faint movement behind him. Long Chen wasn't startled, and instead lightly moved to the side. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because behind him, there was a young woman walking in his direction. Suddenly seeing such a breathtaking girl at the bottom of the river, Long Chen was still a bit surprised. This was a peerless girl wearing a red tight outfit and dark red high boots. She had a waterfall of black hair, bright black eyes, and a snake-like waist. Her skin was snow white, and she had a beautiful nose and willowy eyebrows. Her appearance was top-notch, but there was a hint of unruliness and fierceness in her eyes. She gave off a noble aura. She must be the kind of girl who had been in a high position since she was young. Both of them had been in a high position since they were young, but Lingxi didn't have such an overbearing attitude. Perhaps this was the difference. The true nobility came from the soul. This unruliness girl in red was very bold. While the other party was talking, she actually stayed where Long Chen had been. Why won't she be discovered? Long Chen was very puzzled, but then he understood. It turned out that this girl was wearing a black cloak. This cloak was a supreme Dao treasure that actually had the effect of invisibility, causing the 8 devils of the Star River to be unable to see her. But no matter how powerful a Dao treasure was, it couldn't compare to Long Chen's time dragon. She was discovered by Long Chen, but she didn't discover Long Chen. At this time, the 8 devils of the Star River were ready. They stood about 30 meters away from the ancient bronze door. At the same time, they threw the white jade swords in their hands in the direction of the ancient bronze door. Almost at the same time, Everyone's white jade swords stabbed into the corresponding positions of the ancient bronze door. The eyes of the 8 devils of the Star River and the unruliness girl instantly widened. They had already prepared themselves for this moment. Crack! The ancient bronze door finally moved. Everyone's heartstrings began to tighten. The white jade swords began to fuse with the ancient bronze door, and snow-white light emitted from the small holes. The next moment, the circular array on the entire ancient bronze door began to shine. The white light exploded, and the ancient bronze door began to spin. The entire side of the river shook violently, and a large amount of river water was shaken. Sand and stones rolled down, falling into the bottomless river bottom. Just as everyone was about to suffocate, the ancient bronze door finally opened, and a gap opened. Then the gap began to expand. Long Chen was also ready to sprint. He had witnessed too much of the ugliness of human nature. The 8 devils of the Star River seemed to be harmonious, but in fact, they were already prepared for battle. They couldn't hide their greed and killing intent. The 8 great sky swords, when combined, were a super divine weapon. Even if they obtained 1 or 2, although they were ancient Dao artifacts, they were useless. They had more than a dozen Dao patterns Dao artifacts in their hands, and only one person could obtain all of them. So, only one person could obtain the final victory. Although they were known as the 8 devils of the Star River, they didn't have the habit of giving such good things to others. Just as the ancient bronze door opened, this group of restless people couldn't resist their desire to kill and fight. Almost at the same time, they attacked the people around them. The 8 terrifying experts attacked together, and the shockwaves created were absolutely shocking. If Long Chen hadn't been prepared, he would have been sent flying. The war god galaxy erupted, and the river water rushed into the sky. In this violent collision, Long Chen's vision was a blur. He could only see the red-clothed girl stealthily moving towards the entrance of the ancient bronze door while the 8 devils of the Star River were fighting. With the time dragon, Long Chen didn't have any worries. He tried his best to get close to the ancient bronze door from the side of the river. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the red-clothed girl, he could still get close. At this time, the bronze door opened, and it was pitch black inside. The red-clothed girl didn't say anything and rushed in. Long Chen quickly followed. Just as he was about to rush in, Lingxi reminded him, "Chen, I feel that the spiritual snowhound seems to be afraid of the 8 white jade swords. Bring them with you first." Long Chen didn't have time to think about why the treasure-seeking dog would react to the key. He went behind the door and stretched out his hand to bring the 8 white jade swords into the divine kingdom. "Brothers, it's more important to go in. Fighting here will only attract more people. When the time comes, all of us will be in vain. To determine the winner, let's go in first. How about it?" No one knew who shouted, but everyone retreated and swarmed towards the ancient bronze door. Long Chen quickly seized the opportunity and rushed into the ancient bronze door. At this time, the ancient bronze door started to close. At the last moment, the 8 devils of the Star River rushed into the ancient bronze door and the ancient bronze door closed. Long Chen rushed forward with all his might. The red-clothed girl was strong, but because of the black cloak, she couldn't use her maximum speed. So even though she entered first, she couldn't open up a large gap. Instead, the 8 devils of the Star River swarmed over. The 10 of them rushed through the 100-meter-long tunnel at almost the same time and came to a cave. Looking up, it was a cave. There was a river below, and there was a putrid smell coming from it. The entire cave was long and large, and it was pitch black. At the end of the cave, there was a flash of white light, and there was a faint surge of sword chi. 8 celestial swords. The green scale visitor and the others roared. The 8 devils of the Star River didn't even care about their lives. One by one, they began to compete in speed, rushing towards the direction of the light. Long Chen and the red-clothed girl also rushed in that direction with all their might. Fortunately, the 8 devils of the Star River were still fighting as they moved forward, so Long Chen and the others could catch up. After going around a few corners, they reached the deepest part of the cave. In front of them, there was a large white array with a diameter of more than 100 meters. It shone brightly, and the sword talismans in the array surged. A large amount of dense immortal chi appeared, and a fragrance wafted over. It was as if there were fairies dancing in it, and celestial music lingered. It was extremely pleasant to listen to. On the white array, there were 8 positions. In the air above these 8 positions, there were 8 white long swords floating. Everyone saw the white long swords at first glance, and for a moment, they all went crazy. 80 Dao patterns. Ancient Dao artifacts. Peerless divine weapons. With it, they could dominate the world. The 8 celestial swords were infinitely powerful, but they had suppressed this war god galaxy, not appearing for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone was so excited that they were forbidden to fly. When the 8 celestial swords appeared, the battle immediately escalated. The 8 devils of the Star River, who usually fought side by side, were now fighting with bloodshot eyes. They were all trying to stop each other, but at the same time trying to get as close to the 8 celestial swords as possible. Long Chen was not involved, watching this scene that shocked him. In the face of greed, so-called friendship was non-existent. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not care about their lives. Although they were less than 100 meters away from the 8 celestial swords, miraculously, no one advanced much. New rules for explosive updates. After careful consideration, it is as follows. There are 2 rankings on the front page. Please pay attention to the daily subscription rankings. After 24 hours, that is, before midnight every day, if the Dragon Blood God of War is in first place, then you can add a chapter the next day. If you are busy and cannot add a chapter, then you can owe it for now. Implement it first, and I will make slight adjustments depending on the situation. It is not easy to be in first place on the subscription rankings. It is all because of everyone's support for the official subscription. There are also many people who can add chapters after subscribing. Now, I am basically in second place. If there is a possibility of this plan being realized, then it will continue throughout my writing career. Chapter 1728. If he hadn't come to the eternal sacred domain, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to sense what limits the martial artists here had broken through. They had all gone to the dragon sacrificial continent and were all existences that ruled over the world. Although he didn't know their exact strength, judging from the way they fought, they were probably at least at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. In any case, they were much stronger than the Wolf Fong army's commander. This intense battle caused great damage. Fortunately, the entire cave was protected by a layer of array formation. There was no movement from the battle inside. While they were fighting, Long Chen carefully examined the ancient 8 sky swords. 80 Dao patterns. For someone like Long Chen, who wielded an 8-patterned ancient Dao artifact, an 80-patterned ancient Dao artifact was hard to imagine. As long as it had more than 100 patterns, it would be an immemorial Dao artifact. To him, the 8 great sky swords with 80 patterns were undoubtedly more precious than any other peerless divine weapon. More precious than any treasure-hunting dog. After comprehending the time-roaming dragon, he had the chance to sneak in. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a precious treasure. Ethereal immortal sect. Dense immortal chi. In Long Chen's mind, it was as though a proud immortal sect had fallen into the flames of war. Although the 8 beasts of the galaxy were very strong, and there was a girl in red hiding in the dark, the possibility of obtaining the 8 sky swords was too small. If they really fought, any one of the 8 beasts of the galaxy could wipe out Long Chen's army. Therefore, he could only wait and see for now. 80 Dao patterns. Ancient Dao treasures. Long Chen looked at the 8 snow-white long swords floating in the light array. The shocking power gave him a strong visual impact. It wasn't just Long Chen. Everyone in the God Nation felt their hearts beating violently. 80 Dao patterns. If I can get them, I'll be rich. Aya, boss's luck is so damn good. I'm so envious. I'm so angry. Little Cat was immersed in laughter as if Long Chen had already obtained the 8 great celestial swords. Big brother, be careful. Safety is more important. Mo Xiaolang was more mature and reminded him carefully. After what had happened in the Wind Dragon stream, Long Chen no longer dared to look down on people from the Eternal God domain. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. The 8 fierce galactic beasts fought fiercely, and soon, casualties began to appear. Almost everyone was injured in the melee, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Everyone used all their means to fight. Stop! The green-scaled swordsman suddenly let out a roar. He was the first to retreat from the battlefield, then he shouted, "Fighting like this won't do anyone any good. It will only result in death. We brothers and sisters have fought side by side for tens of thousands of years. I think we should wake up. For a treasure, 7 of us are going to die. It's not worth it. In truth, after experiencing the terrifying battle just now, the 8 of them were actually afraid. Someone jumped out to stop the battle, and everyone else also stopped fighting. One of the 3 heroes of Ma Bei said, "Green-scaled visitor, what do you think we should do?" The green-scale guest said, "There won't be any result in a chaotic battle. I have a suggestion. First, we will each get a heavenly sword as our capital. Then we will spend a year or 2 and let the 8 of us fight in pairs. The winner will take all the heavenly swords from the loser until the heavenly swords belong to one person. The final winner will also have to take on the task of protecting the other brothers and sisters. What do you think?" "That's not fair. You and Blade River Devil are the strongest," one of the Ma Bei 3 said. "How is that not fair?" the green-scaled visitor said angrily. "You want the Ma Bei 3 to be the same person? But you have 3 heavenly swords to begin with." The Ma Bei 3 exchanged glances. They were brothers, so they were naturally one. If they had 3 heavenly swords to begin with, it would have been a solid foundation. Even though they were weaker than their opponents, they wouldn't have lost all of them. "What a good idea." Long Chen sneered. It was a good idea, but if they followed it this way, people would always be unpredictable, and there would always be people who didn't follow the rules. That was human nature. Who could stand by and watch a heavenly sword fall into someone else's hands? "All right, everyone, go get your own heavenly sword. Each of you can only take one." "You're right." The 8 of them stopped fighting and watched each other as they approached the 8 heavenly swords. As for the red-clothed girl, she had been hiding in a corner. Perhaps she was smart enough to know that the 8 of them wouldn't be willing to give each of them a heavenly sword. Greed had already driven them crazy. Who wouldn't want to sit on a peerless treasure? As for these brothers and sisters, they could go to hell. Soon, they were only 10 meters away from the 8 heavenly swords. Seeing that they were about to reach the matrix and take the 8 heavenly swords, even Long Chen was nervous. Were the 8 heavenly swords going to be taken just like that? Just as Long Chen was worrying, an unforeseen event occurred. At that moment, Blade River Demon, who had been silent among the 8 scourges of the Star River, suddenly took out a huge black saber that was 2 meters long. The saber was made of skulls. The edge of the saber was sharp, but it was also strange. There were 20 skulls in total, and each skull had a Tao pattern. This was an ancient Tao item with 20 Tao patterns, which was also what Blade River Demon had imagined. At the critical moment, he suddenly launched an attack. With a vast power, he slashed the seductive woman Yao Yuhong, who was closest to him, into 2 halves at the first moment. Yao Yuhong was looking at her heavenly sword in excitement. Caught off guard, she was killed just like that. She wasn't strong, and she was alone, but she had some strange tricks up her sleeve. She wouldn't have died so quickly in a normal battle. Blade River Demon caused such a commotion, but he said, "Yao Yuhong's strength is too weak to participate in our contest. Therefore, her heavenly sword is mine first." Then, he swaggered towards the heavenly sword. Blade River Demon. The green-scaled visitor's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. In his extreme anger, his body began to undergo drastic changes. His body began to swell, and his muscles bulged. His entire head became like a frog's, but he had sharp fangs. His fists also became blade-like claws. A wild and cruel aura from the ocean surged forward. Seeing him like this, Blade River Demon sneered. "So you have an affair with Yao Yuhong? Looks like this Ronin's taste is really strange. He likes your disgusting scaly thing." This insult further ignited the conflict between the 2 of them. "Blade River Demon, are you breaking the rules?" "What rules? We're just here to serve you. The 2 of us are the strongest, so why don't we just fight? You want to obtain the 8 great celestial swords, but at the same time, you want us to submit to you wholeheartedly. Dream on." Blade River Demon mocked. The others originally had a lot of resentment towards Blade River Demon, but after hearing his words, they suddenly realized that this was a trap set by the green-scale visitor. He took advantage of their overestimation of themselves, and asked themselves, if they fought one-on-one, they were no match for the green-scale visitor and Blade River Demon. Nonsense. People like you who don't respect the rules deserve to die. He killed Yao Yuhong. Brothers, such a cruel and heartless person, we should eliminate him first. Otherwise, how can we continue with our plan? The green-scaled guest shouted. Mo Bei's 3 heroes, Tong Jiang and Huan Shishue didn't move. Green Scale was enraged. He started a fight to the death with Blade River Demon. The final battle had come early. Because of Yao Yuhong's death, the two fought fiercely. Green Scale used the Sea Race's mystique, while Blade River Demon was proficient in the Tao of Saber. Plus, he had a Tao artifact with 20 Tao patterns. His killing power was astonishing. No wonder he was called a demon. The eyes of the remaining 5 suddenly brightened. They all rushed towards the 8 heavenly swords. These 2 were fighting to the death. This was the best chance to steal the 8 heavenly swords. The so-called friendship was bullshit to them. In front of these ultimate treasures, they had lost all reason. Second brother, third brother, stop them. I will take the 8 heavenly swords. There were 3 of the Gobi trio, and they were of great use at this moment. This time, 2 of them blocked Tong Jiang and Huan Shixue, while one of them charged straight for the white formation, and was about to grab the 8 great celestial swords. He was too fast. No one could stop him. Long Chen squinted. He was hesitating if he should make a move. It seemed too risky. At this time, the red-clothed girl moved. She pulled off her cloak and quickly stood in front of the eldest of Mo Bei's 3 heroes. This red-clothed girl's strength was comparable to Blade River Demon's. Moreover, her background was extraordinary. This meant that she had great combat potential. Her sudden move was so sudden that the eldest of the Ma Bei trio didn't even have time to react. Long Chen didn't even have time to see how she did it before her opponent fell limply to the ground and lost his breath. This absolutely unexpected turn of events startled everyone. No matter how desperate their battles were, they all stopped and stared at the red-clothed girl in a daze. Although they were in the darkness, everyone could see her soul-stirring appearance. That purest martial aura could only come from one place, and that was the ancient city of War God. The red-clothed girl put on a black cloak. She was cold and charming. She didn't activate her invisibility. Instead, she scanned the crowd, her eyes full of contempt. War God Ancient City. Lady Yao, how did you get in? The remaining 6 of the Star River's 8 devils looked at the girl with almost suffocation. They were most afraid of the people from War God Ancient City. Especially this Lady Yao. Compared to Lady Ji, she was a little princess who ate people without spitting out the bones. Once she was angered, it was basically the fate of a coffin. But now, she suddenly appeared here. Long Chen realized that the show was just beginning. P.S. As of yesterday's 24, the subscription ranking is 2nd. Condition not met. In the past 3 days since January, it seems that the number of people supporting the original version has been decreasing. Today's situation, the current ranking is 5th. Of course, it hasn't been updated yet. The situation is normal. Whether or not we can turn the tables and become the champion today will depend on everyone's support. Chapter 1729. As Long Chen had expected, this girl in red was from War God Ancient City. Last time at Lunar River Border City, Long Chen had sensed that War God Ancient City was the origin of True Martial Emperor Palace. The pure martial aura of True Martial Emperor Palace came from War God Ancient City. He hadn't seen Miss Ji before, but this Miss Yao in front of him had a strong martial aura. Her petite body contained incomparably domineering martial power. She was unparalleled in true martial. If she fought, she would definitely be an expert. Long Chen hadn't expected to come into contact with such an astonishing expert as soon as he arrived in the Eternal God domain. Although the Time Dragon was powerful, Long Chen knew he couldn't delay for too long. His nirvanic energy would be exhausted in about 4 hours. That would be terrible. While he was calming down, the impact of Miss Yao and the 8 scourges of the Star River intensified. Lady Yao's eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked at the crowd and said, 8 fierce stars of the Star River, I recognize you. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll accept the 8 great celestial swords. Since you've done a good job in leading the way, I'll take you to the Martial God Ancient City and then reward you. As for the 8 great celestial swords, they're not something small characters like you can possess. It will bring you a fatal disaster. Therefore you should know what to do. Her face was round like a ripe peach, sweet and alluring. Although she was still young, her figure had already developed very well. She was curvaceous in the front and back. Her snow-white skin was so supple that it seemed as if it would break with a gust of wind. Her towering breasts and slender waist attracted everyone's attention. The attractiveness of this Miss Yao was much stronger than that of Yao Yuhong. However, she wanted to take the 8 celestial swords. This was a supreme treasure that could shake the entire martial god ancient city's territory. Everyone had gone through untold hardships to find this place, and they had suffered countless hardships along the way, yet they ended up helping someone else. Even though the might of the martial god ancient city made them feel terrified, they were all madmen at this time. Who would be willing to give up? 8 evils of the Milky Way. Have you still not thought things through? I advise you not to anger this lady, or else I'll make you die without a corpse. If you offend my martial god ancient city, your wives and children might even be implicated. Miss Yao's gaze was imposing and overbearing. At this time, the remaining members of the 8 Banes of the Galaxy looked at each other and saw the madness in each other's eyes. Miss Yao, we have a way to prevent the people of the martial god ancient city from knowing that we've taken the 8 great celestial swords, unless you use the star talisman. However, I believe that even the star talisman won't work in the sealed space established by the misty immortal sect. The words of the 8 rapscallions of the Milky Way were exactly what Miss Yao was worried about. She was not intimidated by the other party. She sneered in ridicule and said, "A bunch of dogs that don't know life from death. I gave you face but you don't want it." Her position was the closest to the white array. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and headed towards the white array. Kill her. In the face of external enemies, the 8 Banes of the Galaxy were still able to band together for the time being. For a time, the 6 of them chased after Miss Yao in a frenzy. To them, Miss Yao must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, she would definitely die. The intense battle raged on once more. At this critical juncture, Long Chen stealthily approached the 8 celestial swords. The reason why he did not steal the 8 celestial swords was because Long Chen felt that the divine items left behind by the misty immortal sect would not be taken away so easily. As expected, at this moment, Miss Yao was the first to rush into the white array. But right at this moment, the white array erupted with dazzling light, sending Miss Yao flying. The force of the white array was shockingly terrifying. This time, Miss Yao was directly smashed into the mountain wall, causing a loud bang. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and her face was deathly pale. Clearly, she was already injured. This turn of events was out of everyone's expectations. Miss Yao also did not expect such a thing to happen. The white array was actually resisting her, and it was even repelling her with such terrifying strength. Damn it! She gritted her teeth with all her might. Her eyes were frighteningly sinister. Take this opportunity to kill her. The 8 Banes of the Galaxy were not idiots. Clearly, they still needed other methods to obtain the 8 celestial swords. Now was the time to let down their guard. In an instant, the 8 of them charged over, each of them using their ultimate techniques. All of them distanced themselves from the 8 celestial swords and chased after Miss Yao. Miss Yao's true battle prowess was probably about the same as Blade River Demon and the others. Seeing that the other party was coming for her, despite her pride, she had no choice but to run. For a moment, the 8 Banes of the Galaxy chased after Miss Yao in the direction she had come from. Just as they were about to attack this proud young lady, Miss Yao pulled down her black cloak and with a twist of her body, she instantly vanished into thin air. She had fled using stealth. Other than Long Chen, no one could see where she had gone. Where did she go? The 8 Banes of the Galaxy exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. It must be the famous primordial Tao artifact from the war god ancient city, the Shadow Cloak. Under the cover of this cloak, we can't find her at all. We can only attack randomly, but she's already wearing the Shadow Cloak, so how can we hit her? Just as they were discussing how to kill Miss Yao, who was an outsider, Long Chen, who was beside the white array, sensed a new piece of information. He was thinking about how to get close to the white array and obtain the 8 celestial swords without being rejected. He suddenly recalled the 8 white jade swords that the spiritual snowhound had paid special attention to. There were also 8 swords. Perhaps they were related. Hovering in the air before Long Chen was the immortal slaughtering sword. It was a snow-white divine sword more than a meter long, carved with beautiful patterns. It was like a rare piece of jade, incomparably exquisite. It was a rare work of art. Within the immortal slaughtering sword, Long Chen could vaguely see a mysterious world. Among the 8 white jade swords, he found one with the word slaughter carved on its hilt. This white jade sword looks ordinary, but it might be the key to opening the immortal slaughtering sword. At this thought, Long Chen took advantage of the moment when the 8 Banes of the Milky Way were chasing after Miss Yao. Holding the white jade sword, he lightly touched the white array. To his surprise, his palm seemed to enter the white array without the slightest hindrance. And at this moment, a huge suction force came from the white jade sword. Long Chen's entire body was pulled towards the immortal slaughtering sword. A moment later, he was floating in the air, his palm already gripping the hilt of the immortal slaughtering sword. The white jade sword was fusing with the hilt of the immortal slaughtering sword, forming a divine sword. At that moment, Long Chen discovered that the divine sword in his hand was like a giant beast from ancient times that was awakening. Its beating heart and heavy breathing caused Long Chen's heart to tremble. Just the culling immortal sword alone seemed to be pulling on the entire world. When the culling immortal sword moved, heaven and earth trembled. If the immortal slaughtering sword was a sword of the evil path, then the immortal slaughtering sword was a sword of the righteous path. Just like the 6 paths immortal swords that Lingxi currently possessed, its ripples were filled with righteous killing intent. To think that this killing intent was so frightening. The entire white formation suddenly shook, creating a huge commotion. A large amount of energy gathered towards the immortal slaughtering sword, urging it to awaken. This process required a certain amount of time. But at this moment, the others were alarmed. Who is that? How did he get in? Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Miss Yao with the shadow cloak was already enough of a headache for them. To think that a young man would appear in the white formation at this moment, and with the immortal slaughtering sword in his hand. If Long Chen were to get his hands on the immortal slaughtering sword, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? At this moment, they became even more frenzied. They completely ignored Miss Yao and rushed over in a frenzy. As for Miss Yao, who had already hidden herself with the shadow cloak, she looked at this scene in shock. Where did this young man come from? Could it be that he also had something like the shadow cloak? Absolutely impossible. But then, where was he hiding just now? Miss Yao had thought that everything was under her control. She had not expected to discover such a huge change at this critical juncture. She was completely dumbfounded. She clenched her teeth and rushed over. Hurry, hurry! Long Chen was extremely anxious right now. The awakening of the immortal slaughtering sword required a certain amount of time. If they were to rush back within this period of time, it would be extremely troublesome. After all, Long Chen wasn't even enough for them to kill. The behemoth that was the immortal slaughtering sword was awakening bit by bit, gathering a huge amount of energy. Under the urging of Long Chen, it finally completed its awakening before they arrived. It shone with the killing intent of the immortal Tao and possessed a shocking might. At this moment, Long Chen was also ejected out of the white formation, falling to the ground with the immortal slaughtering sword in his hand. Brat, hurry and let go of that sword. Let go of that sword and we'll spare your life. Let go, let go. The 8 Furies of the Star River rushed over at high speed. In his panic, Long Chen swung the immortal slaughtering sword. The immortal slaughtering sword still had a huge amount of awakening power left. With this swing of Long Chen's, a terrifying sword chi shot out and the entire cave was instantly filled with light. The sharp killing intent swept over the bodies of the 8 Furies of the Star River. In their panic, they tried to resist. However, they were all sent flying and slammed into the walls. How useful! Long Chen could not help but praise it. Although the immortal slaughtering sword only had 10 Dao patterns, its power was definitely above that of an ancient Dao artifact with 10 Dao patterns. Who are you? The faces of the 8 Furies of the Star River were pale as they approached ferociously again. Long Chen quickly kept the immortal slaughtering sword back into his divine country. He did not have the power to fight against these experts head-on. A nobody. Not worth mentioning. Everyone, continue competing. Long Chen chuckled and his body moved quickly. Before the other party could get close, he slipped into the river of time again, making it impossible for them to find him. It's the Void Shadow Cloak again. He is Miss Yao's partner. He is also someone from the martial god ancient city. The 8 Furies of the Star River said in shock. Chapter 1730. In their encirclement, with their combat strength at least at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, if Long Chen took the risk, he definitely wouldn't get any benefits, and he might even lose his life. The Galactic 8 Banes were experts who had been famous for thousands of years next to the War God Galaxy. Each of them had thousands of lives on their hands. They were evil people who made people tremble in fear, and few people dared to provoke them. If Long Chen hadn't comprehended Time Dragon, it would have been impossible for him to sneak in here and obtain the immortal slaughtering sword. Since individual combat strength was insignificant, this was undoubtedly a battle of wits and courage. Only wisdom could win the final victory. Although the terrifying 8 major celestial swords were incomparably precious, for Long Chen, his life was more important. Seeing that the remaining 6 of the galactic 8 Banes were firmly defending the white light array, he didn't have much time left to use Time Dragon, so he had to come up with a countermeasure. The galactic 8 Banes weren't harmonious. Presumably, using their greed to sow discord was a good method. Then let's do this. Long Chen knew that he absolutely couldn't continue like this, so his first target was young Mistress Yao, who had come from the ancient battle god city and was currently recuperating. He personally moved behind her and whispered in her ear, "Are you interested in teaming up?" This sentence scared Miss Yao badly. She absolutely believed in the shadow cloak and imagined that no one could discover her recuperating, but this sentence was clearly said by Long Chen to herself. Her eyes flickered as she looked around in incomparable shock. She discovered that the other party could discover her, but she couldn't discover the other party. To her, the impossible had happened. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Are you from another divine descendant ancient city?" Miss Yao suppressed the surprise in her heart and said coldly in a low voice. Long Chen said, "That's not important. What's important is to join forces." Miss Yao bit her lip and asked, "All right, how do you say we join forces and how do we split it?" Long Chen said, "Let's work together. I have a way to make them kill each other, and what you need to do is to sneak attack them while they are killing each other, and kill as many as you can. As for the distribution, make it fair. I'll take 4, and you take 4. Miss Yao shook her head. "No, I'll take the risk while you stay out of it and get 4. That's too easy for you." She roughly knew that although Long Chen's movements were very strange, he shouldn't be able to fight. Although it was just a glimpse, Miss Yao could tell. Long Chen said unyieldingly, "On one hand, my battle prowess is not as good as yours, so I can't help you. On the other hand, I already obtained a slaughtering immortal sword, so you get 40% and I get 30%. Thirdly, I am the only one who has the method to take away the remaining 7 swords. Without my method, you won't be able to get them even if you spend your entire life." Miss Yao's face turned red, and she said, "How dare you talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid of losing your head?" Long Chen found it funny, and said, "Wake up. This isn't your ancient city of martial god. This is the condition. If it works, it's fine. If it doesn't, then forget it." Miss Yao was silent for a while. She gritted her teeth and looked in Long Chen's direction. She replied angrily, "Fine. I'd like to see how you're going to make them kill each other." After successfully tricking this big-breasted brainless young lady, Long Chen started a new plan. There was a saying that went, "Without risking the child, you can't catch the wolf." Just as the galactic 8 evils were guarding the door, Long Chen's voice rang out in the cave. What a bunch of fools. They were so busy fighting that they didn't even bring the key to open the 8 heavenly swords. I happened to pass by and took the key. I didn't expect to get the immortal slaughtering sword just like that. Haha, the key. The galactic 8 evils looked at each other. They seemed to have seen Long Chen fuse a small white jade sword with the immortal slaughtering sword before taking it away. They couldn't help feeling regretful. They didn't think of this, and Long Chen took advantage of it for no reason. Miss Yao's face was filled with anger. She was used to being a princess. This was the first time she met someone that even she was confused about. However, according to the agreement, she was prepared to fish in troubled waters. The group fought with their wits and courage. In the end, they would see who came out on top and obtained all the 8 heavenly swords. "Brat, if you have the guts, tell us your name." "That's right. So what if you have the key? As long as we're here, you can forget about taking away another sword." "You're right. Anyway, we, the Galactic 8 Evils, have plenty of time. We'll hold out with you for a few years. I want to see if you can hold out for that long." The Galactic 8 Evils said ferociously. In truth, they had long since regretted it. It was clearly their key, but now it had fallen into someone else's hands, causing them to fall into a passive state. "Who said I want the 8 heavenly swords? I'm just playing around." Long Chen's laughter rang out again. He continued, "It's too quiet here. Looks like I'll have to play some games. I just like to watch a good show. I don't have much ambition. You're called Tong Jiang, right? Behind you is the War Heaven sword, right? Tong Jiang was shocked. What was this guy trying to do? Just as the Galactic Eight Evils were feeling puzzled, Long Chen threw a small white jade sword at Tong Jiang's feet. The small white jade sword had the word war carved on it. This commotion was far beyond their expectations. No matter who it was, as long as they had the key, they would naturally keep it. At worst, they could just drag it out. At least they would have a chance to obtain all the ancient Dao treasures. However, Long Chen's actions had exceeded the limits of their imagination. He actually threw the small white jade sword out. It was placed at Tong Jiang's feet. As long as Tong Jiang squatted down, he would be able to obtain it. In that instant, Tong Jiang broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted, "Everyone don't move. This is this kid's trick." His words stopped the restless 8 rapscallions of the Star River. However, the small white jade sword was still too dazzling. It trembled slightly. Obtaining this small white jade sword almost meant obtaining the War Heaven sword. No one dares to take it. What a pity. Then I can only take it back. Long Chen smiled lightly. He had grasped the impatient nature of the Galactic Eight Evils and the extreme distrust between them. With this move and his time-roaming dragon, he had suppressed them. Just as he said this, Tong Jiang's expression turned sinister. He shouted, "Everyone don't be suspicious. I'll keep this small white jade sword for now. This is our public." As he said this, he quickly snatched the small white jade sword. Bullshit. At this moment, the cyan-scaled visitor who was closest to him suddenly roared and attacked with a killing move. "Cyan-scaled visitor, don't be fooled," Tong Jiang said angrily. "You cunning shorty. Do you think I don't know you?" The two of them quickly collided and began to fight. Tong Jiang and his wife were only a match for the green-scaled assassin if they worked together. The Sea Tribe's green-scaled assassin, under the allure of the small white jade sword, used all of his strength to fight crazily. In a short period of time, he used violent methods to stab his sharp claws into his opponent's body. He twisted Tong Jiang's head off and directly stomped on it. Tong Jiang died. The cyan-scaled visitor's expression was ferocious. Just as he was about to snatch the small white jade sword, Xueqi, with a pale face, had already attacked. Blade River Demon and 2 of the 3 heroes of Ma Bei were also quickly attacking. For a moment, the Galactic Eight Evils were once again locked in a deadly battle. The so-called brother-sister relationship, the so-called fighting side by side, seemed so ironic at this moment. For the small white jade sword, their eyes were bloodshot. Apart from their opponents, they could no longer see anyone else. The cyan-scaled visitor is of the sea race, not us humans. He wanted to kill us all, and now he killed Tong Jiang. Xueqi, I will help you, avenge your husband. Blade River Demon rushed up immediately and joined the battle against the cyan-scaled visitor. He and the cyan-scaled visitor were the strongest, and the one they feared the most was him, so he was also thinking of ways to get rid of this person. If the cyan-scaled visitor didn't die, it would be extremely difficult for him to get all the heaven swords. The remaining 2 of the 3 heroes of Ma Bei slowed down, staring at the small white jade sword on the ground. Lady Yao watched all this in shock. She suddenly felt that Long Chen was very scary. Everything was going according to his plan. She hadn't even attacked, and one of the Galactic Eight Evils had already died. At that time, she really didn't know if she should continue. If she did, she might fall into Long Chen's trap. But if she didn't, this was a rare opportunity. How can I be afraid of him? Thinking up to this point, Miss Yao suddenly launched an attack. She tailed one of the Ma Bei trio and launched another attack, killing the second of the Ma Bei trio. Among the Galactic Eight Evils, the 3 heroes of Ma Bei were the weakest. Tong Jiang, Xueqi, and Yao Yuhong were on the same level. With her strength, it was easy for her to finish off the 3 heroes. The last one discovered that his 2 brothers were dead. His eyes instantly turned red. Fear and hatred made his heart struggle. "Everyone, stop fighting. This is a trick of those 2. They want us to kill each other." The last 3 heroes of Ma Bei shouted. However, his voice was so powerless against the 3 people who were fighting each other. At this time, Lady Yao caught up. Her movements were incredibly fast, killing the guy in 2 or 3 moves. After completing her mission, Lady Yao quickly went invisible. When the last 3 heroes of Mabe died, he let out a scream that shocked the 3 who were still fighting. They quickly separated and looked at the bodies around them in shock. 8 brothers and sisters, and now only 3 were left. We've fallen into a trap. Blade River Demon looked at Green Scaled with extreme hatred and roared, "It's all because of you. You killed them." The green-scaled visitor's eyes were ferocious as he said, "So what? If you didn't kill Yao Yu Hong, would I be like this? If you didn't reject me because I'm from the Sea Tribe, I wouldn't like you. Wake up. We 8 vicious of the Star River have never been brothers and sisters." Huan Shishui stared at Tong Jiang's body. As the 2 focused on the white jade sword, she hurriedly retreated and begged, "I won't participate. I want to leave. You guys fight." "Wait." Green-Scaled and Blade River Demon stopped her at the same time. "You want to wait until both of us are injured?" Huan Shishui. Chapter 1731. The cave, which had been completely sealed off, was now extremely quiet. Only the white formation continued to shine, illuminating the entire cave. The corpses on the ground all had miserable expressions on their faces. Those who still had their heads intact had eyes filled with unwillingness and longing. But they were already gone forever. The green-scaled guest and the Blade River Demon were originally enemies, but now, because of their mutual interests, they united. Their expressions were cold as they walked towards the Huan Creek. Their ferocious eyes revealed a murderous intent, which was unbelievable. "What do you want?" "I don't want to participate in your fight. I just want to leave and live. Can't I do that?" Huan Shishui's hair was disheveled as she looked at them in disbelief. Green-Scaled Visitor and Blade River Demon's faces were still frighteningly cold. They didn't say anything, but their murderous intent grew stronger. Huan Shishui shed tears of fear, and her whole body trembled. She said, "Green-Scale Swordsman, I don't care that you killed Tong Jiang. I can be your woman. At least I'm much cleaner than Yao Yu Hong. I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want the 8 heavenly swords anymore." Towards the end, she was almost begging. Both the green-scaled visitor and the Blade River Demon saw each other as a great enemy, so they didn't want to let Huan Shishui take advantage of them while they were fighting. As for Long Chen and Miss Yao, they could only deal with them in other ways. After Huan Shishui finished speaking, the Blade River Demon sneered and charged towards Huan Shishui in the blink of an eye with his blade made of skulls. "Green-scaled visitor, don't be stupid enough to think that this woman is telling the truth. I bet that if you protect her, you will be killed on the bed. If you don't dare to do it, I'll do it. These pieces of trash are all dead anyway. One more won't make a difference." Then, Blade River Demon unleashed his combat power. He abandoned the green-scale guest and started a fierce battle with the frightened Huan Shiwater. The green-scale guest stood on the side, watching with a gloomy face. Looking at the white jade sword not far behind him, he still couldn't bear to pick it up, but he also wouldn't allow others to pick it up. "Blade River Demon, green-scaled guest, you 2 bastards, it was you who started killing your own people. I curse you 2 to die miserably today. All of your efforts will go to waste. Just wait and see. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Next will be the time of your deaths." In the face of death, Huan Shishui seemed to have gone crazy. She cried as she fought. It was clear that she was in extreme despair. Long Chen could only watch silently. There was no love between them. Even the relationship between Tong Jiang and Huan Shishui was the same. It was all about benefits. Therefore, Long Chen had only used it cleverly to force these powerhouses to this extent. This made Long Chen sigh. In fact, Long Chen wouldn't even be a match for one of the 3 heroes of Mabe. But so far, 3 people had died in his plan. Soon, under Blade River Demon's powerful attack, Huan Shishui became the 4th. In the blink of an eye, only the Blade River Devil and the green-scaled visitor were left among the 8 fierce beasts of the Star River. They were the strongest in the group, and also their competitors. Now that they had killed Huan Shishui, they wouldn't foolishly start a duel right away. They wouldn't risk their lives until they killed Long Chen and Lady Yao. Huan Shishui died screaming in despair. Even before she died, she kept cursing the green-scale visitor and the Blade River Demon. Damn things. Blade River Demon's face was gloomy. He and green-scaled guest stood in the middle of the white jade sword, watching each other. At the same time, they were paying attention to Long Chen and Lady Yao's movements. With their cruelty, Long Chen naturally didn't dare to get close to them. Miss Yao, as well as that brat with a low cultivation, let's just continue wasting time like this. We won't be picking up that small white jade sword. Come and pick it up if you have the guts. We have a lot of time to waste with you. I want to see just how long you can hide behind that shadow cloak. Green-scaled guest looked ferocious, and his threatening words were extremely frightening. I know you want us to kill each other, but don't get your hopes up. We won't fall for your tricks. If you want us to fight to the death, we won't. If we don't kill you all, we will continue playing with you. We won't make a move. Blade River Demon sneered coldly. They had indeed become smarter, and weren't as easy to fool as before. Lady Yao's face was very unsightly. They were all huddled together. What should that mysterious Long Chen do? This brat had no strength, but he had a lot of tricks. Unless you are willing to give us the 8 heavenly swords. Otherwise, we can only see how long you can stay in the shadow cloak. Green-scaled guest smiled. At the tip of his tongue, there was a place that had turned completely black. It was a disgusting tumor with a lot of black liquid inside. As long as it was pierced, the black liquid would explode. Long Chen was standing not far in front of them, calmly watching them. Big brother, they won't fall for it anymore. What should we do? Mo Xiaolang was confused. Long Chen said softly, the reason why they can still maintain their sanity is because the bait is too weak for them. I will make them go crazy. Could it be? Mo Xiaolang seemed to have guessed it. Sure enough, Long Chen did something that once again challenged the limits of their thinking. He opened the Divine Kingdom and threw the keys of the other 6 heavenly swords on the ground, around the original white jade sword. There were a total of 7 white jade swords, corresponding to the 7 heavenly swords. After a few clangs, the white jade sword stopped rolling. Apart from the Kill Immortal sword, basically all of Long Chen's white jade swords were thrown out. When they saw the things on the ground, Green-scaled guest and Blade River Demon both gasped. Long Chen was right. The reason why they weren't tempted was because the bait was too small. That was why he released something that challenged their nerves. Who will go and pick up these things? I'm not strong enough, so I don't dare to do it. But if I pick up these things, I will have 7 heavenly swords. Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing? It's right in front of you. Long Chen's sneering voice came. Not only Green-scaled guest and Blade River Demon were dumbfounded, but also Lady Yao, who was hiding in the dark. This guy is crazy. Does he know that he's too weak to get the 8 heavenly swords, so he's playing tricks on us? It was absolutely impossible to throw all these things out without astonishing boldness, because these things were like water that had been splashed out. Brat, what the hell are you doing? After being deeply shocked, Blade River Demon gasped, stared at the surroundings and shouted coldly. With such little courage, you call yourselves the 8 scourges of the Star River? Ridiculous. It's true that I can't get the 8 heavenly swords, but you can. I guess the door of the cave will only open again when the 8 heavenly swords are taken away. I've already presented the 8 heavenly swords to you. Don't you have the guts to take them? If so, I'm going to take them back. As he spoke, Long Chen used the Nirvana energy to affect the white jade sword, making it tremble slightly as if it was about to be taken away. Wait. Green-scaled guest took a few steps forward and shouted. At this moment, Blade River Demon, who was not far behind him, roared in anger. Green-scaled guest, you want to take this opportunity to take them away? The green-scaled visitor angrily turned around and said, let's do this. I'll take 4, and you take 3. His goal is to make us fight each other. We'll split these, and each of us will get the heaven sword first. Isn't that enough? Blade River Demon sneered. Why can't I take 4, and you take 3? Green-scaled guest angrily said, I'm stronger than you, of course I should take 1 more. Long Chen didn't have much fighting power, and Lady Yao was injured. In terms of fighting, they actually didn't care about either of them. The reason why they didn't dare to touch the 7 white jade swords was that they were frightened by Long Chen's tricks. At this moment, the two were facing each other with equal harshness, and the hatred of the past resurfaced in their hearts. Under the strong attraction of the 7 white jade swords on the ground, Green-scaled guest threw away Long Chen's plot and said angrily, who will take 3 and who will take 4, we'll know after the fight. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted his strength. I think you want to take all of them. Despicable sea tribe, Get out of the territory of the human tribe. Blade River Demon raised his battle blade. When the green-scaled visitor made his move, he angrily chased after him. This time, the bait was too big. After Long Chen's various provocations, they finally couldn't help but make their move. The last battle of the same level, under the influence of the two's excitement, began in the cave. Both of them were experts in fighting, and they both used their own Dao. Green-scaled guest's Dao should be the Dao of the sea, and he also used poison. Blade River Demon, of course, used the Dao of the blade. As they fought, the whole cave was shaking. For a moment, Long Chen couldn't see the trajectory of their fight clearly, and he couldn't see their movements clearly. It was as if the two had broken through the Dao of heaven and gone to another world. While the two were fighting fiercely, Miss Yao looked at the 7 white jade swords on the ground with a gloomy expression. That guy used the white jade swords as bait to let these two idiots kill each other, and he wants me to sneak attack them. But why should I listen to him? Since he thinks that everything is going according to his plan, I will make him suffer. I will take the bait first, and then I will make him hand over the slaughter immortal sword. Then, the 8 celestial swords will be mine. Thinking up to this point, Miss Yao's heart was filled with excitement. Originally, she was planning to ambush Blade River Devil and Green-Scaled Guest, but at this critical moment, she suddenly changed her path and went to grab the small white jade sword. Because she wanted to grab it, she had no choice but to reveal herself. The moment she made her move, Green-Scaled Guest and Blade River Demon's eyes flashed with coldness. Chapter 1732. What they did before was actually all an act. They didn't really fight, but just wanted to lure Long Chen or Miss Yao into action. This was a battle of wits. When Miss Yao thought she had disrupted Long Chen's plan, she didn't expect to fall into Green-Scaled Visitors and Blade River Demon's plan. I knew you would do something stupid. You definitely didn't expect this. This is my backup plan. Long Chen sneered in the dark. He didn't even think about joining hands with Miss Yao. He just wanted to use her. His goal was not just to let Blade River Demon and Green-Scaled Visitor injure each other, but to have the 3 of them fight to the death together. In order to steal the 7 small white jade swords, Miss Yao exposed herself, but was immediately besieged by the Green-Scaled Swordsman and the Blade River Demon. Kill her. Don't let her escape. What they were most afraid of was Miss Yao's shadow cloak. When she showed herself, they almost wanted to kill her at all costs. Miss Yao's face turned red. At this moment, she finally realized that not only did she fall into the trap of these 2 idiots, she was also tricked by Long Chen. She hated Long Chen the most, but at this moment, her life was more important. Having reached her destination, Miss Yao reached out her hand and grabbed a small white jade sword before hurriedly placing it into her divine kingdom. Just as she was about to gather all the other small white jade swords, a terrifying attack came from behind. If she didn't fight back, she would definitely be sliced in half in an instant. The recoil from the white formation just now had already injured her internal organs, and she wouldn't be able to fight for long. Turning around, the 3 experts started fighting next to the white jade swords. Under their fight, the remaining 6 white jade swords flew out and scattered to 6 corners of the cave. Don't focus on the white jade swords. Kill this girl first, and then we'll decide the winner. Otherwise, we're all doomed. I don't need you to tell me. The Green-Scaled Guest and the Blade River Demon had finally found this opportunity, so of course they would fight to the death. Their first target was Lady Yao's shadow cloak. While the Green-Scaled Guest was distracted, the Blade River Demon slashed at the cloak with his saber. A large amount of evil spirit sword chi spun in the air, and with a tearing sound, the cloak was torn to shreds. Long Chen watched the battle in a thrilling manner. He simply couldn't participate in a battle of this level, but to be able to play around with such a powerhouse was also his ability. In the eyes of Green-Scaled Guest and Blade River Demon, Lady Yao was the one they were truly afraid of. As for Long Chen, although he was a little strange, he was too weak to be a threat to them. Long Chen was making use of this mentality. Bastard! Young Miss Yao was incomparably enraged. After her cloak was torn apart, she had lost everything she could rely on. Facing the all-out attacks from 2 experts at the same level as her, someone who came from a major power like her who had rarely experienced battles like this, she was simply incapable of taking much damage. Even though she still had many other moves and Dao artifacts, she did not have the chance to use them. The green-scaled guest and the Blade River Demon's powerful attacks caused the entire cave to shake violently. The three of them were moving around in the cave at high speed. Long Chen couldn't take it all in. They didn't even have the chance to bend down to pick up the white jade swords. If anyone tried to move, they would probably be killed by the other two. Trying to kill me? Seems like you guys really don't want to live anymore. How dare you attack me? Lady Yao let out a shrill scream. Facing these two battle-hardened villains, she kept retreating. Long Chen was observing Lady Yao's martial arts. She was indeed a legacy of an ancient god. Even in a panic, her moves were still very mysterious and contained the essence of nature. Even a casual punch could unleash an extremely powerful attack. In terms of one-on-one combat, Lady Yao was probably the strongest here. Unfortunately, she was already injured at the beginning, and now, she was being suppressed to the point where she didn't even have the chance to fight back. Soon, the green-scaled guest and the Blade River Demon had forced Lady Yao into a corner. After a fierce battle, Lady Yao's clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white skin. That looming beauty could turn most men into beasts. Green-scaled guest and the Blade River Demon were no exception. They swallowed their saliva, but they knew how terrifying this woman was. After a short moment of hesitation, they launched their final attack. Die, all of you! Die! Miss Yao had always been pampered and spoiled. After being forced into a corner by these two hungry wolf-like opponents, she completely panicked. She didn't even have to use half of the strength that she usually cultivated. Under the relentless attacks of these experienced opponents, her defense quickly crumbled. While defending against the Blade River Demon's crazed blade art, the green-scaled guest suddenly disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was right in front of Lady Yao with a strange speed. His tongue suddenly extended a few meters and pierced into Lady Yao's white and slender neck. Lady Yao let out a cry of pain. Back off! The green-scaled guest shouted. At this critical moment, an explosive power was generated from Lady Yao's body. A golden shadow appeared behind her and suddenly exploded. The sweeping power sent both the Blade River Demon and the green-scaled guest flying. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Although they were injured quite badly, their eyes were still filled with surprise. We did it! They quickly crawled up and looked in Miss Yao's direction. They saw Miss Yao leaning against the wall and falling limply to the ground. Her eyes were filled with fear and shock as she looked at them and cursed. You two beasts! What did you do to me? Why am I so weak and unable to move? This is poison. She clearly remembered that the green-scaled guest's tongue had pierced into her body. Stop struggling. This is the green-scaled guest's sea frog poison. You were poisoned while you were heavily injured. The poison has already spread all over your body. Now that you've been poisoned, you won't be able to move for the next 2 hours. Blade River Demon approached Miss Yao step by step with a huge blade in his hand. He smirked and said, You have such soft skin and tender flesh, and you are a supreme princess. You are born to be spoiled. If it weren't for the fact that you are too big of a threat, us brothers would definitely have a taste of you today. I believe Miss Yao is still a virgin, and it would be a pity if she died before tasting a man. The green-scaled guest also laughed ferociously. He said, Let's just kill her. Leaving her alive is an accident. If she suddenly recovers while we're fighting, we're all doomed. Although their hearts were itching, for the sake of the 8 great celestial swords, they could endure. Lady Yao was completely frightened out of her wits. She looked at the two of them with the most fearful and resentful eyes and said, You can't kill me. My family and my grandfather will be able to sense it immediately if I die. They are all Samsara realm cultivators. Even if you have the 8 great heavenly swords, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape to anywhere. A rebirth tribulation realm expert. These people made the green-scaled guest and the Blade River Demon scared. That's right. If we kill her, I'm afraid we'll die for sure. If we capture her or seal her here, we might still have a chance to survive. The two looked at each other. If that's the case, then we won't kill you. Once we get the 8 heavenly swords, we'll imprison you here so that you won't be able to escape for the rest of your life. We'll cripple you and wait for countless years for you to die here. At that time, we'll be rebirth realm experts as well. If that's the case, then we won't mind enjoying the taste of such a delicate young lady. The two laughed loudly. They looked at each other, but their eyes became cold. Green-scaled guest, let's decide the winner and the loser. The one who lives can have this woman and get the 8 great celestial swords. The one who dies is dead." The green-scaled guest grinned. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? But there's still that brat." The Blade River Demon said, "Without the white jade sword, that little thing is worse than a dog. Let's each take 3 swords and fight. After I'm done with you, I'll take care of these 2. At this moment, they both saw each other as the most difficult opponents. As agreed, they each took 3 white jade swords. Then they began to face off. The most intense moment had finally arrived. Long Chen was standing next to Miss Yao, watching this fierce battle between dragons and tigers. "How do you feel?" Long Chen asked. Hearing his voice, the terrified Lady Yao's hatred reached its peak. This was all part of Long Chen's plan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, don't let me find a chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Becoming enemies with this Lady Yao was inevitable. Only one person could get the 8 great celestial swords. With her personality, she wouldn't let him go. So Long Chen didn't need to be polite with her. He said, "Just watch the show. Let me ask you a question. Between the 2 of you, who do you want to choose to be the one to torture you?" With that, he left with a smile. Under the ravaging of the sea frog poison, Lady Yao was so angry that her body was cramping. But she didn't know that Long Chen's real intention was to kill both of them. And at this moment, the 2 who had already dealt with Long Chen and Lady Yao began the most intense battle of life and death. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. Only by defeating the other would they be able to take the beauty, obtain the treasures, and start living a carefree life. Therefore, at this time, they unleashed all of their killer moves. Long Chen stood in the dark, manipulating the situation for so long. Finally, it was time for the gamble. He was already prepared. Victory or defeat would be decided here. The 2 in front of him were both super experts. Slaughter. Battle. Brothers in the past, now mortal enemies. They schemed against each other, killed their own kind, and became the last 2 survivors. In their battle, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Brutal roars shook the earth. Fortunately, this place was protected by a formation, or the cave would have collapsed long ago. After the intense battle, the 2's injuries became more and more serious. But their eyes were even more bloodshot. P.S. Yesterday's number 2. No new updates today. Chapter 1733. Rare treasures, noble women, and limitless futures were placed in front of Blade River Demon and Green-Scaled Visitor. They had defeated 7 opponents and held on until the end. The winner could have everything, and the loser could only die. Who would be willing to die? As the battle escalated, the 2 of them became completely bloodshot. Long Chen could only hide. Otherwise, if he were to accidentally get caught in the crossfire, all of his plans would be for naught. Of the 7 white jade swords, the Green-Scaled Visitor and the Blade River Demon each had 3, and the last one had been taken by Miss Yao, but Long Chen was not worried at all. Only those who truly survived could have all of them. As long as Long Chen had the immortal slaughtering sword, the other side would never succeed. This battle was long and intense. The 2 were completely in a state of madness, putting their lives on the line just to find a chance to kill each other. Blade River Demon's entire body was covered in blood, all from the opponent's sharp claws. The venom of the green-scaled guest had spread throughout his body, and it wasn't the venom from the tip of the tongue, otherwise he would have ended up like Miss Yao. The scales on the green-scaled guest's body were also covered with cuts of various sizes, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. Both of them had astonishing recovery abilities, but even they couldn't withstand such a degree of damage. In reality, after an hour of fighting, the 2 evenly matched opponents were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Normally, they would have been able to kill each other, but they didn't expect each other to hold back. For the sake of everything, they adjusted themselves to the craziest state of fighting, and in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. Ghost Blade shatter. Blade River Demon retreated. During this process, the 20 black skulls on his saber suddenly shattered, turning into bone dust that condensed on his body. His body began to change ferociously. Black keratin grew all over his body, and his entire being emitted an evil aura. After the skulls shattered, the ghost blade turned into a real blade, even sharper than before. "I've never seen you use something like this before." Green-scaled visitor didn't panic, but instead laughed. He really didn't expect Blade River Demon to be so hard to deal with. Especially at this moment, he was unimaginably strong. Ultimate form. Boom. The cave trembled. The green-scaled guest landed on the ground on all fours. His body expanded, and he finally turned into a half-man, half-frog monster. His body was crooked, and his body was huge. The dense scales on his body grew out again, and his mouth became incomparably huge. The mouth of a frog was now filled with the fangs of a wild beast, and his tongue that was several meters long swept through the air. I've never seen you like this either. Despicable. Blade River Demon originally thought that once he revealed the true form of the ghostly soul blade, he would be able to kill his opponent. The two of them were already in a heated battle, but young Mistress Yao was still unable to move. Seeing this snow-white lady, they grew even more frenzied, engaging in an even more intense battle in this cave. As for Long Chen, who still didn't dare to show himself, they had long forgotten about him. Boom boom boom. An even stronger tremor was emitted. The fact that an 8th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist could fight to such an extent in this narrow space was truly an eye-opener for Long Chen. Kill, it's best if I can kill both of them, Long Chen silently muttered. Another 15 minutes passed, and the two of them were once again drenched in blood. Under the relentless attacks of the other party, it could be said that the world was spinning, and their bodies were extremely weak. I'm almost able to kill him. As long as I kill him, I can have everything. The two of them only had each other in their murky and bloodthirsty eyes. They continued to fight in a daze, and only occasionally would they look at young Mistress Yao and the 7 floating celestial swords with a fiery gaze. The temptation of treasures and beauties was so great, but in the end, only one person could obtain them. Die, die, die. The green-scaled guest's body was covered in saber wounds. One of his arms was chopped off, and his neck was almost broken as well. But he still roared and attacked like a crazed demon. All mine, no one can take them away. I, Blade River Demon, will become an unparalleled expert. The ancient Tao weapon, the ghostly soul blade, spun crazily. The entire cave was filled with ghostly shadows, and saber chi was everywhere. There was almost no place for Long Chen to hide. Fight, fight. They've both gone mad. Could it be? Young Mistress Yao looked around in astonishment. Only now did she realize that if the two of them were to die in battle, didn't it mean that Long Chen didn't even need to do anything? Just with a few words, he would become the biggest winner? He had such a good grasp of the human nature of the people here. Was he a human or a monster? How could he be sure that the green-scaled guest and Blade River Demon would both be seriously injured? Young Mistress Yao herself felt that there would be one expert who would survive. She didn't know how important the 8 celestial swords were to the two of them. It was something that could make them lose their minds. They both felt that they were only one step away. Just one small step. But this step was enough to take their lives. Up until now, the two of them had almost exhausted their nirvana force. Being able to hold on until now was mostly due to their willpower. For them, the whole world had turned into the color of blood. Retreating in defeat, attacking again. In order to hold on until the end, they were both confused. The green-scaled guest was only looking for an opportunity to poison his opponent with the tongue frog venom. The weaker his opponent was, the greater his chance was. I'm almost there. After finishing this guy off, I'll take care of young Mistress Yao. I don't believe that brat will just watch. Once he appears, I'll kill him. The green-scaled guest finally found an opportunity. He tore off a large piece of his opponent's flesh, and his tongue was like a steel needle, stabbing towards his opponent's neck. At this time, Blade River Demon's eyes lit up. In his extreme exhaustion, he swung the ghost soul blade with all his strength and cut the green-scaled guest's tongue in half. The green-scaled guest let out a shocking scream, holding his broken tongue. He didn't expect Blade River Demon to still be able to hit him. The tongue was cut off, and the attack failed. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that Blade River Demon had completely gone mad. After cutting the opponent's tongue, he used up the last of his strength, and like a whirlwind, he chopped at the opponent's huge head. Stop, stop. The green-scaled guest held his head with one hand and quickly retreated. But how could Blade River Demon stop? In the midst of his opponent's screams, he crazily chopped the opponent's head into pieces, then chopped the opponent's body into minced meat. After confirming that the opponent had lost all signs of life, he threw away the ghost soul blade in his hand, held his face with his blood-stained hands, and laughed crazily. I won, I got the 8 heavenly swords. Blood continued to flow from his body. He suddenly felt very tired. His body couldn't move, and his vitality was quickly fading. In front of him was the unsightly corpse of the green-scaled guest. Blade River Demon suddenly felt someone behind him. He struggled to stand up, turned around, and saw that it was Long Chen. He laughed again. Brat, I know you want us to kill each other, but you're too useless, and I'm too strong. I've already killed him. Take out your kill immortal sword. Long Chen originally thought that he would have to fight, but it turned out that he didn't need to. He had underestimated the beastly nature of humans in the face of benefits. The Blade River Demon moved his feet with difficulty towards Long Chen with a cruel smile on his face. Long Chen reached out his hand and pointed at his abdomen. Blade River Demon was startled. He looked down and saw a scarlet tongue piercing into his abdomen. This was the tongue of the green-scaled guest. Even though he had cut it off, the tip still pierced into his body. Blade River Demon suddenly felt that the feeling of exhaustion was real. Just like Miss Yao, all his strength was disappearing. He first knelt on the ground. Then his body slowly collapsed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of Miss Yao. Long Chen, who was standing beside him, followed his gaze to Lady Yao, and said softly, You think I'm from the ancient city of martial god? But, I don't know her. On the other side, Miss Yao looked at Long Chen with a dazed expression. This person who had only appeared once from the start to the end, had already become the biggest winner without him doing anything. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Blade River Demon was unable to move. His face was filled with madness, and tears of blood flowed down his face. He wanted to raise his head and look at Long Chen, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. This is fate. Death was inevitable in battle. Although Long Chen wasn't cruel, he wasn't merciful either. When the other party recovered, he would definitely kill him. In that case, he took out the Lingxi sword and pressed it against the other party's body, stabbing it in under Miss Yao's gaze. Blade River Demon struggled for a while before his eyes dimmed, and he left this world. He had finally finished off his opponent, but he didn't expect to meet such an ending. Perhaps this was what they had expected from the moment they killed their first comrade. The curse that Long Chen remembered when Huan Shishui died had indeed come true. He collected the 6 white jade swords and left the last one in Miss Yao's divine kingdom. Dragging the blood-stained Lingxi sword, Long Chen walked toward Miss Yao step by step. His heavy footsteps echoed in the cave. The sound of his footsteps seemed to have landed on Miss Yao's heart. Although Long Chen wasn't strong at this moment, he had transformed into a demon in her heart. She evaded his gaze, mustered her courage and berated. What do you want? The 8 Furies of the Star River were all dead. This young man is very strange. Will he kill me? Thinking of death, her heart struggled, and her body trembled. The sea frog poison hadn't passed yet. By the time she finished speaking, Long Chen was already standing in front of her. The black sword was propping up her chin, so that her face was facing Long Chen. The coldness of the blade made Miss Yao even more afraid. Chapter 1734. Lady Yao looked at Long Chen with hatred and fear. She gritted her teeth and said, You can try to kill me if you can escape the pursuit of a Samsara realm expert. This was her only threat. Long Chen had killed Qin Fengshui and offended the Wind Dragon Stream Master. If he were to kill this fellow, he would be offending the martial god Ancient City. If he were to offend the Wind Dragon Stream Master, he could just leave the martial god Ancient City. However, if he were to offend the martial god Ancient City, he would have to flee the dragon god domain. The 8 Furies of the Star River were all dead, so all he had to do was take the last sword. Long Chen was very relaxed. He said, To be honest, I really don't dare to kill you. We're not enemies, but rather partners. There's no conflict between us, right? However, you messed up my plan midway and caused trouble for yourself. I can't give you the 4 celestial swords, but that doesn't change the fact that we're good friends, right? Bullshit. If I make a move, won't I fall into your trap? Lady Yao's eyes were sinister. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He said, "Don't waste time. Give me the last white jade sword." Lady Yao was relying on the fact that the other party didn't dare to kill her. As long as she could stall for time, she might have a chance of winning. She said, "What if I don't give it to you?" In Long Chen's God Nation, everyone was also paying attention. Seeing Lady Yao's tattered clothes and revealing her spring scenery, Kitten laughed and said, "If you don't give it to me, my boss will do something unhealthy in front of us." Ha! Kitten, don't talk nonsense. Lingxi's face darkened. "Sister-in-law, please spare me." Haha, but I'm afraid that's what boss really thinks. Kitten spoke again. Long Chen's face darkened as well. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. However, Kitten's words reminded Long Chen. Just when this guy was laughing in the God Nation, Long Chen pulled him out. Kitten asked dully, "Boss, why did you pull me out?" Long Chen pointed at Miss Yao and said, "Humiliate her until she hands over the item. Don't be courteous with me. If you fail this mission, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. This is the punishment for your cheap mouth." Fat. Kitten looked at him in a daze, and then laughed out loud. "Boss, you're finally enlightened. You know that I'm better at this kind of thing. Speaking of which, I have at least 100 ways to make her cry." Miss Yao looked at their performance in a daze. What's going on with this big-headed baby fat kid? Let's do it. Long Chen smiled and turned around. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom burst into laughter. Kitten was a lecherous guy, but he was still very good at scaring people. At this moment he walked toward Miss Yao with a sinister smile, stretched out both of his hands, and said with a sinister smile, "Such a fair and tender little girl, boss actually bestowed to me. This is great. Then, where should I start? Should it be this face, or this seductive little mouth, or this, or this? Ah, it seems like you are still very strong. If you suddenly recover your strength after I've done so much foreplay, won't you kill me? Looks like I'd better get straight to the point." Miss Yao was unable to move, and was at his mercy. "I swear I will kill you all," Miss Yao scolded in fear. No. After tonight, we'll be husband and wife. How could you murder your own husband? Come. Let yours truly take a look at your little baby. Let yours truly touch it. Holy fuck. I can't even hold it with one hand." Long Chen was speechless. Wasn't he just trying to scare her a little? Even so, he was able to create such an earth-shattering scene. Under Kitten's verbal assault, Miss Yao was finally convinced. I'll give, make this kid scram." Miss Yao disregarded the blow to Kitten's pride and finally collapsed. Fa! Kitten scolded speechlessly. "Give it to me." Long Chen stretched out his hand. Miss Yao looked at him resentfully and said, "Don't let me get a chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Long Chen automatically left out these meaningless words of hers. Helpless, the other party could only open the God Nation. Long Chen grabbed the small white jade sword. Everything was ready. This Miss Yao had almost recovered, and she wanted to end the battle quickly. Long Chen brought the cursing kitten back to the God Nation, and no longer bothered with Miss Yao. He hurriedly brought the 7 small white jade swords and rushed into the white formation. Under his activation, the 8 major celestial swords were activated one by one. Everyone looked at this grand scene curiously. When the 8 major celestial swords were fully activated, the Immortal Extermination Sword, Immortal Slashing Sword, Immortal Trapping Sword, Heaven Shrouding Sword, Heaven Raising Sword, Heaven Incinerating Sword, and Heaven Warring Sword revolved around Long Chen. They had not completely merged yet, but when they formed a weapon, its power would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Long Chen felt that something was missing. The white formation was still revolving. Just as Long Chen was feeling puzzled, a loud sound came from the center of the formation, and a pale ancient stone tablet suddenly emerged from the ground. There were bold black words on the pale stone tablet. Long Chen took a closer look and saw the words written on it. "Fated person, please come up with the 8 major celestial swords and accept the eternal legacy of the ethereal immortal sect." Legacy. This was the legacy of a sect. Who would have thought that the reward this time was not only the 8 major celestial swords, but also the legacy of the ethereal immortal sect. The ethereal immortal sect was able to fight against the ancient city of divine descendants, which meant that they had the resources of the ancient city of martial gods. If the legacy was absolutely complete, there would be a lot of things in it, including all kinds of innate Tao techniques, mystic abilities, and so on. The legacy of the ethereal immortal sect. Miss Yao, who was far away, exclaimed. From her expression, one could tell that the legacy of the sect was precious. Obtaining the legacy was equivalent to the reincarnation of the sect, and a person of the sect master level. At the bottom of the pale stone tablet, there were indeed words written. Fated person, please be careful. Once you accept the legacy of the ethereal immortal sect, you must take it upon yourself to bring glory to the ethereal immortal sect. Do good to the world, slay evil with your sword, restore the prestige of the ethereal immortal sect, and even rebuild the glory of the ethereal immortal sect. Long Chen was shocked by the sudden surprise. He originally thought that it was only a super ancient Dao artifact with 80 Dao patterns, but he didn't expect that it would also carry the legacy of the ethereal immortal sect. The sect's legacy might even be more valuable than the 8 great sky swords themselves. It could be seen from Miss Yao's disbelieving eyes. What good luck! What dogs hit luck! Miss Yao couldn't help but look at Long Chen with jealousy and resentment. Long Chen fell into deep thought. He had the inheritance of the primordial blood spirit dragon and the void universe dragon. From the simple divine ability of the time-roaming dragon, it could be seen that the ancestral dragon's inheritance was unparalleled. If he obtained the legacy of the ethereal immortal sect at this time, it would only be icing on the cake. He had the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword. With the 2 swords combined, there was no need for the 8 great sky swords. However, there was one person who seemed to be extremely suitable. That was Lingxi. What the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace learned was useless in the Eternal God domain. Most of the Plain Maiden's power wasn't reflected in battle. Other than the Plain Maiden Dao Seal, Lingxi also had the Immortal Sword Dao Seal. The Dao she grasped was extremely compatible with the ethereal immortal sect. As for Kitten, he was a sun-devouring direwolf, so he was even more unsuitable. Soyan also didn't understand the sword at all. Kitten didn't even need to be mentioned. Long Chen had always been fair, so he didn't hesitate and said to Lingxi, "Little she, come up and accept the legacy." Me. Lingxi was obviously frightened. She shook her head in a panic and said, "How can I do that? This is something you got, Chen. It can make you stronger. I can work hard." Long Chen explained, "The legacy I have is countless times better than this. This is prepared for you. All of us have to become stronger to have a foothold here. I believe you can protect me too, right?" Protection. Lingxi indeed had a strong desire. Her eyes trembled slightly as she looked at the ethereal immortal sect's legacy in awe. This was indeed a bit unexpected. "Chen, can I?" Lingxi asked. "Of course you can." Long Chen nodded. At this time, Miss Yao's laughter dispelled Lingxi's last doubts. She laughed, "Idiot, you're not a sword martial artist and don't have a sword Dao seal. You're just a dragon martial artist. Don't think I can't tell. The ethereal immortal sect is famous for the sword. If you accept the legacy, you won't be able to use most of it. What a waste." Long Chen smiled knowingly. "Did you hear that? I'm not suitable. Even if it's a gift from me, you're my wife now and I haven't given you anything." Happiness came so suddenly. Lingxi nodded heavily. She had made up her mind. She had to work hard to protect the one she loved. She wanted to travel with Long Chen, so she needed to have her own strong power. She had the pure goddess's blood and was extremely talented. With Long Chen as her husband, her improvement would be terrifying. She could definitely grow into a powerful combat power comparable to Mo Xiaolang. So, she walked out of the God Nation. Miss Yao was laughing mockingly, but when she saw the fairy-like woman who completely outshone her, her smile froze. Although she could only see her back view, the woman shrouded in white light was actually so tranquil and perfect. Even someone like her who thought that her beauty was unparalleled in the world felt a sense of inferiority. She was angry and helpless. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Long Chen gave her a special feeling that made her heart tremble. But when such a perfect woman like Lingxi appeared in front of her, it instantly turned into extreme hatred. There was no other emotion. Just like that, Lingxi took the ancient Dao item with 80 Dao patterns from Long Chen's hands and walked into the White Grand Matrix. The moment she stepped into the White Grand Matrix, the entire White Grand Matrix began to tremble, as though it had found a truly suitable successor. Immortal Qi rose up, completely submerging Lingxi. Celestial music began to reverberate in the air, causing one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. If it was Long Chen who entered, he would probably be repelled by the white array. Chapter 1735. No one knew how long this inheritance would take. If Miss Yao was allowed to stay here, once the effects of the sea frog poison wore off, it would be a disaster. While Lingxi was accepting the inheritance, Long Chen came to Miss Yao's side. "What's your name? Why are you called Miss Yao?" Long Chen asked, bored. Miss Yao's eyes were cold, her chest was heaving up and down, obviously trying to hide the fear in her heart. "Su Yu Yao." The other side replied coldly. "Then isn't there another Su Yuji?" Long Chen pretended to ask casually. Su Yu Yao coldly said, "Don't tell me you know my sister." Long Chen laughed. "Who doesn't know Miss Ji's name?" So the woman who lost the spiritual snowhound was her sister. Speaking of which, the two sisters were really fated to meet. It was just that his luck wasn't good. He had just become enemies with Su Yuji, and now he had to become enemies with Su Yu Yao. As he spoke, he walked to the Blade River Demon's corpse and picked up the tongue of the green-scaled assassin. After pulling out the tongue, he found that there was still a lot of poison at the tip of the tongue, which hadn't entered the Blade River Demon's body. Long Chen used his nirvana force to gather the poison together, forming a small water droplet with a diameter of about 2 centimeters. He controlled the poison ball in his hand and walked towards Su Yu Yao. "What are you doing?" Su Yu Yao struggled and retreated, looking at the sea frog poison in Long Chen's hand in fear. The effect of this poison is really strong. It can even make martial artists of your level unable to move. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. In fact, if he could kill the other side, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, the other side also wanted to kill him. He didn't know how long Lingxi's inheritance would take, so Long Chen could only use this method to deal with her. Without saying anything, he walked up and used his fingers to pinch the other side's face, prying open her mouth. Ignoring Su Yu Yao's tearful resistance, he poured the black sticky liquid down her throat. After he was done, Long Chen released his fingers. Su Yu Yao bent over and retched in pain, but she was unable to spit out the venom. Her face turned a miserable green, and this time, the amount of sea frog poison that rushed into her body was even more than last time. Her entire body was trembling, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Ever since she was young, she had never experienced such a disgusting thing. She kept retching until she leaned against the wall weakly. "No matter what, you're dead for sure." Su Yu Yao suddenly became very cold, but it was even more frightening. "Based on this situation, you'll probably need 8 hours to completely get rid of these toxins." Long Chen calculated for a moment, and then said, "Just stay here. We're in a cooperative relationship, so don't shout about fighting and killing. I just want you to stay here quietly for a while. Otherwise, I'll just wait for you to recover and kill me for nothing." With that, he returned to the side of the white formation. Su Yu Yao's eyes were gloomy and filled with endless hatred and malevolence. Long Chen knew that this woman's killing intent towards him had already reached an irresolvable level. However, as long as Lingxi accepted the inheritance, he would bring them far away. With his time-roaming dragon ability, who could catch up to him? Everything was in his control. "I hope little she can finish within 8 hours, or else I really won't be able to deal with this woman." Long Chen's gaze pierced through the white formation's layers of immortal qi, and looked at the woman in the center of the white formation, surrounded by the 8 heavenly swords. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was as smooth as milk. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful, and her body was so pure that it was hard to breathe. "Little she is so beautiful. No wonder when I look at other women, they all feel that there's a huge gap between them." In the beginning, Lingxi was as beautiful as a goddess. But after the pure goddess's blood awakened, her beauty didn't change at all, but she became more and more beautiful. She had a pure and tranquil temperament, just like the most beautiful goddess in the legends, the pure maiden. No one could compare to her. Her perfect body attracted Long Chen's eyes, and Long Chen was intoxicated. Over the past few days, there had been others in the God Nation, so it wasn't good for him to cultivate with Lingxi. Once things had settled down and no one was after them, Long Chen could let them leave the God Nation, and then they could live in a world of their own. He was really looking forward to it. It seemed that in the eternal God realm, there was no end to the fighting. Now, it seemed that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Long Chen was happy for Lingxi from the bottom of his heart. The legacy of the entire ethereal immortal sect was gathered on her immortal sword Dao seal, gradually forming it. The 8 celestial swords were also under her control, and she was getting more and more proficient. Lingxi closed her eyes and floated in the air, her long hair dancing in the wind and her long skirt swaying in the wind. She looked like a goddess. The 8 celestial swords were filled with murderous intent as they circled around her. Immortal chi condensed into a large number of flowers that floated around her. Each petal contained the Tao of the ethereal immortal sect. In the end, they all entered Ling Xi's body. As the inheritance continued, her temperament and other aspects changed. From the gentleness and purity of the pure maiden to the righteous killing intent of a sword martial artist. After today, she would also become an unparalleled swordsman. This Lingxi made Long Chen even more enchanted. When he saw his woman becoming more beautiful and powerful with his help, Long Chen's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This also proved that he was capable and strong. This was a gift that came too late. As the legacy continued, the bright light of the white formation dimmed bit by bit. Su Yu Yao, who was in the corner, was also trying her best to recover. If she recovered, she would probably be able to interrupt the legacy. The legacy was only a change in talent. It couldn't allow Lingxi to immediately possess strength that surpassed others. About 6 hours later, Long Chen started to get nervous, and he was constantly on guard against Su Yu Yao. However, at this moment, the white formation dimmed, and with a tremor, the pale stone tablet burrowed into the ground. As for the goddess-like Lingxi, the light on her body gradually dissipated, and the 8 celestial swords disappeared into her fingers. Apart from her thumb, each of her white and slender fingers had a beautiful small sword tattooed on them. One could vaguely see the words on the small swords. Lingxi reached out and clenched her fist, and immediately, sword energy surged. Seeing this, Kitten laughed again. I'm really looking forward to seeing Boss have an affair, get caught by Sister Lingxi, and then cut off his little brother. The sword energy that flew in Lingxi's hand really made Long Chen speechless. It was very strong, and even if Lingxi used it, it would probably be a great threat to him. Lingxi gradually opened her eyes, and when she opened them, one could also see the surging sword energy and killing intent. However, when she saw Long Chen, it turned into endless gentleness. She returned to her original appearance, walked in front of Long Chen, and knocked her head. It hurts. What's wrong? Long Chen hugged her with a pained heart. There's too much legacy information, and it's all squeezed into the celestial sword Dao seal. It seems like I need to digest it for a period of time. Lingxi said softly. That's a good thing. Do you know how to leave this place? Long Chen knew that time was of the essence, so he asked right away. I can open the door, but it seems like the moment I go out, the 9 heaven lightning beast will descend. Lingxi said with a headache. Nirvana tribulation. When he heard that, Long Chen's heart clenched. He asked, Are you confident? Lingxi saw that he was so concerned about her and burst into laughter. She was extremely beautiful and said, Of course, I am really strong now. A mere Nirvana tribulation isn't a problem for me. If I get through this 9 heaven lightning beast, and with the help of the 8 heaven swords and ethereal celestial sex legacy, I will be able to help out a lot in the future. This was something that Long Chen believed. Ethereal celestial sect was comparable to the god-descendant ancient city, and even if it was wiped out, it wouldn't be too shabby. This woman will probably need another 2 hours to recover. Let's hurry up and leave. Once we overcome the tribulation of the lightning beasts of the 9th heavens, we'll leave, instructed Long Chen. Okay. There was no time to lose. What's your name? Just as Long Chen and Lingxi walked to the side of the door, Su Yu Yao shouted coldly. Long Chen had asked for her name before, and now that she was asking for him, he was about to leave the martial god ancient city. Long Chen was already wanted outside, so he replied, My name is Long Chen, remember it well. Long Chen. I'll remember it. Su Yu Yao crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. Lingxi gently tugged at Long Chen's clothes and said, If I open this door in this cave will automatically be destroyed at that time. It's fine, at least for 2 hours, this woman won't be able to move. Wait until you get through the 5th Nirvana tribulation, then we can leave quickly. Amongst the group of people, Lingxi's true realm was the highest. Long Chen only had 2 Nirvana tribulations. Lingxi nodded her head. She was now in control of this place, and opening this door only required a single order. The bronze door shattered with a loud bang. The entire cave also began to collapse. As for Su Yu Yao, although she was buried here, once she recovered, it would be very easy for her to leave this place. As the cave shattered, Long Chen left the cave. Looking back, He saw a pair of extremely resentful eyes in the collapsed cave. The blow you gave her might be quite big. Lingxi looked inside with some sympathy. Long Chen shook his head and said, "You don't understand this kind of person. If I can kill her, I definitely won't hold back. If I'm not careful, she will definitely bring us fatal danger. Let's go." The ninth heaven lightning beast was about to descend. Right now, he had to take advantage of the fact that the matter here had not been discovered and immediately survive this tribulation. Then, he would enter the time-roaming dragon state and escape from the martial god ancient city. Even the night god ancient city was not Long Chen's goal. Long Chen wanted to go to a place closer to the demon divine region, far away from here. After moving about 80 kilometers, the ninth heaven lightning beast descended with a loud bang. Long Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Lingxi's ninth heaven lightning beast was not even a quarter of his size. Chapter 1736. Chin, don't worry. I can get through this tribulation by myself. After the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, Lingxi had become a little different. She should have become more confident. With her potential and talent, coupled with the 9 hell fantasy butterfly, she would definitely grow into a terrifying combat power in the future. It could be said that as long as she followed Long Chen, her future would be absolutely limitless. They planned to get through the 9th heaven lightning beast tribulation at the bottom of the war god galaxy. There were many wild beasts at the bottom of the war god galaxy. It was normal for wild beasts to undergo tribulation. Maybe it would be safer. But for some reason, Long Chen felt vaguely uneasy. He always felt that he had missed out on something. It will be Su Yuyao. Long Chen's mind replayed her resentful gaze at the last moment. That was something that could only be shown when one hated someone to the extreme. Perhaps Feng Jilin had also shown such a gaze to him in the beginning, but it changed later on. However, Su Yuyao's resentment was much more severe than Feng Jilin's. Long Chen did not have a good impression of such a woman. In any case, Lingxi's tribulation was indeed an accident. If he wanted to escape, he had to be fast. After all, because of the tribulation, Lingxi had to stay outside the divine kingdom. Long Chen could escape with the time dragon, but Lingxi could not. While he was thinking, the bottom of the river suddenly flashed. There was a terrifying rumbling sound in the sky. A thunder beast from the starry sky suddenly descended and rushed into the war god galaxy. Suddenly, a large amount of water splashed. The power of the nirvana tribulation could almost ignore all natural environments. The 9th heaven lightning beast rushed to the top of Lingxi's head without any hindrance. Roar! The 9th heaven lightning beast let out a loud roar. The water rippled, and a large number of lightning bolts swam in the river of the martial god star, turning the area within a radius of countless miles into a sea of lightning. If a warrior of the god martial arts realm fell into this area, he would probably be electrocuted into a crisp. His field of vision was filled with lightning snakes flying in the water. The 9th heaven lightning beast that came from the starry sky began to engage in an intense battle with Lingxi. Long Chen couldn't help but worry for Lingxi, but seeing that Lingxi was able to calmly face it and gradually use the power of the misty immortal sex inheritance, Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. If this continued, defeating the 9th heaven lightning beast would not be a problem. It would probably take about a quarter of an hour. It was much easier than Long Chen's tribulation. Lingxi should be able to pass through this nirvana tribulation before Su Yuyao recovers. At that moment, the ominous feeling in Long Chen's heart intensified. He suddenly remembered that when Miss Ji went out the last time, there were a total of 18 divine dragons guarding her. Although they were only blue dragon and red dragon, they were all old and had very high realms. If Su Yuyao's identity was the same as hers, would she have a guardian following her? I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have followed Su Yuyao into the cave. Long Chen comforted himself. And at this moment, Lingxi had the upper hand in the battle with the 9th heaven lightning beast. At this juncture, countless terrifying auras swept over in an instant. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though his entire body was being swept by a blade. It was cold and terrifying. This was definitely the gaze of an expert. Unforeseen event. Long Chen was instantly on guard. But it was still too late. When he raised his head, He saw that in all directions, up, down, left, and right, in this place that was close to the deep sea, there was a total of 18 huge dragon heads. Each dragon head was at least 1,000 meters long. Half of the dragons were pure gold, as though they were dragons cast from gold. Their bodies were incomparably hard. The other half of the dragons were completely black. They were like demons in the night, sinister, terrifying, and extremely ferocious. These 18 dragons suddenly appeared around Long Chen, sealing off all his escape routes. In Long Chen's mind, the 18 dragons that followed Miss Ji appeared. They were the blue dragon and the red dragon, while the ones in front of him were the gold dragon and the black dragon. They were all low-level dragons, but their cultivation levels were quite high. They were probably close to the rebirth realm, and were at least stronger than the green-scale visitor and the rest. If Lingxi had not gone through the tribulation, Long Chen might not have been able to find him if he had hidden in the river of time. But now, this huge change confirmed the ominous premonition in Long Chen's heart. At this moment, he almost suffocated. Even a fool would know that this was definitely a crisis. Before the previous wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Long Chen could rely on his intelligence to obtain the 8 heavenly swords, but in such a situation where he was trapped, he could not escape at all. If he was alone, it would be fine. But at this time, Lingxi had only gone through half of the tribulation of the 9th heaven lightning beast. Long Chen naturally could not escape alone. Long Chen. A familiar and sharp voice came. The 18 dragons turned into 18 majestic elders. They shrunk the encirclement and surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. With their strength, they could control the surroundings tightly. Next to one of the divine dragon elders, Su Yuyao, who had a pale face but a sinister smile on her face, was barely able to stand with the help of the elder. The girl who had been looking at Long Chen in despair before was now incomparably excited. She stared at Long Chen and somewhat lost her composure as she said in a stern voice, "I have to say, your luck is really terrible. This woman is actually going through the nirvana tribulation at this time, and the guard that my father prepared for me just happened to come out to look for me, and coincidentally found the vicinity of the cave. You can only blame your bad luck." When they were in the cave, she swore that as long as there was a chance, she would never let Long Chen leave alive. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. No one could be complacent. This time, Long Chen could be considered unlucky. Coincidentally, the 18 dragons were nearby. Even if he killed Su Yuyao in the cave, because he needed to go through the tribulation, Long Chen would still encounter the current situation. Perhaps this was also fate. Su Yuyao had almost recovered. She gritted her teeth and stood firm, recovering her body. Then she looked at Lingxi and said, "What a beautiful woman. When she succeeds in the tribulation, I will make you suffer." Indeed, she really hated herself. Her desire for revenge was stronger than anyone else's. In the God Nation, everyone's expression had changed. Kitten was speechless. Damn, I touched this woman's chest. If she catches me, I'm afraid my hand will be chopped off. Soyan's face was full of fear. Only Mo Xiaolang could still remain calm. He said, "Big brother, there is no other way. We can only fight with our lives. This is a great tribulation. I will fight with you." Long Chen shook his head. This was a battle that had no chance of winning. If they fought, they would definitely lose. He could only see if there were other ways in silence. After all, during the time when Lingxi was going through the tribulation, they did not want to interfere. It would not be good if they angered the nirvana tribulation. What should I do? What should I do? To be honest, Long Chen was also in a dilemma. In the encirclement, Lingxi was also aware of the situation over here. What made Long Chen gratified was that she could still fight as usual. She slightly borrowed the power of the 8 great celestial swords, which she was still unable to control, to fight against the giant lightning beast of the 9th heaven, beating it into a retreat. Just surround her and let Long Chen escape. I want to see where he can escape to. Now that Su Yuyao had the upper hand, if she did not torture Long Chen badly and return everything that had happened to her to him, she would not be courteous. She clearly remembered that in the cave, Long Chen schemed against her, seriously injured her, and then personally fed her the disgusting venom, and even let a wretched child humiliate her. These 3 types of hatred would not rest until one of them was dead. Under Long Chen's eerie gaze, the 18 mystical dragons quickly moved. They squeezed Long Chen out of the encirclement and then surrounded Lingxi. According to Su Yuyao, Long Chen had a mystique similar to the phantom cloak, and his ability to escape was very strong. This was a dead end. Big brother, let me out. Mo Xiaolang also realized that there was no chance of winning this battle. If everyone was going to die, Mo Xiaolang would rather die with them. That was the best outcome in despair. The Eternal God realm was powerful and cruel. After coming here and experiencing so many battles to the death, they understood this principle. Long Chen was still restraining himself. Unless he had no other choice, he would not choose that path of no return. Soon, the other party knew Lingxi's movements. Why aren't you running? Are you going to watch me kill her? Su Yuyao said coldly. Long Chen said, I offended you, it has nothing to do with her. Can you come for me? Su Yuyao laughed coldly and said, wouldn't it be too easy for you to go after me? I'm a woman, not a man. I'm the most narrow-minded. I know that for people like you, physical injuries are nothing. The pain in your heart is the real blow. You hurt me, so I want to pay you back double. I want to see how much you love her. There was a saying that only petty people and women were hard to raise. Su Yuyao was such a woman. Long Chen bit his lip. She had almost forced him to death. If he begged, she would look down on him even more. I won't fight back. You can torture me as you please. Let her go, Long Chen said helplessly. After saying that, he wanted to shut up. Su Yuyao didn't buy it. She suddenly roared, stop talking nonsense. I want to kill her in front of you. I want to dig out her heart and let you eat it. Are you still human? Where is your humanity? Long Chen's expression became colder and colder. You will eat it. Su Yuyao giggled. She, who had changed into a fiery red dress, looked charming and cold. At that moment, Lingxi held the two sky swords and used the sword technique from the ethereal immortal sect to tear the 9 heavens lightning beast apart. All the nirvana power was swept into her body. Her body started a new round of transformation. She had truly reached the emperor level of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 1737. If it was the eve of the storm before, then Lingxi's successful tribulation was the time for the storm to strike. It could be seen that the 18 divine dragons did not dare to recklessly touch even the 9 heavens lightning beasts. Instead, they were waiting for Lingxi to successfully overcome her tribulation. Big brother Chen. Lingxi slowly opened her eyes. Her body had once again undergone a nirvanic rebirth, reaching an extremely profound realm. Sword qi rampaged within her body. Her innate talent in the Tao of the sword had truly awakened. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. That strict sword intent and the 8 heavenly swords tattooed on her fingers were extremely frightening. However, her situation was similar to Long Chen's. She was inferior to others in terms of realm. Su Yuyao might be young, but she was at least in the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Back in the Dragon Sacrifice continent, the true Martial Emperor Palace's 3,000 halls Grand Elder had said that it was very common for people in the Eternal God realm to finish the God Martial realm at the age of a few decades. Su Yuyao, who reached the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm at the age of 100, was a top genius. She was far from reaching the 1,000-year limit. Long Chen and Lingxi were only in their 20s, and they were top geniuses in the Eternal God realm. When Lingxi completed her tribulation and the 9th heaven lightning beast dissipated, Su Yuyao had completely recovered. She threatened Long Chen coldly. Watch carefully, it's about to start. After saying this, she walked alone towards Lingxi, who was surrounded by the 18 divine dragons. Among the 18 divine dragons, any one of them had a higher realm and combat power than Su Yuyao. From far away, Lingxi actually wanted Long Chen to leave first. She understood Long Chen, and she knew that no matter how she begged, he wouldn't agree. He was such a man. In front of his woman, no matter how dangerous it was, he would never take a step away. Long Chen. Su Yuyao was only 30 meters away from Lingxi. The surging power in her body was revealed once again. The golden power spread out. The purest martial artist will, the way of battle, and the way of becoming a god through battle were displayed vividly on her body. At this time, Su Yuyao's every move made Long Chen feel that she was like a god of martial arts, and the heavenly Tao prevailed in her fists. Faint Sanskrit chants could be heard from her body. What Su Yuyao inherited was the inheritance of the 18 martial gods. The 18 clones of the 18 martial gods had all manifested into phantoms around her. A casual punch could burst out with 18 layers of power. As one grew older, the advantage of the martial god's bloodline would become stronger and stronger. As for Lingxi, she came from the dragon sacrificial continent, so her starting point was inferior to the other parties. In addition to her young age, the more she saw the killing intent in her eyes, the more disgusted Su Yuyao became. She once again said to Long Chen, "Open your eyes wide and watch how I kill your woman." Bas. After escaping from the cave, she could finally unleash her power to her heart's content. The moment she gathered her power, the surrounding river water was pushed away by her, forming a space at the bottom of the river with a diameter of several thousand meters. Without saying a word, her fists shone with astonishing golden fist intent as she unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on Lingxi. Long Chen could not bear to watch Lingxi be attacked. Just as he was about to stop her, the 18 divine dragons that were so strong that Long Chen could not resist blocked in front of him. These 18 experts were far more powerful than him, so they could definitely control his movements. Long Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze sinister. It was impossible for this campaign to be smooth sailing. Coming to the eternal sacred territory, there were always twists and turns, and this was the greatest danger. Watching Lingxi and Su Yuyao fight, Long Chen's heart could be said to be clenched to the extreme. He knew Su Yuyao's personality very well. "Big brother, let's fight, let's fight." Mo Xiaolang could no longer bear to watch. At this time, perhaps maintaining his rationality was the most important thing. Long Chen did not want to let himself go crazy so quickly. That might lead to even worse results. His heart was beating violently, and it was almost difficult for him to breathe. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and as Su Yuyao made her move, the killing intent in his eyes gradually revealed itself. Lingxi had just passed the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation, and possessed the inheritance of the misty immortal sect. In addition, she also had the 8 major heavenly swords, which were super divine swords. However, her strength was too small compared to Su Yuyao's, and she was also too young. She was also not familiar with the inheritance of the misty immortal sect. If she was given a few years, Lingxi would naturally be able to defeat her, but it was too difficult now. The reason why she was able to fight with Su Yuyao for a period of time was purely because of her perseverance, as well as her desire to help Long Chen and reduce the trouble in her heart. In her hands, there were the Heaven Battling Sword and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. The two swords had different natures. The Heaven Battling Sword was surging with battle chi, and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword was filled with ice-cold killing intent. However, these two primordial Tao artifacts had suffered heavy injuries time and time again under Su Yuyao's martial god fist intent. "It's truly a miracle that I can still hold on until now. You must know that I am at the late stage of the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I am someone who has passed the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation and the Heavenly Dipper Curse. I am 1,000 times stronger than you." Su Yuyao was unwilling to accept this. She wanted to compare. In terms of cultivation realm, Lingxi was worlds apart from her. Why was she able to easily obtain the 8 major heavenly swords and the inheritance of the misty immortal sect? In addition, why did that hateful and shameful man love her so much? She just couldn't stand it. Most importantly, why did she have to be so beautiful? A woman's jealousy could destroy the entire world. Su Yuyao had completely turned into a devil. Amidst the intense attacks, her violent attacks were like a raging bear, using terrifying power to push Lingxi to her limits time and time again. 1,000 Mountains of Evening Snow Sword Formation. Lingxi activated the first Khanate Dao technique from the Misty Immortal Sect. She had inherited the god's blood, so her comprehension was also quite shocking. With this display, millions of sword chi formed thousands of mountains. The snow covered the sky, and the dense sword chi covered the surrounding thousands of meters, completely enveloping Su Yuyao within the sword formation. "Damn it, you're courting death." The 1,000 Mountains of Evening Snow was indeed exquisite. Although the sword chi of the 8 major heavenly swords was weak, she didn't dare to touch it easily. This woman must be killed. Otherwise, when she becomes stronger. The killing intent in Su Yuyao's eyes grew more and more intense. As the 1,000 Mountains of Evening Snow Sword Formation evolved, the thousands of mountains under the setting sun were filled with evening snow. The scene was extremely beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent. Break! Su Yuyao punched out, and the exquisite sword formation collapsed under the absolute power. Lingxi suffered a huge impact, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her countenance turned much paler. However, her gaze was resolute. Even at this moment, she didn't admit defeat. Little she. The hot blood in his body suddenly rushed to his head, causing Long Chen's entire body to seethe. His body was burning up, and it felt like there were thousands of ants crawling in his body. He had been enduring all this while, but when he saw that Lingxi was injured, his reverse scale was touched. His body was about to explode, and his prestige as the ancestral dragon was challenged by someone ignorant. His anger was like a volcano, and he could no longer suppress it. It erupted, causing the huge amount of water in the surroundings to tremble. Roar! He was in human form, but he let out the roar of a divine dragon. When he lifted his head, everyone discovered the killing intent from him. That was the rage of the strongest expert in the supreme ancient immortal realms. It caused the hearts of the 18 divine dragons, who were the lowest tier of the divine dragons, to tremble. Ha ha, smelly woman, to think that you can escape from my palms. Su Yuyao couldn't care about anything else. After defeating Lingxi, she seized the chance to snatch Lingxi's 8 celestial swords. Lingxi could only keep the 8 celestial swords. The disparity in strength was simply too great. No matter how unwilling Lingxi was, she had no other choice. The defeat this time was a huge blow to her, but it also strengthened her resolve. She could no longer rely on Long Chen to protect her. If there was a chance, she would definitely take revenge for what happened today. Su Yuyao broke through her sword intent and grabbed Lingxi's snow-white neck, instantly bringing her before Long Chen. The 18 divine dragons tactfully surrounded them, and after that, they glared at Long Chen. Big brother, let me out as well. In the divine kingdom, everyone could no longer sit still. This was a hopeless situation. In his anger, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into a sun-devouring demon wolf. If even he was in such a state, there was no need to mention Long Chen. The woman he loved was now in the hands of someone else. This was all because of his incompetence. Long Chen. Su Yuyao kept repeating this name, a name that ignited the flames in her heart. Her fingers left a bloody mark on Lingxi's snow-white neck, restraining Lingxi's movements. After that, she showed it to Long Chen. Now you understand who is the one who laughs in the end. There's a saying that the one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best. In the cave, you humiliated me and played with me. Do you have the awareness now? Long Chen suppressed his anger. He tried his best to lower his voice, but he still let out a low roar. Let her go. Other than the city lord of the wronged, very few people could make Long Chen reach this state. Long Chen had never looked down on her. She was an even stronger enemy than the city lord of the wronged. Let go of her. Keep dreaming. At most, I'll return you a corpse. But before that, I'll let you experience what it means to be powerless, what it means to repent. I'm Miss Yao of the War God Ancient City. You're just a dog that ate a leopard's guts, yet you dare to humiliate me? She took out a small knife with blood-colored runes stuck on it and said, This is a curse that can destroy a woman's appearance. Even nirvana and rebirth will be useless. Ugliness will follow her for the rest of her life. As long as I cut her face with this knife, she will become ugly. Tell me, will you still like her so much at that time? Long Chen had underestimated her perverseness. If there was a chance, Long Chen would rather be hunted down by War God City to kill such a woman first. He could no longer control his hands. He opened them, and his cold eyes suddenly became calm, even cold. Chapter 1738. With Long Chen's anger, Su Yuyao was really frightened by his words. However, she immediately reacted. With a mocking look in her eyes, the knife in her hand slashed towards Lingxi's face. At that moment, Long Chen saw that even under such circumstances, Lingxi did not reveal a trace of fear. She still trusted him as always. She even believed that even if she did not have the beauty she had today, Long Chen would still love her until the end of time. Su Yuyao's move this time could be said to have completely ignited Long Chen's prideful bloodline that belonged to the ancestral dragon. It was not that he was not strong, he was just too young. That was why he allowed these ants to climb on him and show off. If you dare to make a move, I swear that I will destroy your martial god ancient city and slaughter all of you. Boom. The river water of the martial god galaxy exploded. Long Chen's body continued to transform. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-colored divine dragon that was more than 200 meters long. Ferocious dragon claws, sharp and pointy dragon tail. This hideous killing weapon was displayed in front of Su Yuyao and the 18 divine dragons. That pair of blood-colored eyes was currently bursting with dazzling killing intent. Long Chen's mind was already ignited by hot blood. He had forgotten everything except for Lingxi, who was in Su Yuyao's hands. What the hell? So it's a red dragon of the lowest level. Su Yuyao was incomparably contemptuous. She even laughed out loud. It was just a red dragon of the lowest level. Her martial god ancient city still had a lot of red dragon inheritance blood. It was just that she was not interested in it. It was not a good thing to be a dragon warrior. The Nirvana tribulation was too strong. If it was not a high-level inheritance blood, it would not be that tempting. Therefore, when she saw that Long Chen was just a red dragon, Su Yuyao did not take him to heart at all. I actually tangled with a red dragon for so long. Su Yuyao laughed self-deprecatingly. Then she ordered, everyone, you are all dragon warrior seniors. Go and scare this little dragon. The 18 divine dragons nodded. They separated a golden dragon and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long main body, blocking Long Chen's path. As for Su Yuyao, she played with the knife in her hand and no longer paid any attention to Long Chen. Instead, she used the knife to slide across Lingxi's flawless face and said coldly, "What a perfect face. How did you grow it? It's enviable, but it's a pity. You followed a useless man." Lingxi, however, revealed an indifferent expression as she said, "If it weren't for the fact that you were defeated so miserably in front of this man, would you have revealed such an ugly bestial nature? I don't see the nobility of a descendant of a divine being. I only see your hysteria, brutality, and cruelty." "What did you say?" Su Yuyao was furious. Lingxi's words poked at the weakest part of her heart. Her hand that was holding the knife was trembling. "So what if you disfigure me? It only proves that you're jealous of me and afraid of me." Lingxi's eyes were filled with killing intent. She hated Su Yuyao because she was pressuring Long Chen. "If you dare look at me like that, I'll dig your eyes out." Su Yuyao roared hysterically. Lingxi no longer looked at her. Instead, she focused her boundless gentleness on Long Chen, completely ignoring the guy who controlled her. She saw that the man was fighting again for her. The battle this time was so hopeless. That golden dragon was at least at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, similar to the Dragon Soul Divine General. He probably knew Ao Zhan, who was also a dragon warrior from the martial god ancient city. To fight against such a level of character, Long Chen was far too inferior. However, there was only one word in his mind. Kill. A mere golden dragon could actually block in front of him. The golden dragon was a dragon of steel. Long Chen seemed to be a steel wall in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense. "Little guy, where's your flame?" The golden dragon facing him smiled disdainfully. In front of him was a long body. In front of him, Long Chen was simply a toy. This guy blocked the attacks again and again. Even the eternal moment couldn't trap him and he would break free soon. Lingxi was in his hands. Charge. Long Chen had exhausted all his strength. He slashed at the dragon's claw with the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. For the first time, the dragon's arm trembled and retracted, but he couldn't chop off the dragon's claw. What a powerful attack. The golden dragon looked at Long Chen in shock. It couldn't imagine how Long Chen could unleash such astonishing power. Moreover, wasn't the red dragon proficient in flames? Let her go. Long Chen's eyes were fixed on Su Yuyao the entire time. What Su Yuyao wanted to see was his current appearance. She laughed and said, "Shave off all his dragon scales. I'm going to cook him like a fish." The golden dragon got the order and threw everything aside. Its huge golden dragon claw grabbed at Long Chen. With its strength, it could almost tear Long Chen in two. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged at the golden dragon. At that moment, the God Nation opened. Long Chen didn't let Mo Xiaolang out. Instead, he let the two-headed snake Holy Infant rush out and replace Long Chen into the 1,000-meter golden dragon's claw. At that moment, Long Chen used the time dragon and his body immediately disappeared. "He escaped," Su Yuyao said in shock. Just as she was shocked, the blood-colored divine dragon broke through the encirclement of the 18 divine dragons and appeared in front of her. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed at Su Yuyao's head. Su Yuyao was shocked. Indeed, it was impossible for Long Chen to retreat. A final struggle. Su Yuyao was still sneering. She used Lingxi's body to block Long Chen's heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Her only chance had failed. On the other side, the holy infant was torn to pieces by the golden dragon. If Mo Xiaolang came out, he would probably suffer the same fate. When Long Chen broke through the encirclement and approached Su Yuyao, the 18 divine dragons were shocked. They all turned back to attack. Although they maintained their human forms, their speed was still astonishing. The 18 divine dragons attacked together and instantly drowned Long Chen in a sea of defeat. 18 experts who were 100 times stronger than him. They were all existences like Ao Zhan. This was not a victory that could be won with willpower alone. Long Chen could only fight to the death. His dragon tail and dragon claws swept everywhere, but he couldn't avoid the fate of being seriously injured. The golden dragon's steel attack soon caused him to bleed all over, and the black dragon's dark attack invaded his body. In a short moment, Long Chen suffered unprecedented injuries. His consciousness was blurry, but his pride allowed him to hold on. "Don't kill him." Su Yuyao laughed. She was proud and pleased. This was her revenge. Hearing the order, the 18 divine dragons slowed down their attacks and only managed to suppress Long Chen. However, the more they attacked, the more shocked they became. How could this little red dragon be so unkillable? Also, where were his flames? Long Chen was completely enveloped in a blood mist. He was like a young tiger that was powerless in front of an adult goat. However, the pride and nobility in his bones were slowly unearthed through the battles. Long Chen felt that his body was undergoing an urgent growth. The spiritual will that belonged to the ancestral dragon was growing unprecedentedly in this crushing defeat. The 18 divine dragons stopped in shock. They seemed to see that within the blood mist, there was an aura that made them tremble. Boom! A mental attack was unleashed. The faces of the 18 divine dragons turned pale as though they had suffered an invisible attack from Long Chen. All of them looked terrible as they stared at the blood mist. Their eyeballs protruded out as they gulped down a mouthful of saliva. That horrifying aura that made one want to kneel down and worship was getting thicker. The fatal wounds on Long Chen's body were recovering quickly. "Hey, why did you guys stop? Continue fighting. As long as you don't kill him, you can fight however you want. Once he's obedient, I'll let him watch the performance." Su Yuyao asked curiously. One of the elders turned around. When she saw his pale face, Su Yuyao was a little stunned. "Me? Miss, he's not a red dragon. He's a divine dragon that rules over the Tao of Massacre. Although I don't know what kind of dragon he is, I'm afraid he's above the high-level divine dragons." "That's right. He should be a bloodline that's above the high-level divine dragons. That's the rarest type." They were all low-level divine dragons. In the face of this explosive bloodline pressure, it was hard for them to continue fighting. Their bodies were developing a huge sense of resistance and guilt. That divine dragon that was struggling in the blood mist had them feeling an immense amount of fear. What? No matter what kind of dragon he is. So what if he's a high-level divine dragon? Continue. Are you guys trying to disobey my orders? Under Su Yuyao's scolding, the 18 divine dragons could only endure the suffocating pain and fear as they attacked Long Chen once more. As for Long Chen, he fought back time and time again within the blood mist. However, his counterattacks were ever so weak. Chen! That divine dragon that was struggling within the blood mist had Lingxi's eyes brimming with tears. His life was filled with battles. His path was filled with battles. He had failed before, but he had never given up. Even at this moment, those bloodshot eyes of his were still fixed in this direction. Roar! That enraged roar that came from a superior being caused the 18 divine dragons to tremble once more. Their attacks had weakened significantly as well. Everyone's faces were getting paler and paler. They were truly in fear. Once this gigantic beast were to grow, they would all be dead meat. Roar! That unyielding fighting spirit and the blood mist had Lingxi in a frenzied state. At this moment, an endless amount of energy surged out from her body. Lingxi bit down on her lips and tried her best to mobilize the power of the 8 heaven swords. Shred! Miraculously, she had summoned out all 8 heaven swords. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.